All right, hello everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today is April 10th of 2021, and we've got ourselves another game today. Eventually, hopefully. We'll get to that in a second. My name's Slow Wolf. I'm going to be your producer of the cast, and one of your casters. Joining me on the casting team, and his illustrious, glubrious, gooey, gory glory, we've got Erever, the TO. Hey buddy, how's it going?
Whoa! Yes, it's that time today.
You don't play
The
orcs.
orcs are here. I love orcs. Orcs are essentially like mushroom men of Nurgle. So of course I am excited to see the orcs come here and do their thing.
You know what? Me
yeah,
too.
I want them to stomp all over these humies. There's going to be lots of crumping. It's going to be a great time.
Yeah, no, I'm equally excited, and I'm a man who likes the ethos of the orcs, if not the models. If they manage to Iron Jaws the Warhammer 40K orcs, my wallet will be in serious trouble, but that's neither here nor there. Look, it's a really cool orc list. Joko, famous, well, you know, I'm not sure if famously is the right word, but he did make it to the playoffs last season with a very cool buggy list, effectively. This is very similar, and we'll talk about that in a minute. He's going up against an opponent who is so far this season untested. No games played as far as I can tell, but is running White Scars and has a really nasty looking list. Like, extremely nasty looking list. So we'll have to see how this goes. Joko's currently playing for his playoff life. He's currently 1 win, 2 losses. How do you feel about his chances going to White Scars?
So we've seen this list last playoffs that Joker ran. There's a couple of tweaks, but other than that, it is pretty much the same. It's rock solid. It got into playoffs last time. So I think the White Scars may be up against it, but they do have a few tricks of their own. Their Space Marine Codex is still very powerful in the meta right now. A lot of people have been going to like Dark Angels and more sort of like Imperial Soup style lists, but White Scars are still really powerful. Turns out like advance and charge and fallback and charge is like kind of good, right? Like
yeah, and flat damage too is still good against everything that's not Death Guard. So.
Yeah, for sure. They're still really powerful. I like the fact that he's kind of gone along this sort of thing of adapting to the meta, and like every Dark Angels player has opted to take attack bikes as opposed to Eradicators. Because the problem with Eradicators is they just kind of stand there and your opponent can just play around them and either not get in range of them or just use something to like kill them really, really sort of fast and able as soon as they do pop their head out. Or you're spending PP to like outfight them, right? So the attack bikes are interesting for sure. He's got fallback and shoot as well as a stratagem to use with them. So I'm curious to see what White Scar. So far, Dark Angels attack bikes have not impressed me because every time I've seen them by turn 2, they've been dead. So we'll have to see if the White Scars ones have the same fate today.
Yeah, the fact that they can advance and shoot without any real penalty is really, really helpful. But they do suffer from the fact that, unlike the Dark Angels ones, which are in the Raven Wing, the Wing of the Raven, they don't get that same invuln save, right? Which makes them even squishier than they were before. So they better kill what they shoot. But they do have that ability. Like, they're super fast. And even then, they can still hit really hard in close combat, which is better than what the Raven Wing ones can do, which just kind of punch back with intercessor punches. So yeah, they definitely have some flex. It's interesting to see them just in general over the Eradicators. It is a well worth it kind of moment for sure. They're only a little more expensive, if not the exact same price. I think they're the exact same price.
Do you know what's really interesting? We have a White Scar list that actually has bikes in it for like the first time ever.
Yeah, craziness. There's a gentleman in the chat who was talking about their White Scars list and how they got squads of Outriders. I'm like, oh boy, I like this guy already.
Yeah. Outriders are fine. Like, they're great for like that turn 1, just like lock something in combat. The problem is like they're not that survivable. So as soon as you like move them like that far up the board, like turn 1, you're literally saying hello to every like rapid fire weapon your opponent has to bear, and they will die. Granted, they are a bit of a distraction, I guess, but maybe they're a bit overpointed for that, I feel.
I think that they're like overpointed for the amount of damage that they can do. But Outriders, I still think, are a very interesting unit. If not for like first turn assaults, because again, they don't have that same durability you'd like out of them, but for like cleaning up on the flanks. They are really good at getting rid of people trying to infiltrate your lines. They're really good at sneaking around the board and presenting issues if you have like a very weak backline. I like them for what they do. The ton of shots, and more importantly, the charges, especially as White Scars, can do a lot of work. They work well in pretty much every single sub-faction, too, for Space Marines. Like, even Salamanders look at them and go, you know what? For 1 CP, being able to have that +1 to wound with that many attacks, that works. But for White Scars and for Ravenwing, I believe that they can definitely do some work. That said, we don't see them a lot these days because we have lots of Vanguard Veterans, which do a similar job. And you know what? With that said, we might as well go ahead and start talking about lists while we're waiting for things.
Yeah, so just to give you guys a bit of a heads up here, there has been a technical issue on TTS with one of the players, and he's had to basically reinstall it and update it. So we're just waiting on that now. So you just have to listen to us for a few minutes, and then as soon as we are able, we will get straight into the game for you all.
Yeah, apologies. But we do hope that our voices are buttery and smooth as per usual. We do take our best attempts at making sure that we keep our throat health up and running and that we sound lovely all the time. With that said, we might as well take this opportunity to go over some lists. So, starting off with the White Scars, Loony Lion, or Lunilian, depending on how you want to go ahead and say that one. I think that Loony Lion is correct. They are playing White Scars, and their White Scars detachment all has to deal with this really solid battalion and nothing else. So going for the maximum amount of CP as possible. To start things off, they got a captain on bike. They are the Warlord. They are a chapter master, which makes hilarious no sense whatsoever since the chapter master is an actual model, but hey, you can do that. It's another universe, so why not? They got the Chagorian Storm, Kami Melted Lightning Claw. They're a master of the Codex. They got a master-crafted weapon, so that will be the Lightning Claw in all seriousness. And they are tempered by wisdom, which I think gives them a second warlord trait, which is the reason why you have Chagorian Storm and Master of the Codex. So that's their deal there. Solid dude on a bike, runs around doing 3 damage per strike with the Lightning Claw. Does work for sure. If you want to check out the list for yourselves, by the way, folks, there you go. There are your lists, folks. Continuing onwards, we got a lieutenant in Reaver armor with the Plume of the Plains Runner. Now, I don't remember exactly what that does, but I do know what Rites of War does. Everything around it's going to have OBSEC. The lieutenant here in Reaver armor is actually an interesting tech piece. We'll get it to why in a second. Then we got some troops. We got 2 squads of infiltrators, just baseline, no helix adepts whatsoever, just basic infiltrators, and then 1 assaults intercessor squad with 5 people in it. We move on to our elites. We got Vanguard Veterans squad. These boys slap. They got swords that are already master crafted, storm shields. They can advance and charge. They do 3 damage per slice in the assault doctrine. They're real good. We got the hero of the Imperium, the Primaris Apothecary, obviously upgraded with the Selfless Healer, and the Vox Spiritum to give him that extra 3 inches to all of his auras. Very helpful little boost there to this, well, let's be honest, the most powerful model in any Space Marine list that relies on elites. We also have 1 Redemptor Dreadnought with a Macroplasma Incinerator and an Onslaught Gatling Cannon, and a couple Stormbolters to run around and provide some heavy firepower in the back. We have Servitors to do some action monkey stuff, and a squad of, you counted them, 10 Vanguard Veterans. These each have a Lightning Claw, a Storm Shield, and a Jump Pack, running around with these Lightning Claws at damage 2 on from turn 3 onward, or through various uses of stratagems and other things. Is going to make them lethal from the get-go. 2 squads of fast attack bike squads. Each of these is equipped with a multi-melta, and 1 Inceptor squad, all 6 of them total, with 2 Plasma Exterminators each. It's a nasty list. Not only does it have just a very fast-moving contingent of Vanguard Veterans in as a second wave, the Infiltrators and the Assault Intercessors capable of either holding a backfield or just ripping and tearing themselves. The Assault Intercessors are really good for what they do, especially with being the only unit that benefits from a fight twice stratagem in the Space Marine Codex. The attack bikes provide some anti-tank. The Redemptor Dreadnought is not only a good distraction card effects, but also does some anti-everything on its own. The Lieutenant in Reaver armor is probably the coolest piece of tech that there is because they can turn off OBSEC for units. And so as a result, if you're starting to feel like there's not quite enough OBSEC for you, this dude here with Rites of War, which gives him OBSEC, can just run onto an objective by himself, turn off your OBSEC, and be like, it's mine. I'm by myself, and it's all mine. Really good piece of tech. I really like this list overall. I think it's very powerful, it's very fast, and we've seen lists like this before. We'll have to see how this goes up against our Joko Orcs list, however. How's that looking, Erever?
It's looking very green.
Would you like to go through it?
Sure, why not? Okay, so for the Orcs today, guys, we are running a little speckling of a Grot mob, specialist mob on there. We've got the Big Met with custom force field. So that is the 5-up invul field that can get extended outwards with the stratagem. And then we have got the 10-man Gretchen Blob as the ability troops in the patrol. And we've got 5 commandos, great for doing secondaries. Then we've got 7 smasher guns, as you do. So the Grot Mob allows you to reroll ones to hit, I believe it is. Like
I think so.
It's the specialist one from Psychic Awakening.
And increases their invuln save, if I remember too.
All those smasher guns able to suddenly get reroll ones to hit. So smasher guns, in case you're not aware, their wound is you roll 2d6 and you have to exceed the target's toughness characteristic to get the wound, which makes them like super spicy in dealing with certain things. Hello, Dark Angels Terminators. I hear that I can only wound on a 4+. This gun completely bypasses that because my rules say so. So they're great. They just sit in the backfield like all game, just plunking like wounds into you. I think they're awesome. Like, absolutely love those things. Okay, and then we are looking at an Outrider attachment. Don't see those every day. And we've got a Deathkiller Wartrike in there as one of the HQs, and Warboss on Warbag, of course, the only way to take him, who is the biggest boss with that killer claw. So he's totally like tanked out to be awesome. Great to see him. If I'm not mistaken, the Killer Claw is the flat 3 damage one, and the biggest boss allows him to reroll wounds, I think it is.
Yes.
Yeah, so he's pretty tasty. He can use Orcs is Never Beaten in combat as well to fight again, which is pretty sweet. And then we've got some more commandos. They're secondary monkeys. Their ability to infiltrate on the battlefield makes them really sort of useful for doing things like deploy scramblers behind enemy lines, engage in all fronts. All of those make them a great little throwaway unit for that. And we've got some Mega Knobs, just to be a beat stick sort of unit that can just sort of stand there on objective and cause lesser units to like go nowhere near it, or they could be thrown off the front to cause some damage. The one thing about them is they do suffer from a lack of invul save, although they do have 2-up armor. So I think that might be a change that we might see come to those with the new codex. And then we go into the buggies, of which there are hundreds. Glog has referred to this as the Nightmare Fuel list, and I can understand why. All of these buggies does a thing, and honestly, like, I forget like the rules of each individual one, but we've got 3 Megatrax scrap jets. They're the guys with the drill, and I think they can like consolidate like 6 inches or something, and then when they do, they get to hit you again or some nonsense like that. Like
that sounds accurate to me.
Yeah, they're really like insanely cool. Like, and then we've got 3 shock jump dragsters. These are the guys that teleport like around the map, I believe. So they can just go. One of them can go wherever the hell it wants with like a stratagem, I think it is. I'm not.
No, anytime they advance and get over a 4, which with their unit bonus is automatic, they just get to they teleport more than 9 inches away from something every time. It's great. They're my favorite.
And then 2 units of Storm Boys, just again for doing secondaries. They're not really going to do a whole much more than that, but they can deep strike in. And then we've got a single truck as a dedicated transport for the Mega Knobs, I'm assuming, so that they can roll around in that at the start of the game and not just get like insta-killed by out of LOS artillery or anything like that. So yeah, it's a solid list. He's made. I can understand why he made some of the changes he has made. Like, is there still a Weird Boy in this one? I'm not seeing it like anywhere.
No.
Yeah, so like Weird Boy's great if you're running like like 90 boys and you're wanting to like to jump like a unit in, but when like 3 of your vehicles do that already and you're using all these deep striking units, there's not really much use for it. The other thing he's done here as well, I've noticed, and this will actually help him as well, is the changes to bring it down. So the problem with this list had like last season is that it gave up a lot of points for bringing it down, and now it's just like giving up like 9 in total. Bro, I can't remember. Sorry, forgive me. I can't remember if the Met Guns are a vehicle as well. Maybe they are. I can't remember. But he's trying to reduce that, bring it down, and the changes to the secondary will also most certainly help him there as well. Oh, we got a game. I didn't even notice. I was.
You were really invested in this orc list.
Yeah, I've really invested in my orcs. They're going to be like my third army. Sure.
They're super cool. Like I said, if they get the Iron Jaws treatment, my wallet will suck for a while. While you're getting into the game, I can quickly explain what I think about them. Look, this list actually slaps. There's a lot going on with it. Lots of firepower, huge amounts of mobility, and sure, it gives a bring it down, but, like, it gives a bring it down to such a huge extent, it's like, okay, cool. How much or more are you going to be able to do? Like, what else do you pick against this list when it's running around blasting things, killing things, meleeing things? It has a huge amount of anti-tank. It's got more than enough multiple damage to take out stuff like Space Marines in one shot. I like this list a lot for what it does. There's the ability to advance and charge thanks to the Death Killer War Trike. The War Boss on Warbike is just a slapper on his own, thanks to the biggest boss, like you mentioned before. And To Kill a Claw makes him just... like, he wrecks things too. It's so fast. And if you think that you're going to be able to, like, hide in your corner from this, that's wrong. But in addition, if you do decide to not screen properly, you got the Storm Boys, you got the Commandos, you got all this other stuff. There's a lot going on for, secondaries that Joko is specifically teched for. So despite the fact that it gives up some points, I still think that this has a lot of play. We'll have to see. Now, these are Blue Boys. Which is worth
Chris just rightly pointed out, they are the Blue Boys, they are the luckiest gits. These are Death Skulls.
Death Skulls!
That gives them the reroll hit wound damage, I think it is. Like,
it allows you to reroll a hit wound, and damage roll, and it gives everybody 6-up invul.
Yeah, and the 6-up invul on, like, everything, which is awesome. Like, it's so cool.
It's like 4 traits rolled into one. And it was particularly egregious back in the day with the Super Shaka. Now, that doesn't exist anymore, but you do have a variety of different things that really benefit from it. The custom shock rifles, for instance, are Assault 2, Strength 8, D6 damage. The ability to reroll the damage, the hit roll, and everything for that makes the shotgun dragsters really, really good. It works great in melee for all of, like, the efficiency out of the scrap jets. Yeah, it's solid. It works with everybody. It's just one of those great, it's one of the 2 really big things that you're seeing out of orcs these days. The other one, if you're going hard boys, you see goths a lot as well. So it should be a pretty sweet bet there. Now, I'm gonna quickly hope that Looming Lion actually, places his army at some point. But for right now, it seems like Joko's explaining his list.
Yeah, he's gonna be there a while. Like I did like a terrible job of it, so Joko's gonna go through I'm just excited for the orcs.
Yeah, I really like what it does in terms of just making sure that it's got options for everything. There's a lot of anti-tank and anti-elite. The only thing that this list is maybe missing is a ton of anti-horde, but that's not a huge part of the meta. At least not in Season 7. Once the Drukhari come in, there might be a need for more anti-infantry stuff, but even then, this isn't, like, missing much. Between the Burner Exhaust, the Rivet Cannons, and then the Scrapjets have a lot as well, with the, the Twin Big Shooters, and the Nose Drill capable of doing a lot of damage as well. Like, there is some anti-numbers. So if you see, like, a squad of 30 Termagants or something like that, this list has the ability to remove them. It's just maybe not as efficient at removing them as it might be against removing, well, anything else. And honestly, I think that they're okay with that. The list is primarily vehicle-based, and so its biggest issue is elites. All these guys can melee relatively well. They all have enough shooting that they can shoot into combat with little units that are trying to tag them, and do fine with it. So, yeah, the Orc list is totally fine. Now, for the White Scars list, now we can actually see it in all of its glory, as we explained before. We got a Primaris Apothecary, we got a Captain on Bike, we got the three-man attack bike squads, 2 of those. 1 squad of 5 Vanguard Veterans, 1 squad of 6 Inceptors. These will probably be combat squadded. We got the 4 Servitors, the big squad of Vanguard Veterans with Lightning Claws. Very cool. 2 squads of Infiltrators, 1 squad of Assault Intercessors. The Redemptor Dreadnought, a very funny looking model on TTS. And then the Reaver Armor Lieutenant. This list is also equally flexible, but is very, very elite, which is something that Joko's list is kind of tailored for. I think that might prove to be I think at this point Joko's list actually has quite a lot to deal with everything here. However, there's definitely a lot of counterplay. These guys hit really hard. If the orcs think that they can go into melee with the White Scars and punch them, I think that they are sorely mistaken. If they somehow survive, every single one of these units can easily punch one of these vehicles right into the ground by themselves.
Yeah, that's one thing that's can never be mistaken. The +1 damage from Assault Doctrine that like White Scars get makes a lot of these units like super scary in melee. Like all of a sudden, you're going to like an Assault Intercessor. I'm not locked in combat here with you. You're locked in combat here with me. Let's dance. You know, because all of a sudden I'm getting like AP and extra damage on like with like my combat knife, which is kind of awesome. Obviously, the Vanguard Vets and the Inceptors got fly, so they can get out of any trouble. And the Vanguard Vets can, of course, like punch through everything. I think the one thing we're not seeing, you went through the White Scars list, is a lack of a chaplain in this one.
Yeah.
But he adds a lot to like the list, like with the litanies. So, you know, +1 to wound and reroll. Oh no, I suppose it can get reroll hits from the Chapter Master anyway. But +2 to charge. I know that White Scars have a psychic power that does something similar, and they've got a strat for 3d6 charge. But it's always nice to have these couple of things. I think Chaplain is still like well worth it in any like Space Marines list. He's so good. He just gives you things on the roll of a 3-up or a 2-up if you've taken the Master Chaplain trait.
Yep.
So I think he's kind of missed a trait there with the list. Maybe it was points. Maybe he wanted to try something different. And hey, that's fine. You know, that's probably where the Redemptors come along. You know, because try new things sometimes. You know, don't be like stuck into the 100% meta. So we'll see how it plays out for him not having the chaplain.
I think he'll be okay, and I think the reason why he doesn't have a chaplain is because he's got the captain that he does. This captain having access to Master of the Codex, being the chapter master, means that he has a chance to get more CP, which is actually fairly rare for Space Marine lists. Getting access to that at all is really handy for a chapter that actually really likes their stratagems. And you do have a tough choice as a White Scars player, because between the chaplain, the chapter master like this, or a librarian, because White Scars' psychic powers are really good, there's a lot of HQ options that you could take. And in this case, he's gone full martial. And I can't blame him. It seems like it could work. The captain on bike can absolutely still slap, especially with Chagorian Storm helping them out. And the one thing I think I like the most about this list is that it is actually really balanced. You see a lot of melee chapters go full melee, like no range, maybe a squad of Inceptors. This is actually like 2/3 melee, but like it's got ranged. Between the two squads of attack bikes, the Redemptor Dreadnoughts, and the Plasma Inceptors, like they've got firepower.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what he sort of prioritizes with that firepower and where it sort of goes. Can you just tell them in the TTS chat that I still can't get into the game? So
yeah, will do. Arrow or cannot get in for reasons.
I've messaged both of them on Discord.
Well, I've now let them know in the chat, so
cool.
there you have it. Also, while we're at it, folks, in case if you want to do some casting of your own, I suggest that you remove the top menu, the notes, and the tools, because you're not going to need those while you're spectating. Make it a little bit nicer. So our mission for today, we have rolled up GT 2020 mission 31. This is Overrun. Overrun, if I remember correctly, is a hold 2, hold 3 situation. It is really good for Raise the Banners. This map in particular has a lot of interesting firing lines, good places to hide, a lack of dents, as seems to be the case with Lockjaw's maps at the moment, but that's okay. Are the maps new from last season? This table is Grandmaster Torch. This is table 6. This is brand new to the season. Wow! Look at all the shininess out of it all. The ice, the snow, the dead Chaos Space Marines, and the dead Eldar Guardians. It's beautiful. The Talva is thrilled. With all this said, it's a very shiny new map. And we are currently working our way through our secondaries. For our secondaries, let's take a look at Joko's first. None of these are super surprising to me, at least. We've got Engage on all fronts, Deploy Scramblers, and Assassinate. Arrover, what do you think about those three?
So Overrun's not hold 2, by the way.
It's not a hold 2? I thought it was a hold 2, my bad.
No, I don't. I'm like 90% certain it's not, but I'm just checking it now. Overrun, got it here. So...
Is it taken hold or
it is hold 2, you're right. Okay, right. I forget, I am bamboozled by that. Like, I'm sure I've played this before and someone said it was hold 1.
I feel super good.
Okay. Right, so, yep, it is hold 2. You're quite correct. Forgive me, guys. And So yeah, secondaries, which I cannot still not see the scorecard of.
That's okay. So secondaries for
so,
Joko. We got engage
right.
on all fronts, deploy scramblers, and assassinate.
Okay, so yep, engage on all fronts. Yeah, it's like fine. He's got a fast-moving army. He's got a lot of units that can deep strike, and then he can just score like maybe like 3 points on that, like every turn guaranteed. 2 points. As I hark on about in a few games now, sometimes it can be a bit of a trap because the white scars want you to come up close to them, and you need to get into those table quarters to do that. So maybe the Looney Lion?
Looney Lion, yeah.
Yeah, with that one. And plays around it to get his sort of jump pack inventory positioned so that when Joker goes into a table quarter, he punishes him for it. And then deploy scramblers. Yeah, when I was talking about the list, I kind of understand like why he went for that. You know, it's really easy for him to achieve that, especially on the wide deployments where it's harder to like screen out.
Mm-hmm.
And then assassinate. Yep, White Scars characters want to move up the board to give their buffs to whatever units they're moving up the board with. They're not the sort of characters that are just going to sit at the back all game. So yeah, it makes sense. You know, I'm sure it's going to be perfectly fine. And yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's pretty good choices.
All right, it seems like the Inceptors have indeed been combat squadded. One squad's going to reserves. The Servitors going to reserves as well. Unsurprising there, because the secondaries for our White Scars friend here are engaged on all fronts. Same. Deploy scramblers. Same. And Oath of Moment. Not same, but okay, fair enough. Let's talk about that. Engage on all fronts for a White Scars list is pretty much a guarantee. It's a really safe bet. Because the list tends to be quick, it tends to want to move up in your face, it tends to want to be in all the corners of the map. It seems, by the way, that they were also combat squadding the Vanguard Veterans, so there you have it. And half of the squad is going into reserves. Okay. Engage on all fronts makes perfect sense because you want to be in all corners of the board anyway. You're going to be moving around all over the place, there's a fair amount of deep strike, that's all good. That also synergizes really well with deploy scramblers, because you really want to get that the one in your opponent's deployment zone. You're going to have to be in a far corner. Word, why not? Oath of Moment, I think, is probably the interesting one here. And the reason why I say that is, one, killing characters and vehicles? Sure. Falling back? Probably not going to happen. That's 2 points a turn pretty regularly. But the two for standing in the middle, there's no objectives here. And that has always been, at least as far as we've been casting, a bit of a trap. Because it means that you're not putting your very few elite units on the objectives where you need them to be. So as lovely as it is, it seems like it's just going to be another 10-point scorer, unless if he starts sacrificing models to put in the middle, which the Orc player is, like, fine with.
Yeah, it's a really good place for those Mega Nubs in that truck, just to go. If you put in everything in the middle, I'm just going to jump on my truck, and, you know, these Mega Nubs are just going to beat you to death. Like, whatever you put in the center, get that area of the board just zoned out.
Yeah.
But you also have your smash guns just lying down that central tunnel as well to shoot anything that attempts to go into the middle of the board as well. So you've got a really good like arc of line of sight right down there as well.
Yeah.
So that's something that Joker, I think, Oath of Moments is something that like a lot of people have learned to like counterplay against, knowing that your opponent has to go to the middle of the board, so you can kind of do your best to prevent it. And I think it's an evolution of 9th edition. We're seeing a lot more counterplay come out for these like secondaries that used to be like super like auto include in this. And it's like the same with like deploy scramblers as well. People have learned to just like zone out their opponent zone.
It's not as easy to guarantee anymore, especially not for Dark Eldar. It's still really good and easy for them compared to other factions, but you know, with sadly their new book's being used is not being used in season 7, didn't make the cutoff, but with their new book, like one of the easy guarantees to do that with was like a ghoul or some like an Urghoul or something like that, and they don't have access to that nearly as much anymore because they're now a big old unit of them. So if you just bring an Urghoul, great, but like otherwise, if you want to bring the rest of the interesting characters in that section, you can't really deploy scramblers with them.
Yeah, exactly. And especially when you got like the free objectives just like so close to your deployment zone anyway, it can be easy to sort of screen out. The difference is like the Space Marine units that are going to come and do that are a lot more tanky than say like 5 Stormbolts.
Yeah.
Just have like 6 up armor, 6 up involves, 6 up armor coming down. And yeah, I think, well, they're checking for auras right now, but I'm guessing they're just going to check like deep strike deployments like later on as well. So one thing we've seen Joker do in the past with his grots is zone out. Ari's done that as well.
Yep.
He's done that really effectively with them. That's kind of like his use for them. I've seen him even like use the jump to just get them to an area to screen out part of the board before, which is really nice play. Obviously with the jump packs, that makes it a bit more difficult in this matchup. It's not like it's Dark Angels Terminators roaming up the board. So let's see if he kind of plays along the lines of that sort of plan, or he just kind of doesn't bother and just leaves them on the home objective like all game, which is fine as well.
Yeah,
there's not really a huge use for them. I'm curious as to where his smash guns are going to go for sure. Like the 6 multi-metals is no joke when it comes to like smasher guns. They will quite happily like murder, like on average I'd say like 3 of them a turn.
Yeah, easily. Mind you, the same can be said right back. The attack bikes are weak to those mech guns. They can do a lot of damage, and rolling a 5 on 2 dice is not super hard to do, especially with, the Grot Mob's ability to reroll once to hit, and they're already increased accuracy over the other orcs, meaning that like your smasher guns probably could do some work. Not to mention all the buggies are capable of ripping and tearing them apart. Like, if the one thing that Joko's list has really going for it against those attack bikes is that his bikes are better in melee, specifically the scrap jets. So it'll be up to the rest of the melee-centric units in the White Scars army to make sure that those attack bikes are well protected, and good movement from the White Scars to make sure that the attack bikes continue to live, because those are going to be a key unit in this game. Being able to wipe out those vehicles, a lot easier with multi-meltas than it is going to be with chainswords.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see where the attack bikes go. Like, he's looking at this to like back row. I think he should deploy them on like each individual flank, because the issue is like Joker's not put down a single smash gun yet. So if he deploys both units, there can be a bit of counter deploy. So a lot of people in the chat asking who is commentating. So Slow Wolf is Alpha League's streaming coordinator. He's been doing awesome work for Alpha League and the TTS40K Discord server. So all the visuals and everything that you're seeing have been created by him, and without him we couldn't do this.
Organized by me, to be fair.
Okay.
Malice, and there's been the artwork of plenty of lovely artists that do a lot of the Warhammer 40K artwork.
That's also true. Malice as well has done some great artwork for this, and I'm just a pleb that actually runs the tournament. So
yeah, you run the whole tournament. Do you have any idea how hard that is? For those of you that don't know, Alpha League Season 7 has 140 players in it. 140 in a tournament. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people to organize. And like Erever is doing this out of the goodness of his heart. So like, wowie, good job. It's worth mentioning as well that we're not the only, I'm not the only person, it's not just the visuals that are important here. Our audio is I'm currently using Argo Fox on YouTube. So if you're wondering where this music is coming from, go check out Argo Fox over on YouTube, ARGOFOX. He produces a lot of commercially available and useful music, but also just like, hey, it slaps a good chunk of the time. Today's music is going to be to Pants, specifically Pants. You do you. There we go. We're finally in. Yeah, so go ahead and check out Argo Fox as well. Right, so let's check out some more deployment here. We have the scrap guns being put down now. These smasher guns are going to be able to do some serious work. Interesting placement for them. I actually would have really liked them on a different flank myself, but I could see why here makes sense. 3 of them are fairly well hidden from the majority of the multi-meltas. Now they can move really fast. These are White Scars multi-meltas. Let's not forget, these things speed across the entire table. And we'll get line of sight on whatever they want, pretty much. But on the other side of the map here, there's a really cool like line of sight issue going on here, and maybe that's just me being the Tau player I am, but they could easily move into positions to give them line of sight up through this alleyway, up this alleyway. Yeah. So where he's placing them right now, Joko's actually trying to think of a more central placement around here, putting the guns into the ruins, potentially getting shots off through the central objective, poking around here, and more importantly, protecting this objective and this objective with their threat range, which makes sense if he's deciding to push there. We don't know, though, since he's been deploying kind of all over the place and being very cagey with his deployment. The Shock Jump Drax does, it doesn't matter where they are now. They'll just teleport wherever they want to be later on. Whereas Looney Lion over here, very solid idea, just going to make sure that he's got one flank secured. The other flank relatively well secured. These infiltrators are not going to be in danger of being attacked by shock jump dragsters anytime soon, because they are largely hidden, and they stop the dragsters from coming within 12 inches of them. Man, infiltrators, they do stuff. So this idea makes good sense to me. They've got the objective. For now, fine. What tends to happen in this map is one of two things. One, the first one is that people like to sit in their deployment zone, hold their 3, and just stand and fire. That's very much a strategy that a lot of Dark Angels, AdMech players would use. Whilst running interference with other things, you end up having some sisters lists that are also happy and confident doing that. In this case, what I think is going to happen instead is that the players are largely going to try to trade sides as much as possible. You can see from Looney Lion's deployment that he's obviously putting a lot of stock on this northwestern flank here, and that if Joko decides to meet that, it's going to be a lot of heavy resistance. Joko, on the other hand, we still don't really know exactly where everything's going. He's got the Booster Blasters coming down here, though. Booster Blasters are good at moving quickly and taking out hordes. However, we're starting to see one of the major problems with this list. It's hard to deploy. When you got this many buggies, it takes up a lot of space.
There, like for a few moments, he's placing like more of this orc technology around it. Yeah, like he's going here super hard on like one flank, trying to get that swing around, which is like a classic sort of White Scars maneuver, or any unit with fast units can achieve that. It does leave him vulnerable on the other flank though, and that's where Joker's now putting in response to that. Because he's seen both units of attack bikes go down there, the majority of force on the other flank to try to do a similar sort of maneuver. And we say this a lot, like with this mission in particular, or the one that has the objective like central, as well. Like you end up actually playing more of a sort of like long ways deployment with the smaller board size and 2 fast moving armies. And the orcs are fast moving guys; they're not slow, you know. So we might see that develop during the game, which is always like interesting, and when that happens, it does tend to lead for a more sort of like closed, drawn out game, as opposed to a faster sort of stomp by one side. So I think we're definitely in the market to see that. I'm just gonna say this right now that the Raulo versus Demon Forge game was like hilarious. And if you haven't already, go watch that one.
That was a pretty good one.
That was so funny. Like, I think people have made like 4 clips of that game already. Like, various situations that kind of like aroused from it. There were some really dumb things that happened. Like that match, it was hilarious. It was great. Like, some of the best entertainment I've watched in it, like in all of like March and April combined, I think.
So, when it comes to the deployment, like you said before, it makes sense. The other thing I just thought of, the other reason why Joko's deploying on the other side here isn't just to trade sides, but also to keep most of his vehicles away from all these attack bikes.
Exactly. Yeah, there's that as well, for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure you mentioned that, but my brain kind of zoned out when I was looking at chat for a second. So, let's take a look here. So first off, Pizza Guardian has something to say. First off, apparently our voices sound familiar. Maybe.
Yeah, I already covered that.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Like.
But secondarily, is it surprising that Games Workshop has not released an official game that is exactly like this? It is actually now, to a certain degree. They have released they've contracted a game developer to make Underworlds, on Steam, and it's actually solid. It's a really good reproduction of the Underworlds game. So if you have played Underworlds, like the Steam game is good, give it a whirl. I like it. I also like the business model better than the actual Underworld's business model in real life. So, let's go for it.
I mean, okay, so from GW Games' perspective, how do they beat, like, Dawn of War 1? I think, and Space Marine, those are, like, the 2, like, best IP, like, games that they ever licensed to go into production. And we haven't really, to my knowledge, seen, like, Dawn of War 2 was pretty good, but a lot of people didn't like the fact that it was more like an RPG than, a tabletop game.
It takes some getting used to, for sure.
Yeah. And other than that, like, I don't know how they go upwards and onwards from, like, those 2 products, because they were, like, amazingly good. I know a lot of people talk about a couple of the mobile games that they produce, say that they're interesting. I never got into the re-release of Space Hulk. That was something I never really got into, because there's been a few, right? There's been, like, the one that was, like, turn-based, that came out, like the classic game, and then there was the one that was more sort of just like action based, which had like apparently it had a really good like narrative, like plot to it that went along with it. But there's something I never really played. I think it was the price tag was like too much when it came out. But I like it.
As far as new games that are coming out, apparently Battle Sector is a thing. It's Tyranids versus Blood Angels, so if you want some more of that, go nuts. But the things that have me interested right now for 40k, Darktide being announced is pretty cool. And I mean, I'm always looking at stuff like Battlefleet Gothic. Seems like it's got some pretty neat narrative stuff. Like you said.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Sorry.
Yeah, like there's some cool stuff there for sure.
Like it's so good. Like the first one. The second one's just a reskin of it, so it's not that exciting. But the first Battlefleet Gothic game surely did something that was really good. If you're wanting to get into that,
for sure.
The more sort of like fantasy sort of based, you get the I forget, and I played it to death. The Total War. Warhammer Total War is like so good.
It's stellar, yeah. And if you want some really good reviews on that, Mandalorian, YouTube channel, like there's the Mandalore, I think his name is. Anyway, on YouTube, he's got a really good series of reviews about all the DLC for it, and you know, the actual Total War game and everything. Like, go ahead and check out those reviews if you're actually curious about Total War at all. I've heard lots of good things. It's great for those kinds of strategy game, lovers out there. But hey, I'm a sucker for just like the first Dawn of War was really solid. I play a lot of TTS, so like,
yeah,
I'm
I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like to get your tabletop fix, you're just gonna go on TTS.
Yeah, I think that the main thing with Dawn of War 3 is that it looked a bit MOBA-ish. I'd like to try it out at some point just to, get my hands on it.
I never tried it. I've got to admit, I just kind of... So I know so many people have had like bad experience with it, but it just got to the point of...
Well, it's just not Dawn of War 1, right? So like that probably hurt.
Exactly.
But that's also like saying, hey,
Do you know what the best thing about Dawn of War 1 was though?
What?
The voice files. They were so on point. The first Dawn of War, the voices they did for like every like faction were so perfect that it just was the icing on top of the cake for that game.
Okay, so we're coming up to the finalization of deployment here. Looney Lion really going hard on this western flank, for sure. This is going to be a bit brutal, and if Joko tries to defend this at all, it might be rough. There is a Deathkiller Wartrike just hiding back here with a few Storm Boys, and I'm like, why?
That's the war boss. That's the war boss, right? Like he's
you think so, but the war boss on Warbike is like right central, right in the middle here.
Oh, okay. That'd be so awesome. If it was just the war boss on this flank, just staring down all these white scars, and he's just like gonna charge them himself.
Yeah, right. Just by like the thing is, the Deathkiller Wartrike isn't awful. His Snagger Claw, does do damage. It's D3 damage. It's not perfect, but hey, in a day and age where damage 2 is actually a liability in some matchups, it's something. The main thing is that he can advance and charge, and he can potentially slow things down turn 1. If not, he might be able to move around, but his base is huge. He's not going to be able to go around where it's safe, so the Deathkiller Wartrike is stuck where he is, effectively. It's a strange deployment for me. Everything else, Joko has on the right flank.
Lunaline is aware that we're playing Dawn of War style deployment and not search and destroy, right?
Yes, but what's going to happen with this tradesies, which tends to happen on this mission, or at least which is a common strategy on this mission, is that it will become a hammer and anvil situation, where each player controls a west and then the eastern front. The question is that who controls their front faster, and then who can then hit the weaker points that have been left behind as quickly as possible, and who can defend harder. And there's the really tough question because for Joko, because currently his defense consists of a Deathkiller Wartrike, a few Smasher Guns, and maybe the Megatrak Scrap Jets. Everything else is going on this eastern flank, which is being defended by Infiltrators, which makes the Shock Jump Tracks that's a little bit sad, and then Vanguard Veterans. And these Vanguard Veterans aren't invincible, but if they get the initiative and they're able to strike first with a good charge, then Joko could be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, for sure. And he's gone for this option of I thought the White Scars would leave a couple of units like back in Deep Strike just to kind of react to what the Orcs are doing, with all these like fast buggies and everything like that, because literally like all his Inceptors are in this corner like right now, so Joker can just play around that, and he has done with deployment anyway, to just go, oh great, I'm just gonna ignore them for a couple of turns. Like there's no like Deep Strike threat of all this plasma coming down to wreck some buggies. And same with the attack bikes as well. Like everything is like in this corner, like here. Like I'm not sure how I feel about this. Like we'll have to
They're
see if
so
it pops out.
fast it almost doesn't matter though. Like if they're a little out of position, they won't be in 2 turns.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I said like he'll give him Joker like a couple of turns at most to sort of play around it, and then they will be in your face. So we'll have to see how that one pans out, and I think first turn is going to be like a big deal
For sure.
both players as well. I think they both want it. Like it's not quite one of those where you like wanting to go second. You both do a lot of damage at range, and you definitely want to play to the point where you can get that first turn off and deal as much range damage as possible. We've got the Redemptor, tons of firepower, 2 units of stat bikes. I don't think the Inceptors get much this turn. We'll have to see, but everything else is there to shoot. And then the Orcs, we've got all these smasher guns looking for targets, able to get a couple actually. Like I think like can definitely with some slight movements get some range onto some of the attack bikes for sure on turn 1.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think they both want first turn. And so who do you think is going to take this one, Slow Wolf?
So I've asked the chat as well who's favored here. And I think that's a pretty good way of putting it, because we have no idea who's going to win. But who do I think is favored? That's a tough call. I really do think it comes down to 2 things. Whoever gets first turn, and whoever weathers that first turn best. If the Orcs get first turn, they have the ability to really swap to the other side and potentially do a decent amount of damage to these attack bikes. And with the attack bikes out of the way, there aren't going to be a whole lot of answers for them to really be able to, like, the immediate answers to deal with all these buggies. The shotgun projectors can easily move over to the other side. The Megatrack Scrapjets can easily move over to the other side. The Smasher Guns are just a short move away from being able to see everything on that side. The Deathkill Wartrike can then go in and do some damage. And then at that point, that really blunts the White Scar's offensive. However, they do have an Apothecary. Like, it is in the right spot to be able to protect them. So I think that if Joko goes first, he has a real chance of being super favored. If the White Scars go first, it's a lot more even. I'm going to say that it is based off of that, Joko's favored. Additionally, the White Scars need to get into the middle, and there's a really good incentive not to with the truck with the Mega Knobs inside of it, outside of multi-melta damage, just like full stop. I think it's Orcs.
Okay, so you said it's not about winning. I'll ask you another question in that regard. Are the Orcs currently fighting in this game?
Then they've already won. Also, it's Looney Lions first.
There we go, exactly. So it doesn't matter what the poll is saying right now. The Orcs win regardless in this game.
Well,
The
how's the
actual
saying
match
go?
result might say otherwise at the end of it, but we all know that the Orcs have actually won.
Okay,
already.
so Silverhawk112 asks, what does Oath of Moment do? Oath of Moment is a secondary for Space Marines specifically. What it does is it takes a look at several checks at the end of the round. The first check is, do you have a Space Marine unit that is wholly within 6 inches of the middle? If so, you get 2 victory points for the secondary. The second check it does is, have you killed a monster or character or vehicle unit? If so, you get 1 point. And finally, it checks, have any of your models fallen back? If no, or failed morale. And if not, you get another point. So you can get a total of 4 points per turn with that thing, starting from the first round, which is just insane. A lot of other secondaries wait till second round to get you those kinds of points. Like Necrons Purge the Vermin, you only start scoring in the second round. Drakari, hem them in or surround them, or whichever one it is, same deal. You have to wait till the second round. Oath of Moment, boom, starts turn 1. It's really strong, and it's a good choice because at the very least, they've already done so, however. It's a really good choice here because of the fact that there's vehicles everywhere, and if they don't fall back, the White Scars are scoring at least 2 points a turn. The problem there is that it's just 10 points. So what you're looking to do is start scoring a couple of extra turns of points by sending something in the middle, and that is something that Joko has a serious answer to. So we'll see how that works out. The only other pick that we have right now that's different between the two armies is that the Orcs have Assassinate. Assassinate is one of those few things that works against Space Marines, but only because if you're getting Assassinate, chances are you've already won. And you are trying to remove assets from the Space Marine list. There are a total of 4 characters, as far as I can tell. There's the Lieutenant Reaver Armor, the Apothecary, the Captain. Actually, I'm struggling to find it. What is there a 4th character? Let me check the list again, because if there isn't, I'm actually in a bit of a pickle here. Captain, Lieutenant, Primaris Apothecary.
Captain.
Yeah, Captain, Lieutenant, Primaris Apothecary.
That's it.
So a total of 9 points. Effectively, Joko's put himself in a situation where he has to table the opponent to get 9 points. Yeesh. Mind you, that's, like, what else could he pick? Is an interesting question here because of the fact that the Space Marines kill so hard. While we stand, we fight isn't maybe not a good option. There's no way to pick any of the other horde clearing ones because there's not a horde of models on the other side. It's tough. It's tough. And because he went for deploy scramblers, which again makes perfect sense for orcs, it's easy to do. Joko's in a situation where his secondaries consist of the two categories where you want to kill things or keep your guys alive, and those are both very rough options here.
Domination is difficult because it's hull 2.
And also, why would you choose domination when you can choose engage on all fronts in this situation?
Yeah, because they're the same category. Yeah, so you got to bear that in mind. Some of the secondaries are like category locks, so you're looking for like the best thing for the matchup in that category. 9 points is still okay. Like it's better than like none or like 5.
Yeah.
And he has to move these characters forward for them to be like effective in what they're doing. So he'll definitely pick up points on it, and the orcs do have the ability to like just teleport like one of these units and maybe get a snipe off if he's not careful.
Yeah.
Well. So it's not the end of the world. It could be rough. Like he could play into it and just be like, okay, well I've actually got decent shooting, so I can just keep my character castle back for like 3 turns, and maybe come to me and then fight and then use my Vanguard Vets, which are in Deep Strike Reserve, forgive me, I believe, to come down and ruin your day.
Yeah. So for reserves, it's worth mentioning. For the White Scars player, we have the squad of servitors, 1/2 of the Inceptors, and 1/2 of the Vanguard Veterans. For a total of like 300, almost 400 points, I think, for all those, because the Inceptors are like 150. The Vanguard Veterans are probably another 150. So yeah, like 300 or so points worth of reserves. For the Orcs, we've got 2 squads of Commandos, 1 squad of Storm Boys. And then the Mega Knobs are inside the truck here, which is on this eastern flank over here. So there are your reserves for right now. The Storm Boys and the Commandos can do pretty much whatever. One of them is within the Grot detachment, hilariously, for the Commandos. But yeah, you get the idea. You type the list and someone will provide. Well, yeah, that's kind of what we're stuck with. So here, have not the lists. Hold on. Let me just copy my document where I do this now to make things real easy. Boom. There's your lists. So far we got the Redemptor moving into the middle here. The idea is to probably start shooting down these smasher guns with the plasma, with the macroplasma incinerator. Now, that's not a reliable source of damage. It is damage, potentially, if it works. But it's not, again, it's not reliable because it's D6 shots and they still have to hit and wound. And it's hitting on 3s. It means that its chances are not going to be doing too much. The orders received might mean that it's got the chapter master rerolls, but even then, like D6 shots makes it super, super random, so we'll have to see. But yeah, that's the idea here. Right now, I think that honestly, Looney Lion needs to use the first turn, but it's a tricky first turn. You don't want to go out too far. You don't want to make yourself too available to be shot, because orc shooting is hilariously better than, well, I mean, a variety of other armies that have shooting. Tau, for instance. Orcs shoot better than Tau, despite the fact that Tau is supposty to be a shooty army. And yeah, like, he doesn't want to like put his stuff out in the open too much, or at least you'd think not. These Assault Intercessors, however, are going to go and run out, and I guess be a barrier, to make it so that way it's difficult to get through them. That would be the idea that I'm thinking of here. What I would expect out of a lot of White Scars players is the ability to really use these attack bikes to move out, get some kills on something, or to move out and stage for a second turn strike back. The only thing that Tau are good at is losing. You know what? Come at me. I got a tie. I will see you in the schoolyard at 4:30. In all seriousness, though, yeah, Tau are in a rough spot. But that's for another time. The White Scars are also okay. So obviously the idea I was thinking of is not happening here. We've got the attack bikes that are now kind of blocked in where they are. I have to wonder where they're going to go. Like, there's a little bit of space here for an attack bike to potentially squeeze through, but that's going to cost them a bit of movement, when it would just be easier to be like, zoop, over to the other side, blast some scrap jets, blast some custom boosted blasters, and call it a day. But no dice. Okay. Cool. We'll have to see there. Again, this is going to be a really careful turn here out of Looney Lion. He's going to need to be safe while at the same time trying to score at least a small advantage to force Joko to deal with his stuff. If Looney Lion does not do anything this turn, then Joko's like really happy about that. You know, these attack bikes need to kill something and something worthwhile this turn to really, you know, cement some form of advantage. Otherwise, there will be a counterpunch, and it is going to suck. The Death Killer Wartrike, for instance, if it's not dead, will be able to charge these attack bikes as it stands right now, unless these infiltrators move out. These attack bikes still have yet to move, and they don't really have any place to go. They might be able to squeeze in through the back here, but I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking the attack bikes can't actually fit past here. So they're going to have to move through the front. They're bikes, so they don't get to move through ruined walls, because they're not infantry beast to swarm. So they'll have to move around. That's going to cost them some movement. The Vanguard Veterans, they're going to take a turn or two. They're going to be the turn 3 situation here. The Vanguard Vets are going to be the turn 2 drop in and try to assault things. So, yeah. The Redemptor Dreadnought here is also the only thing holding this objective. I'm wondering if maybe the Inceptors don't want to like move out there, or the Captain wants to move out there just to protect the Redemptor and make sure that the center objective doesn't get just blasted off. Because you do need to hold 2, hold 3 in this mission, and as soon as that center objective gets blown up, which again orcs can do wonderfully. You know, there's definitely some problems that could happen if he doesn't defend that with more than just the Redemptor Dreadnought. It's durable, but it's not like the most durable thing on the planet. It's not like this is an Iron Hands Dreadnought, so...
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a problem just having this one Dreadnought to hold this, like, one objective in your backfield, hopefully. Like, if he may underestimate the Orc's firepower, because that... If I saw that, like, turn 1 end of movement phase, I'd be like, I know I'm killing on my turn 1. Like, move you off that for primary scoring, for sure. Like, granted, because, like, it is hull 2, I mean, he'd still have, like, the other 2 objectives at this stage.
Yeah, but then that's just 5 points.
Yeah, and he still needs to, like, then move something else onto that objective, like, next turn. So we'll see how it goes in that regard. There's plenty of units around that he could put on it. Maybe even a character behind the Dreadnought in the ruin to keep it safe and keep it secure. But we'll see what he does with that one. But yeah, great observation. Like, for sure, he's kind of presenting this Dreadnought as a target, and he's facing the wrong way as well, which always peeves me for some reason.
It peeves me too.
He's not even here. He's like looking and making sure that like the other side of this battlefield is fine right now.
Hold on, I will hold the rear, brothers.
Exactly. Yeah.
Go forth.
What he's doing. He's not even aware that there's an objective there.
Actually, you know what? He's using a new fighting style that these assault intercessors are also using, by the way, which is the bum rush, the literal bum rush. They just walk up and do a Peach from Smash Bros. Level side B attack.
Yeah.
Just like jump backwards, hit them with your button, they'll hopefully explode in a puff of hearts and blood. It'll be fine. The Apothecary moving up to support this core castle here, and it seems like that's going to be the strategy that Looney Lion's going for, is just castling on this objective and then turn to trying to take the objective from Joko. Makes sense. And it is a really durable castle, all things considered, especially with the Apothecary granting that 6-up Feel No Pain. The Vanguard Veterans aren't going to go anywhere, really. The attack bikes need to be wiped, and they're tough, you know, a 4-wound model with a 6 of Feel No Pain that can get, like, just, if you kill only 1, congratulations, you've done nothing, because the Apothecary just brings it back for free. There's also the Captain and everything. Like, this is pretty much the entire Space Marine army on this objective, and it makes me wonder, maybe Joko just goes, you know what, I'm gonna nope out of here with my highly mobile army and do literally anything else.
Exactly, yeah. So this is what we're talking about, like, during the deployment. He can literally just ignore this for, like, a couple of turns.
Alright, so Lieutenant Chachi says, I have no idea what's going on. Well, allow us to introduce things here. It is turn 1, top of turn 1 right now. White Scars have gotten the first turn, going up against orcs. These orcs are all in buggies or on mech guns. It's mechanized, to say the least. This first turn for the White Scars could potentially be extremely brutal. Everything's advancing to move into position to take this objective and hold it, and potentially do a lot of damage. The question is, to what? As a lot of this stuff is staring down at this one mech gun and saying, we will kill this, to which Joko says, okay.
Okay, that's fine. That's 35 points.
So, like, that's currently what it seems to be happening here. We theorize there might be some other ideas, like moving the attack bikes to the eastern flank to potentially snipe some Megatrack scrapjets. No. It seems as if Looney Lion's playing this very safe, very cagey, going for this castle and this objective, and we'll see afterwards how this goes.
Yeah, so the one thing he is doing is Joker's not getting, like, 3 points on engage right now for a couple of turns at least, because there's no way he wants to go into that table quarter with anything.
Yeah.
Like, it's just going to give him free movement at the end of the day if he decides to do that with charge, and whatever he puts in there will die. But that's fine. He can still get 2 points on engage, like, relatively happily for the vast majority of the game. That's still 10 points on that, so sure he's absolutely fine with that. The one thing I was just checking, sorry, was could he potentially teleport something into this back corner where he's left these infiltrators here, and it does look like that they have managed to screen that out, fortunately. So there'll be no sneaky buggies like making their way there with a teleport.
No, that's the beauty of infiltrators. You don't even get the chance to attempt the charge.
Yeah, because the 12-inch, right? Yeah, exactly. That would have been hilarious, though. Just this one buggy threatening that objective all of a sudden, blocking line of sight from the big run. But yeah, no psychic phase from either player as well for this one. Like, no psychers in either list.
Yeah,
which is strange. Normally you see, like, normally always see, like, weird boys, but I guess it, like I said earlier, it doesn't really complement his list, like, too well to have a weird boy in it. So it's just kind of a waste of points.
Yeah, in this list specifically, it's not super great, especially when you can get a very similar option by just being like, hey, my guy's Deep Strike for naturally.
So Joker has spent CP, by the way, for the Big Mech Force Field to go out as well, I believe, to 9 inches as opposed to 3. So that's why he's currently down to 4 from his 7.
Yeah,
so that gives sense. everything in that bowl has 5 up in bowl right now.
Yeah, which is great and all, but there's not a whole lot of shooting that's going to go into that bubble.
Yeah, I think the positioning could have been better. Like, if he put the Big Mech, like, the bottom central objective where he knew the vast majority of the firepower was going to be, then that would have been, like, far more effective, like this turn.
Yeah, for sure.
Don't be shy.
For sure.
5 of pinball is great. It's like 1/3 of damage I'm just ignoring.
T5. Great. T5, so wounding on.
And orcs are squishy as hell, so it really does make a difference.
Right, so 2 at minus.
Interesting. Chat does bring up a very good point in that one of the scrapjets probably couldn't have been redeployed by the thing, but I don't think that's what happened in the game. Kind of a brutal does state clan, but the I think the thing that was redeployed that could have been redeployed would have been Smash Gun. Speaking of which, one's gone down. Macroplasma Incinerator doing what it does best.
First blood has been achieved by the White Scars. We were expecting that.
It's a worm special right there, by the way, folks.
That's an 8th edition special. Because you always, like, 90% of your ITC games you always took old school because it was so.
Corindor asks, is there any reason for Space Marines to go in butt forwards, or do you simply forget to rotate them?
No, this Contemptor is guarding the rear, as we stated, like looking at threats coming from the dice roller and the board and everything else, and the objective markers and Lillian's name and picture as well. That's what he's doing. That's why when he shoots, and I want to see when he shoots, he's going to miss all his shots because he's facing the wrong way. That's what happens.
6 is to save. Nope. Damage.
It's D6.
Alright, we got some D6 damages coming out. It's 8 damage total.
8 damage.
That is a dead scrapjet, so it's 2 of the mech guns down. Protocol just asks, do orcs have to jump? And if yes, why aren't White Scars scared of losing primaries? No, they don't have to jump. And it seems the entire shooting phase resulted in 2 mech guns being scrapped. As we expected. Now at this point, the question is, can Joko strike back harder and put the White Scars on the back foot? This is where things get important. This is where things get difficult, to quote that one Australian kangaroo. What other kind of kangaroo do you find, I guess? Do you not know that meme? The one where it's like, okay, we can be friends, but after that, it gets difficult. Right now, it's when things get difficult. We can deploy. We can go ahead and relish the fact that we both have fast armies, but after that, it gets difficult.
Yeah, I can shoot you. Okay,
So yeah, his Death Killer Wartrike's like able to quite happily get into the side here. Fair enough, they have fallback and charge, but fallback and shoot does cost CP, so just trying to make him burn some CP there for that, which is a smart enough play, to be quite honest. And he can't do it on both units, so like tagging both the attack back and the Inceptors means that something is not shooting next turn, if it survives in combat, that is, or if it doesn't just kill everything.
Yeah, the Snagger Claw can definitely do some work at D3 damage. Strength +2 means that it is a Strength 7, AP -2, D3 damage attack. It's not bad. The important thing is that there's going to be
going straight in as well. I love this.
Oh baby, here he goes.
He's not mucking about like.
No. Makes sense. I like the idea here. This is going to slow down the Space Marines considerably and stop them from getting on this objective. Meanwhile, the rest of the Orc army that can do the movement that they need to are going to be able to run over this side almost entirely.
I love the fact that like slay the Warlord is like no longer a thing, so you can just do this with your War Boss. Like you don't care if he dies. Like he just goes in and kills some stuff. It's great.
Yeah. Like this is really cool, and I honestly think that this is gonna be an interesting turn, to say the least. It seems like Joko's going all in. With Orcs in this matchup, you probably have to.
The thing is he can bottleneck him into this like table quarter now with some smart movement, like out of the rest of his force. Lunar Line has chosen to play in this table quarter, so Joko's going to go, okay, you're playing in that table quarter then. Like that, I'm fine with this. I will outscore you on primary because you're only like threatening like one objective like right now, and I have the speed to go everywhere else on the board and look at maybe getting like max on primary like on turn 2.
Yeah, and especially because with White Scars missing a turn of engage on all fronts, this play already gives a 2-point, maybe even 3-point, because of where this truck is, advantage on the secondaries, which is a big deal. It means that the White Scars are going to need to score engage on all fronts next turn. They should be able to, but they do have a few reserve units that they need to use, and they need to use them carefully, so we'll see. In addition, Joko is going to definitely put in a bit more of a hammer blow. He's going to remove at least 1 or 2 assets this turn if everything goes his way. Now, this is Orcs. Everything going your way is not a part of the plan. Under pretty much any and all circumstances, random dice luck is going to affect you. So we'll have to see how that works out for our buddy here. We got our friend here with the force field just moving out, making sure to protect the buggies as best as possible. Lieutenant Chachi also asks, wait, Orcs have a plan? And Joko, yep, has a plan, has to.
Always have a plan. That's
that mech boy is in the doorway there. That's the reason why that works.
Armageddon, both times. Graskell is rather smart, it turns out.
And this army is cunning but brutal. Silver Star next, just for reference. Wog equals
and
bland.
Everyone going on about drifting in the chat, yeah. Like, learned it from the Eldar, clearly. Like, the true masters of drifting.
Oh, man. So, yeah, we start to see that everything's kind of lining up to kill this Redemptor. That's a big problem. And that the White Scars really should have seen this one coming. If the Redemptor goes down, suddenly the Primaris Marines are... Like, the White Scars are looking at a 5-point primary turn. And they're going to have to work hard to make sure that they avoid a 15-point primary from Joko.
Yes.
That's a big problem.
Oh, that one can, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think, like I said, I think there were a few mistakes in deployment from the White Scars. You can't put everything in like one corner on this solid mission. But we'll see if the plan works. He's going to have to fight his way out now, is the problem.
Right
across the board.
Dragster's moving across the board to shoot some attack bikes.
Yes.
Can't blame him.
I mean, it is orc shooting, so it could all just bounce off and do nothing. That's one of the most hilarious things about orc shooting. Daka only gets you so far. Or it could absolutely wreck a good 500 points of this White Scars force,
Yeah.
The other luckiest gets, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, but if they even put in a dent and kill off one of the multi-melta squads, suddenly Joko's laughing to a certain degree, since a lot of his army is based off the fact, hey, and heck, he's got No, he's got Oath of Moment. He did not go for any kill secondaries. But like if Joko can get rid of the attack bikes, then suddenly Looney Lion's looking at a tough uphill job when it comes to being able to target and kill the vehicles that are all over the other side of the field here. Whereas on the flip side, this elite army is largely stranded. You have several fast-moving units, but they are definitely not as fast as buggies.
Need to be on
Yeah, it was Dawn of War deployment.
Dawn of War deployment. But
just
with
the White Scars opted to mostly play search and destroy.
yeah. Well, and which makes sense. That is a popular strategy for this map, and one that you can definitely consider if you've got a castle list that shoots really well. Going for this kind of I swap sides with you situation here is fine. But Joko's totally okay with playing a far more mobile, far more disparate game. All of his models, all of his units are capable of just jumping around, doing whatever, moving super fast, assaulting, shooting. It all goes as far as Joko's concerned. He's happy playing the field and picking on your weaknesses. It's a weird orcish version of an Eldar list.
So you said there was no kill secondaries. I guess Oath of the Moment is a bit of a kill secondary because you still get points for killing vehicles, right?
Yeah, 1 point per turn. Congratulations.
Yeah.
That's definitely bring it down.
Better than nothing. Like,
yeah, but like imagine bring it down to the same thing, but a point per vehicle. So obviously
he's not falling back. This turn, so he's gonna get like 2 points for Oath, like at the end of the battle round, I guess. Like, you know.
Yeah, like Oath is still worth 10 points a turn so long as nothing falls back or fails morale. And he has killed 2 mech guns. Those are vehicles. So like he's gotten his point for that. Congratulations. And he will definitely get his point for not falling back. But Oath of Moment means that he's putting units into the middle here where there are no objectives. And that's something that Joko's totally happy with. Especially when he's got a truck with mega knobs, like, threatening literally the middle and a full objective here full of Vanguard Veterans. And there's almost no counterplay to this thing now. Because the attack bike's on the wrong side of the map to really stop these mega knobs from doing what they want. Like, I like this placement here. This is a nice mega knob outpost. And if anything does start going into this mega knob outpost, the entire body of trucks can just move to the other side and kill whatever went into it.
Yeah, so like I was saying, he's just looking to box him into this corner right now.
Yep.
Like, makes total sense. And then the mega knobs are there just as counterpunch, or if they don't use counterpunch, they can just go for that objective in the northeast. Because it's like infiltrators on it.
Yeah, infiltrators, 5 Vanguard Veterans, and there could be support, but the support's gonna be 9 inches away, and it's not like White Scars have easy charges at a deep strike, do they?
Okay,
they do? Oh, nuts.
There's the 4+ on the advance. There's the buggy just going like yeet wherever I want to go. So he's done that a couple of times. Just to explain that to chat in case they're wondering like what's going on there. Like,
yeah, they have don't they have a job, a mech job on those guys? Let me just check this one. They should. Scrapjacks. Yeah, so the shock jump drags does have something called a gyroscopic whirligig. That allows them to teleport across the battlefield all the time, whenever they want. It's super, super good. It's very worth bringing. If you're bringing shock jump transtas, bring the whirligig.
Yeah, it's great. So we're going to go into shooting now, I believe. I think he's done all his movement, and we're starting out with the Death Killer Warstrike. Of course, he rolls a 6, and then a Death Skull.
Okay. Winning on a 3, there's a wound. AB4? Which gun is this one again? I've forgotten.
So, some random gun that the Death Killer Warstrike has.
5 damage.
Oh no, I think that's Smash Gun, sorry. Like,
oh, that's the Death Killer Warstrike's gun. He's got a Kilokutta. It's a Melt-A-Gun. Assault 2 Melt-A-Gun. Strength 8 AP minus 4 d6 damage. With the old Melta rules. So right now he's looking to kill an attack bike with that, I think. Is what he targeted. We'll have to see. And there's a bunch of 6 feel no pains. Chance! Math says it's dead. Math agrees.
why do bikes get feel no pains?
So let's see. What died here? What was he targeting?
He has 6 twin boomstick shots, which is 2, 4, 6, and I think he has a rule on them that if he's in half range.
Well, he's gonna have to remove a model at some point.
Yeah, he's like.
Yeah. Okay, so it's the far attack bike. Okay, cool. So those boomsticks are also going into there. Gets the Deka because of that stuff. He has not needed to reroll to wound yet.
Yep. Saving that for something.
So in comes that. Cool stuff. So these will probably bounce off. This is just the shotgun.
Another shotgun. Yay! That makes more sense for them to have shotguns than death
And I have
watch.
a single Snagakala hitting on 6. Okay, that was him.
All right, so that's the end of the Death Killer Wartrike. He's already made up some of his points. So now the attack bikes are in a bit of a strange situation because no matter what happens, they are going to get, unless if this other attack bike gets removed, they are going to get charged and tagged by the Death Killer Wartrike. Because he can advance a charge.
Always the puff creatures picks it back up. So you have to kill like 2. Always the puff creatures picks like that one back up, and we've seen that many a time.
Yeah.
Where people kill like 1 attack bike, and then the puff creatures kind of wanders over and like trolls like 9th edition, and goes, "You killed nothing."
Yep. Yep, and that's likely to happen if Joko doesn't get more kills on these attack bikes. However, there are there's another Shocktop Dragster lined up. There's another Custom Booster Blaster that can get line of sight onto them. Both the Megatrack Scrapjets can get line of sight onto them. So there's definitely some options there. And there's a Scrap Gun as well.
Rerolling one of them.
Okay.
Checking engage in the shooting phase. Okay.
Yeah, no, engage is already all but guaranteed for 3 points.
Yeah, I know. It's just like wondering what was going on.
Okay, I'm gonna actually take a look at the secondaries here.
Shooter. This is horse.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and up this engage on all fronts here already. That seems like a good start.
So far. And then the second one is going to be 5, so plus 1 hit. Nothing.
And Oath should probably go off for at least 2 this turn.
Dave, did you name your dog after Ember Jim? Is that what's going on with your fellow Swede who plays in Alpha League and you named your dog after him? What is going on?
I'm pretty sure the dog is the imposter.
I'm so confused right now. Like, do you guys know each other in real life or something? Like,
alrighty, I'm just updating some scores.
Let's go next with Custom Booster Blaster.
So now we got the Custom Booster Blaster going in.
Rivet Cannon in there.
The attack bikes are down to 6 wounds left in that squad.
6 shots.
Now the Custom Booster Blasters do have a lot of they have a lot of burner like exhausts. Their main thing though is the Rivet Cannon. This thing strength, it's like an auto cannon, but you know, with 2 damage instead of just 1. The fact that it assault like has 6 shots baseline for orcs is really good. Fails, that's 2 damage. She gets the 6 of Feeling Pain. Math says that attack back is likely gone. It is not. It is alive on 1 wound.
oh, well, there's plenty of our
Okay.
Oh, there's definitely more coming.
Boss is going to try and finish off that bike with his Dakagan. Dakagan is strength 5. So he's gonna hit on 6.
So yeah, he's got 2 Daka guns. He's gonna do the exact same thing, but now with no AP.
Okay.
Never mind. He advanced, so he was not hitting on 6s. He was hitting on 6s, and he hit.
not
real
evil
fast.
tons.
Last bike. Losing anything. Yeah. Megatraps.
Gotta roll 6s eventually, though, right? Like, that's how orc shooting works.
The real trick here is that now, can they do what they need to do to this Redemptor Dreadnought?
Yeah.
Because if they can manage to do enough damage to the Redemptor Dreadnought to remove him from the objective, that's going to cause some issues for the White Scars.
Oh yeah, for sure. He'll still get a whole 1 in permanent, like, but he will not get like a whole 2.
Can't move.
Oh, no good. No good start, but plenty more guns to finish that Redemptor.
And hitting on 5s. Okay, that's good.
That's more like it.
Oh, the rockets hit!
Orc shooting, like,
And 3 wounds.
never underestimate it.
Maybe 2.
AP2. And this is
Yes.
into
Into the Redemptor.
Alright, so these are saving on 5s here.
okay.
Each one of these does 3 flat damage, too. Like, you don't want to mess. Oh, no! So that's going to be 6 damage into the Redemptor. And the
What
story
if he
there.
tries to get to shoot at, like, last turn? Like, because there's a lot of runes in the way. Like, I'm kind of wondering, like, why he got positioned. Because...
Well, he wanted to try to see if he couldn't knock out some mech guns, and he did, but we'll see at what cost, because now this thing's already close to being bracketed.
yeah.
Hang on, is it worth hang on, I need to think. Is it worth re-rolling?
Oh, I see. He's using defense lines for what units have shot. I get it now. It's like, why has everything got a defense line marker on it?
Because it is really hard to keep track of which buggy is shot when
Yeah,
none of them have
I
any
know.
colors.
I was getting really confused. Yeah. It's like, is that some like orc thing they get? Like everything counts as like defensible?
Once
Like,
we
what?
shoot, we loot!
After it's fired? Like,
We make powercades! So
Yeah, exactly.
Decker has missed. Okay, so they got 1 hit out of all that so far.
And then the force to hit one. Daka. Okay. So 5 hits total out of the 2 guns.
Alrighty, we got some wounds.
Have I used my wound reroll? I think yes, I did. 3 wounds.
Joko's not from Hungary.
Joko has not yet killed the Redemptor.
Joko just exists in your nightmares. Okay. Clark has clarified this.
The Redemptor Dreadnought is already at 6 though, off of one of these buggies shooting it at least. We're on to the second or third one now.
I'm hitting on force because I can choose one of the twin big shooters to get +1 to hit.
They all save though.
That's fine.
Alright, alright, alright.
Fired. Okay, might have to.
Can you see past that?
Down to 7.
Yeah, but
Blessed number on that
yes, I am.
dreadnought over there.
Yep, a little bit more and it's bracketed.
Fire into the bikes as
Which
well.
will help which will help make it even easier to kill them later. Especially when Mega Knobs start piling out and doing their thing.
5
Yeah, because there's nothing else he's
Rerolling
got
all of them.
around that area except
And then
just 2 more.
daka. Only
Daka,
2
daka, daka.
hits, but only 3s.
Rerolling 1 because I'm blue.
Okay, 1 wound at AP2 on your bikes.
They need 5 to save. They get the 5. Space Marine armor continues to hold.
Wait, okay.
Not the turn that Joko's looking for yet. The core of the army has shot. Not all of it though.
Smash guns haven't shot yet, though. Yeah, I think he's saying those to the last, which is really smart, so that he can just kind of look what needs blinked off.
Yep, and the custom
They
shock
got the
rifles from the shock jumps are now coming out.
Daka.
2 hits. That's really strong. Wounding on 3s here. Both wound. These are D6 damage weapons that he can re-roll, and he's already got a mortal wound on there as well. So he needs 6s to save against this against these shots because it's AP -3.
And D6 damage.
No save there. Okay, the Redemptor is actually in really hot water. That's 2d6 damage, and he's already taken a mortal wound. He's down to 6 as it stands,
So the first one is going to be 4 damage.
which goes down to 3, so he's already dealt a
So I need
little.
to on this.
Oh, it's
Bye-bye.
gone!
Good night.
Big roll! That's
What do you
another
get for
5 on
facing
top of
the
that.
wrong
It's
way?
8 damage without the mortal wound. The Redemptor goes bye-bye, which means that objective is open. That is a 5-point primary for Looney Lion next turn, and the threat of a 15-point primary from Joko at the start of turn 2. Oof!
So the custom shock drive sitting on 4s because he had
Yep, strong showing for from the shooting phase, moving the.
Daka hits. That's 3 shots with the next shock jump Dragster into whatever it's shooting, which I honestly forgot what. Might be some attack bikes.
They're orcs. They literally fire their guns in the air and things die. Like that's.
Alright,
that's
so
what
that's
happens.
2 that go through.
So the first one is gonna do 2 damage. I'm gonna use my death school reroll.
He's descaling rerolls. That does 5 instead.
Well,
You have saves, right? Yeah, you have saves.
Finish rolling.
Okay. 3 damage. I'm gonna keep that.
Okay, 3 damage. Right, so for the first one, so 5. It's -3.
Yeah, it's minus 2.
So what am I doing?
why are there so many damn embers in this chat?
Damage on
Because
this,
of the Alpha
I
League
need-
season 7.
Yeah, this is not a Redemptor Dreadnought. In you yet. He needs a lot of 6s. No, so that's going to be 1 bike. I'm imagining he's shooting the attack bikes back here, in which case 1's died. And then the next 3 damage also goes through. So that's going to put in a bit of hurt, but that's not enough to make those attack bikes actually go
Yeah.
away.
Which hits on a 6. No.
Because you can go ahead and do all that damage, but the thing is now that we need to lose another attack bike here, or else, you know, effectively the Apothecary just goes whoop!
Just throws a first aid kit and a spanner in the air.
Like
Comes
magical girl transformation style too, where he just like
Yeah, just
spins and it's like,
How
here
do
you
how
go,
technology being
spinner
turned actually works.
All right, so this Miss Mech Gun can now see the attack bikes. So it's gonna go ahead and try to shoot, and it's part of the Grot Squad too. 2 shots,
Hitting on 4s.
4s, re-rolling 1s if it had any. That's a oops moment right there. Not the shooting you wanted. Mind you, these attack bikes are in a bit of a tricky position because they are going to get charged by Death Kill or War Strike, but you do want to make sure that they're dead.
Yeah.
Removing them from existence is a great plan.
Hitting on a 4 hits. And I have to roll higher than your toughness on 2d6. But I'm gonna spend a CP on this.
CP reroll on that one. That's a terrible roll. The
That's not
4
much
doesn't
better.
work either. Wow, those scrap guns are not doing what they're supposed to. They're like throwing rivets and like rebar at them at like some sort of speed, but it's just these guns suck right now.
You kill what it needs to do. Getting rid of the Concentra is such a huge deal. Like, so
Okay.
that's a really big kill.
This
And then
smash
we're gonna have the charge for anything else he takes up right now in the shooting phase is just a bonus.
Yeah,
He
like
killed what he needed to kill, and that's what 9th edition is about. Just kill what you need to kill, and like anything else is just
So the first one
yeah,
a
like
bit of a fluff in that regard.
and the second one.
the main thing right now is that with that Redemptor dead, like you said, it's a huge deal. Like that does deny a huge number of points and potentially increases the lead for Joko here by a lot, especially considering that there's going to be a lot of melee threats that the White Scars are going to have to deal with, and he can't just steal this objective. In the Looney Lion's not going to be able to take this objective in the southwest corner. There are reinforcements coming. There's going to be another 3 Inceptors. There's another 5 Vanguard Veterans. Those things are protected. But with how quickly the Orcs have spread across the board, they're going to be stuck on their side of the battlefield for the most part.
Yeah,
I'm
so
not sure.
Fight out for sure. Like,
Yeah. Okay, the attack bikes are gone.
Yep.
Good shooting.
Like,
Nice shooting, Tex.
Like, that was in case you guys missed that was just him fast rolling the smashy guns together into that unit, and yeah, they're gone. Like,
Big surprise.
they
Yep.
do.
No, he had the Redemptor.
Yeah, so with that squad of attack bikes gone, that means that the Apothecary is just going to bring this attack bike squad back up to full. But there's going to be some missing limbs in a second here. The Deathkiller Wartrek is going to be more than able to charge in. And let me just check here. Are they close enough to the wall to get Leroy?
No.
They are. These infiltrators might get ripped apart. At which point, the Deathkiller Wartrek could just move backwards and then tag the Interceptors as well, forcing some CP expenditure. We'll have to see how that works out.
I think they're meant to be outside of an inch, right? Like,
They're meant maybe. No, there's no way I would that is meant to be outside of an inch on this side here. On the
Maybe.
other side, sure, but on the eastern flank, they are lined up against it.
oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so there's definitely a potential play there.
Don't think there is anything else to shoot with.
Yeah, it looks like Joko's nearing the ending of his ridiculous shooting phase. That's why orcs are ridiculous. When the orcs shoot better than the Tau, Keck. There are so currently there are Storm Boys over on this objective. There's Grots in the center objective as well as a Scrap Jet, the Big Mech, and all that stuff. And then this objective over here has a mech gun, a Scrap Jet, and a custom booster blaster, as well as another one of the shock jump tracks that's just chilling in the corner to screen it out.
Big
11-inch charge. That's a problem. If he removes the Vanguard Veterans, there's literally no more melee threat in this list that the orcs can't overcome with just numbers. And this is the war boss to do it with. Power, like the Killer Claw being strength times 2 means that is a strength 10 weapon, which is like strength 12 weapon, which is just it has no minus to hit, AP minus 3, flat 3 damage. Yep, that hoits a lot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but like you were saying, someone was saying, sorry about Tau shooting. What Tau need is they need to make a bird game like Speed Freaks that no one cared about, but then give those models rules for 40k, which all of a sudden every orc player cares about.
Orc player cares about?
So like a lot of these buggies and stuff came about from the Speed Freaks game that GW made during 8th edition.
Yeah, I remember. It's really cool models too.
And then they gave them rules for 40k, and then all of a sudden everyone cared about them.
Yeah, it turns out that they're really, really solid, especially with the Psychic Awakening that they got.
Yep.
The Beast, the Awakening of the Beast, or whatever it is, where the Space Wolves got their bonus stuff as well. Had some really big bonuses for everything Orky. We're seeing a lot of it here. The custom jobs for the Shock Jump Dragsters is doing a lot of work. You've got the different like specialists detachments. So in this case, the Grots currently have their own specialist detachment. You've got the biggest boss that's currently being used on this war boss on Warbike, which is doing a lot of work. And yeah, it looks like the Deathkiller Wartrek just going into these. This is a really strong first turn. It's not outside of the White Scar's ability to deal with, depending on how their next turn goes. But this is definitely a lot of. to put in Magic the Gathering parlance, this is a lot of questions that the White Scars need to answer right now. There's a lot of threat on the table. It's a lot of aggro, and right now, White Scars are looking at this and going, okay, how do I deal with this Deathkiller War Trike? How do I deal with the War Boss? How do I deal with my entire other flank that's about to go up in flames if I don't do something about it? And how do I deal with the fact that I don't have my own middle home objective, which is arguably the safest one?
Yeah, that's a bit of an oopsie. Like,
Yeah.
they're like, because he has to send back like a valuable unit to like now hold that is the problem.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna like fight on like this flank, and that was like your game plan, like these infiltrators have like zero reason to be here. Like you're gonna hold this no matter what. Like these infiltrators could have quite happily just deployed, like behind the central ruin and just held that.
Yeah, I think that there's some deployment issues, and then the big blunder here. Like, honestly, you could have had that deployment and still been okay, but the blunder was exposing the Redemptive Dreadnought there, for sure. By moving the Redemptive Dreadnought into the line of fire, the Orcs were easily able to rip it down, and had guns to spare. And then that's going to cost you 10 points on the primary already. That's half of the way to an almost completely lost game. So the White Scars are going to have to deal with that in some way, shape, or form, for sure. Or start really working on their secondaries, which they're, again, kind of behind on.
And he's got units in reserve, so he can start to threaten maybe.
Did I just hear that properly?
What's that?
We don't want to kill the sergeant.
I thought I heard you kill the whole squad, but I think I'm wrong. I have to be wrong. He cannot have killed all the Vanguard veterans. That is not possible. So he's killed 2 of them, though.
Promotion. Like, if he killed all the Vanguard vets. Like...
Seriously, yeah. No, so the War Boss and Warbike right now is in a bit of trouble, because if the Vanguard veterans have anything going for them, it's the fact that they are currently able to put out 4, 8, 13 attacks, hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s.
He wants him to die, so that Joko can just spend his free CP and then wipe the squad.
Oh, that's a thing! I forgot about that! Brutal.
They went his toughness 5. Yeah, you would have won the feud. That's right. So AP2. So is that many? Okay, go on. Oh yeah, damage. A3. 1 at a time.
First one. Yep.
That's the full 3 from the first Snag Claw attack. So
yes,
the War Trike right now going into the Inceptors. 1 Inceptor's alive on 1 wound after the first attack. Next one does another 3 damage. Incredible work.
I'm not going to roll 3 6s.
That's going to kill the first Inceptor, so we're down to 2 Inceptors. Now we have a choice.
2 damage.
2 damage is going to hurt an Inceptor, but not kill it. And the next one's going to do another... It's going to be a total of 5. So this should kill a second Inceptor, which means suddenly, do we bring back the attack bike, or do we bring back the Inceptor? And in this situation, you definitely bring back the attack bike. The Inceptors are not who you want to bring back. And if he removes the 2, I hope he does, then he'll be able to like still keep the Inceptor's ability to shoot for a turn. Maybe if they hadn't turned their backs, they'd be better. To be fair... To be completely fair, okay, the Vanguard Veterans, the Bladeguard Veterans were facing forward, okay? Bladeguard Veterans did fine.
That was like the one thing that went right. Like having those like Bladeguard vets like out front, because they can tag units.
Joko can't consolidate that way.
Just the Inceptor. If that's possible.
Because the Infiltrators are closer than that Inceptor is. It'd be very difficult to do that tag the way that he's done it, but okay.
Wait, say that again, sorry. So,
consolidation. I don't think that he should have been able to move towards the Inceptor because the Infiltrators on the second floor, on the first floor here, were closer. I think the Deathkiller War Trike would have had to move towards the Infiltrators instead, but we'll see whether or not Looney Lion notices that. And there's probably a way to move him closer to there without missing out on tagging the Inceptor, so it's fine.
Jump in a sec. I believe the Infiltrators were closer for the consolidation of the Deathkiller War Trike than the Inceptors.
Alright.
Oh, okay.
Wow, I actually noticed something. Bam, 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 bam. All right, so then quickly move through that one. Anyway, brutal first start to the turn. The Deathkiller War Trike is.
And then I move it like this.
Yeah, you're moving further away from.
Alrighty.
What's it?
Yeah, now he's 2.1 inches.
Yeah, okay, so that still worked out. I just wanted to make sure that they were doing it correctly. Okay, cool. Love some acapella sexy sax, man. Gotta love it. Thanks, Evergen.
I do end up with an inch.
Yeah, so Creeper, you were correct. I just wanted to make sure that everything worked out fine there. But yeah, so he's tagged the other Inceptor, which means that the Inceptors are now going to be permanently weakened here. There is still another 3-man squad of them coming in, as well as a bunch of Vanguard Veterans. But if this isn't the Sergeant that's alive, I don't think it is.
Where are the other 5 Vanguard vets? He had a unit of 10, right?
Yeah, they are also in reserves.
So if you're within an 8
And this is not the Sergeant of the Inceptors, so they could actually functionally fail morale if they're not careful. Like, if he rolls a, let's see, Leadership 7, 2, if he rolls a 6, then the Inceptor runs, which would be bad news. He's also not even tagging the Inceptor, so the Inceptor's fine.
Which is a shame. I'm not sure where he was. That's gonna call.
that's fine. As long as he's not in combat, I can live with that.
Alright, well, we're going to continue onwards. In any case, right now, Looney Lion's got a lot of questions. Mostly, how did this happen?
he's got to push out.
Why did this happen to me? I made my mistakes.
Okay.
I
Like,
paid my
let's
dues.
see if his plan works, where he's like, oh, I'm gonna deploy in this corner and I'm gonna push out. Let's see if that comes to fruition.
Yeah. So right now he's got to commit to his plan. The problem is that committing to his plan right now is going to be very difficult. He doesn't have anything in the middle, so he's going to have to send something over that way, and it looks like the assault intercessors might be the ones that have to do that. And there are a lot of buggies that are raring to go to jump into some assault intercessors. The Death Kill Wartrike, likely to die, but like it has to. The Warboss has to. If either one of these two is left alive next turn, then the White Scars are in for the time of their lives. Now, tagging stuff isn't a big deal for White Scars. They can fall back and charge just fine. So these Vanguard Veterans are fine where they are. And they might be the ones to get the Apothecary treatment, but we'll have to see. We will have to see.
Sure. Yeah. There's still options. There's still good things. He's got Deep Strikes coming down this turn. How he's going to hit those charges without the Chaplain, I guess he's got the strat for the 3d6 charge for one of them, but for the other one, there's nothing. Is he going to leave that till turn 3 for like to actually be in the Assault Doctrine?
Yeah.
For the extra damage at this stage? Because sure, you got Lightning Claws, but when you're hitting like all these vehicles, you want to make sure you're killing what you're touching, and the extra damage is definitely going to help with that. But I think right now he does have to react and maybe put like and actually commit to putting those units down. And even if one of them fails like a charge, at least it can hold that backfield objective. So I actually think he's going to Deep Strike 1 onto his home objective here. And then that way, if it doesn't hit the charge, at least he's holding that and not giving Joko like max on power.
Yeah, I can even see him putting the Servitors back there and hiding them behind the wall just to keep it, for himself. But he needs that for Deploy Scramblers. You don't want to do Deploy Scramblers with Vanguard Vets or anything, so I don't see that happening. So as far as
Yeah, sure.
I was trying to think of something to say here, but
I'll shoot a charge is still great. Like there's like very little reason like not to take it. You want to guarantee charges. You don't want to as much as you can.
Yeah.
In a game,
the White Scars have a lot of ways to do that, though, right?
2 damage each.
Well, they do. It's just the prime Kahuna that normally does that isn't here today.
Yeah, true. So the Death Killer, the Warboss and Warback is still alive with 2 wounds. That's not good. That means that the Warboss and Warbike is going to be more than capable of doing some more attacks. The Vanguard Veterans are going to have to fall back and then charge. That's going to allow them to get the boost from the Apothecary, potentially get one of them back, which is handy, but then at that point you're choosing not to boost the attack bikes and giving back one of them. The attack bikes need to go off this turn and kill like 2 buggies by themselves, I think, in order for Looney Lion to look like he's got his foot back in the race. Speaking of which, it's now Looney Lion's turn.
Right, that was bloody. Right.
That was a very bloody turn. So let's take a look at the scores right now. Engage on all fronts for 3 points for sure. For primary here, that is not 10 points. It's a hold 2, hold more. So that'll be a 5-point primary. Oath of the Moment did go off for 2, as expected, and that'll be 5 points for the primary, which puts our first contender here at 17 points, if my math is correct.
22 to 14.
You'd say that, except for he's counted 5 extra points. Unless if there's something I'm missing here, and the White Scars have something on this middle objective, he's only currently holding 2, which is only 5 points.
Yeah, but you get 10 for having a painted army, which the scoreboard takes into account. So you're technically correct, it is 12, but the scoreboard shows it as 22.
I'm an idiot. Yes, okay, that makes sense.
All your armies are painted on TTS. I'm gonna love going to like little local events and then trying to enforce that one. where people can technically get away with like non-painted armies, just like you know, spray painted. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, so that does bring us to 22 to 14, 13 actually, because deploy scramblers doesn't count for points until you've deployed all the scramblers. Looney Lion's looking at a situation where he needs to deal with a lot of melee threats all at once. He's got a lot of range threats that he kind of needs to deal with, but he can't deal with right away. Here's what I think happens. He should probably put a priority on making sure that these attack bikes get back up on their feet and kill at least 2 of the shock jump dragsters, since they are the single most mobile and dangerous models that the orcs have access to right now. Furthermore, there's an entire truck full of mega knobs. If there is a way to get the Vanguard Veterans in on that in a way that it doesn't kill the truck until the end of the orc turn, that would be ideal. By like wrapping and trapping it and not letting the knobs get out. That would be sick. But one thing he could also do is just abandon the flank. And go extremely hard on the other flank. Just be like, you know what? Mega knobs on the eastern flank? Forget it.
I don't think like right now he has the resources to deal with the 2 bikes in his face, plus pick up a dragster, plus deal with the truck and the mega knobs.
Yeah.
So he has to like actually like think like very hard about his like movement, shooting and fight like right here. So I hope he's just going to take like a few moments and prioritize like what he like wants to kill and what he wants to like leave alone.
Yeah, and it seems like he's going to go hard on this western flank, which will definitely put him back in the game. Which then begs the question, what does he do with these Vanguard Veterans? Because the Vanguard Veterans on the eastern flank are fast enough to move out of the way, but not so fast as to be able to then jump the shock jumps.
The Mega Knobs get into combat with those next turn if he's not like super careful.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, they're going to take the objective regardless, because these infiltrators are in for it. Mega Knobs are infantry, so they'll just blast through the wall Kool-Aid Man style. And it seems like he's measuring out to go on this western, like we know what he wants to do, but the question is, does he give up his assets on the eastern flank entirely, or does he find a way to try to save them or make use of them by making them like screen off the knobs?
I think he just advances those, see what he gets, and then try to take back his central objective for now. To be quite honest, like I think this is pretty much like a no-go. Like these Mega Knobs are going to touch combat avoids, and they're just going to delete whatever they touch. So, but he needs to like shear up the primary, like Joko only gets like 1 point on primary. Like I'm a bit confused.
So like right now, Joko's looking at
how did Looney Line get 2 points on primary that turn?
He did not. That's what I was trying to say earlier. With he should not be at 22 points. He should be at 17 because he got 5 for primary and 2 for oath. I was correct. I was correct.
The mission is
fear me. I'm beginning to become smart. My intelligence is becoming too much.
It's hold 2 for hold 1 basically.
Oh, it's hold 2, hold 3. Okay.
It's hold 2, hold 3. Eesh. Horrible one. Okay.
Anyway, then the prediction then goes like this. The White Scars are going to need to take this objective. They'll probably bring in the Vanguard Vets to do just that, to charge these Storm Boys and guarantee the charge, get on the objective, and stop Joko from scoring 15 for the primary. Those Vanguard Vets will probably immediately die, but we'll have to see how. The other thing that the White Scars are going to need to do is make sure that the War Boss and Warbike dies. He will go down with blood on his hands, or they'll fall back and then charge the Deathkiller Wartrike and then shoot the War Boss and Warbike to death. Or charge it with the Captain on Bike, who can probably get the kill that way. But again, you don't really want to be killing it in melee because of the ability to fight on death. Maybe even the Plasma Scepter can do that.
You're quite right. Commentators cannot interfere the game. Someone that is an alpha judge, though, such as myself, can.
Yeah. To be fair, Erever is a judge. Now, the last time I jumped in and I was like, hey, this thing happened. I admit, I was very excited, but I knew I was correct. I'm sorry. I also do have the judge. I do have the judge tag in Discord, so technically speaking.
Yeah, that's gonna change. Like that's a problem right now with rolls. Don't worry about that one.
You know, I missed. Me, Dode, and the Pants were yelling at you to do it. Yeah, that's fair. The Pants was in the chat, and he told me I was right.
That's fine. Like honestly, guys, like if I'm here or like there's another alpha judge in the chat and you spot something, like say it in the chat. You know, it's just when someone that's not an alpha judge like can't like make those rulings, but if there is someone in the chat like and we got a list. It's in the Prime, you can see exactly, and a lot of them come on here as well. So if you have someone like that in the chat, you can like at them with things. They'll be happy to answer, and they'll bring it onto the commentators, and we'll get the issue sorted out. So we want to play the game by the rules. We don't want this getting streamed out and going to YouTube and playing the game by the wrong rules at the end of the day.
Do you, because can you guys think of the comment section at that point? It's literally a place where I would rather die than put that kind of content up. If we don't at least try to get the rules right, the YouTube will skin us alive. So, by the way, shout out to all the YouTube bros out there. To all the gentlemen, to all the ladies, to all the boys and girls. Happy YouTube Day to you. But at the same time, please be nice in the comments. Bro, don't read the comments. St. Michael, you got a good point there. Also, St. Michael, you had a question earlier that I didn't get to in time. I don't remember. Let's see. So, why did he run one unit of 10 Vanguard Veterans in Combat Squad then when he had a free elite slot? That's actually a really good question. The reason why is because that way he's got the choice to split them up, importantly. And if he wants to keep them in one big squad, that means that it's a lot more efficient to use stratagems and stuff on them. So if he wants to use the 2CP stratagem to put them into Assault Doctrine, and he's got all 10 of them in one squad, great. All 10 of them benefit from that. And in certain matchups, that's great. In elite matchups in particular, that's excellent, because at that point, you know, you're getting that efficiency that you need to take out elite units when you need to. But in this situation where there is a lot of focus fire, like there's a lot of firepower, splitting them up into 2 squads of 5 is super intelligent because it forces some inefficient shooting. You might lose fire because something will have overshot and overkilled a unit, rather than just being able to pour all the fire into the Vanguard unit and just be as efficient as they possibly can with the shooting when getting rid of that one asset. Did that make sense? Effectively, the bigger the squad, the more efficient the stratagems, but the smaller the squads, the more inefficient your opponent's ability is to remove them. And in this situation, that inefficiency is kind of what Looney Lion's looking at. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, good. I'm glad that I made sense here. I tend to be bad at explaining things. I'm trying to work on that. I just think that the stratagem efficiency is more useful than the extra attacks. I would agree so. In this case, that the stratagems would be very, very useful, but I still think that Looney Lion had the right idea by splitting them up. I don't think that it was wise to not put them on the board, however, because now, if it weren't for this little pocket over here that Joko has left pretty much purposefully open, really, there'd be no place for them to go down on this flank. Like, there's no way the Vanguard Veterans are going to be useful on this side, which means they have to go down on this west side, which means Joko's just like, that's fine. I'll take all the other objectives on the map, and now you have to foot slog across 2 extremely deleterious, like, lines of fire situations here. There's this big angle here, there's the entire side inside here, there's another angle here, another angle here. It's not good. To try to move across that entire gap here. And even if he does, by using these L's, like he's using with these Assault Intercessors, you know, there is the ability for the Mega Knobs to eventually come out and charge there. The Scrap Jets are no slouches in combat. They're looking at a really good thing for killing Marines. Their nose drill is at strength 8, so winning on 2s. AP minus 2, perfect for Storm Shields. D3 damage. On average, kills a Marine per attack, and it's got 4 attacks. It's not bad at all.
Yeah.
Purposefully open a gap? What do you mean? So, Drerian, I'm not sure if it was purposefully, but he did, in deployment, go like, okay, this side is going to be weak. We're going to let the White Scars, like, attack this flank and take this objective eventually. But it also doubles as another bonus here, because the White Scar Vanguard Veterans can't really deploy on this flank and be helpful anymore. They can't deep strike back here either because of good screening. So they'll have to go on the far side of the board, which means that there are more turns for all these orcs to shoot whatever comes in on this side.
Captain?
Yeah, the orcs are looking at the end of turn 1, because of the way Looney Lion deployed, looking in a very dominating position right now. There's just buggies everywhere on the map right now. Like, you know, there was no threat of anything like charging them, like on the eastern side of the board. So that's where he's like moved up the vast majority of his things, and he's just sent in like a war boss and a Deathkiller War Trite to just kind of be a nuisance over here and go, you have to deal with these like this turn, because they're if you don't, they're going to hurt you like in combat. You know, Joker's got CP for interrupt as well. That's a big deal for orcs as well, especially against like White Scars who do want to fight you. So you know, both these units do hit super hard
Bite.
in combat of the war boss and the Death Killer War Trike as well.
Yeah, the war boss obviously harder, but
Yeah. But yeah, he's White Scar, so he does have the option. Like, oh my god, what's going on here? Captain on bike he's being a man. Like, what's going on?
Well,
there?
I actually see that as an option. Like, he could put the put the captain on bike into the Death Killer War Trike, and that would be a smart plan. What he does not want to do is put anybody in melee with that war boss when he kills him. The instant he does that, it's going to be a bad day. He wants to shoot and kill it if possible.
Talman just wants to give people hugs. Completely agree. So did Death Shroud.
Yeah, I don't like hugs with any of the lists I've
Death Shroud wants to be your best friends. The scythes they carry are actually just ornaments. And the flamers just shoot confetti, but it's that corrupted that it actually damages you.
These guys will come this way.
So right now the infiltrators are moving on to the objective, so that way the White Scars don't have to stand back and hold it. But one squad of infiltrators is, especially without the Helix Gauntlet, and especially from the shooting angles that Joko can easily get access to, is not going to hold that objective for long. So we'll have to see how that goes. It's a very risky idea because there's a lot of ways for these shock objectives to move up the middle, just teleport over here and then, like, wipe them out, wipe out the attack bikes, and suddenly this objective is empty, and Joko's on, like, threatening this objective if not holding it outright. The ruins in the upper right corner now are being held by nothing. What? So Looney Lion's given up this entire flank like, he's taking the infiltrators that were there, used the CP to put them back to put them in reserves, is my guess.
Yeah, so there's a great nifty little strat that they can use.
Yeah, there they are. There they are. Redeploying them across on the other side of the battlefield. Really smart play if he can get this objective and then hold it.
Yeah, so looking for the 90, I think that's where his 3d6 charge has to go, right?
Yeah. It must. If he doesn't take this objective next turn, Joko gets full 15 primary, and that's like one of 3 death knells.
Nice to see him adapting and overcoming to the situation and doing that play, though. I really like it.
Yeah, huge. No, that's a really smart move.
Yeah.
It's a really smart move. So the Inceptors are dropping down over this side to help deal with the Death Killer War Trike. They're going to try to stay alive. This is where things get interesting, because they do need to go into these buggies. Like, you can't ignore the buggies. But at the same time...
Well, he's giving himself options, right? So, like, if he doesn't kill the War Trike here with the shooting, he can use the Inceptors. I'd have put them on the objective, though, like, personally. Like, you know, just sure that up. Like, sure, like, because here these guys could fail a charge, right? Or within combat or whatever. So I'd just put these guys on the objective. You can achieve pretty much the same thing with an 18-inch range. And it makes sure that you're not giving up hold more, like, turn 1.
Chat is getting salty about the Knight Megara. Don't get me started, chat. I need to see this
Megara
chat go somewhere else.
Fine. Like, honestly, like, what are people worried about? Like,
I'm so mad at you saying that right now. I'm so mad at you saying that right now. Like, compared to everything else that's a Knight right now, they are so ridiculous. Anyway, moving forward.
Listen, Knights exist. Deal with it. Like, you know, they haven't gone anywhere. People seem to think that Knights have, like, vanished from 40k. I always build lists around, can this kill a knight? Yes, then it's good enough. If you're not building lists around can my list kill a knight, then that's on you in list building.
Megara is honestly what a knight just should be and do. I mean, yes and no. Everything being flat 3 damage with everything else that's going on can make it really frustrating to deal with right now. It is really good against the one list I played against it, but they also are just incredibly tanky.
You're not leaving
It's just it's everything that knights are, and everything knights should be, sure. But we also said the same thing about Mortarion, and we can see what Mortarion can do.
Okay, right. Okay, let's not get started on Mortarion.
So, yeah, let's move on. Let's talk about this game, okay? Right
Mortarion's
now,
a problem with warp time. I'll agree with you there. That's different kind of.
It's a problem with warp time and everything on the board having access to something that can literally hide him, which is like why. Anyway, moving forward, we've got this game going on here. The Inceptors have gone down over on the northwest corner of the board. The reasoning here that I can think of is that they have options here. They can shoot and kill a Shock Dragsta. They can do that to maybe 2 if they roll extremely well. And they can kill the War Boss on Warbike. That is probably the most important thing here, since them killing that and also killing a buggy solid. The attack bikes have moved forward. It looks like that they're going to try to go in on the Megatrap Scrapjet. And we have the Infiltrators. They're going to go in for a charge on the boss, on the Storm Boys here. Wipe them out relatively easily would be my guess on their own, since T-shirt saves don't tend to do a lot. And they're also protecting the Servitors, who are going to be deploying Scramblers where they are at. So long as they are more than 6 inches away from Joko's deployment zone, which they might be. My eyeball says that they could be. They should be.
Yeah, I think they are.
Yeah. So that'll be the second deployment. Deployed
If not, you
Scramblers.
could have just moved them a little bit back and it would have been
Yeah,
fine.
it'll be fine. The trick then is what's going to go into the opponent's backfield to do things. Probably the Infiltrator squad once they're safe and sound, or the Servitors if they're left alive. The other Infiltrator squad could also just teleport to the other side of the battlefield and do that relatively safely. The deploy Scramblers for the White Scars is practically a guarantee as long as one of the two Infiltrator squads or the one of the two Infiltrator squads survives. There's no way the Servitors can do it next turn. They just don't move fast enough.
Yeah, so he's getting his midboard scramble. That's fine. He's probably going to pick up a couple. The thing is he had to fall back a unit for Oaths right this turn.
Let's see.
Oh no, because he couldn't get the consolidate with the.
Oh, right, so yeah.
Wait, yeah, he did because of the war boss. So he had to fall back from the war boss.
Yeah, 100%.
So he's not getting points for Oath there.
Yep.
This is a problem.
Yeah,
You'll
well,
get
that's only one
for
point.
vehicle.
It's only 1 point. And he is looking to potentially get some charges off the Assault Intercessors into one of these buggies to try to go for Oath of Moment, maybe? That's a potential
that's the
option.
thing. Yeah. That's the thing. If they live, like,
That's the tough one. The Shock Tip Dragsters don't do a ton. They'll probably live against that, but even then, the Saw Blades are Strength 6, AP -1, 1 damage. That can kill one or two of them. The Megatrax Scrapjets are fine with it. If the Assault Intercessors bounce off in any way, shape, or form, the Nose Drill can easily wipe out half a squad by itself.
Oh, so I can get it from
Yes.
the floor.
Yes, you can
Ah,
get it
right.
from the second floor.
Okay, that's great. Right, so where are they? Where are those guys? Over there.
Okay, they were just asking questions in
Yep.
Q&A there
Yep.
about objectives. So just in case anyone is playing Alpha and is not aware, a while back we
Just wanted them,
we
like,
FAQ'd a couple of things to do with objectives.
Just
As
all
per
on
the rulebook, they are 5 inches tall. And then
many
as
of
per
them on
the FAQ we did for the ruins that we're
so
using,
that'll
the
be
second floor
3.
is 5 inches tall. So if you're on the second floor
cool.
of the ruin, or is that third floor in American
Alright.
speak? I can never remember.
It would be the third floor, yeah.
First, then you count as holding the objective because the ruin is
Right, okay.
counted as being
So,
5 inches tall.
that's the
Same
end
with the
of
crates
movement
as well.
phase,
So if
right,
you're still on
what's
top of the
my
crate,
Right,
then
so-
two crates high, you're holding the objective.
Yeah. So it's worth mentioning here that these Vanguard veterans are holding it, which is
so
great
I'll
for the
shoot-
Vanguard veterans.
Oh,
The
I
problem
have
is
my
that
movement phase.
despite these Vanguard veterans being relatively hard to get rid of and move and all that stuff, they aren't OPSEC. They can be outnumbered on the objective. Additionally, they are chargeable. Additionally, they are a prime target for the Mega Knobs to still be useful this game if these Vanguard veterans don't do the work on this truck over here. The good side to this is that deploying the Vanguard veterans back here does mean engage on all fronts is guaranteed pretty much for another 2 turns if Joko doesn't
so
deal
if
with
you
them.
have one wounded,
This does mean, however, that if Joko deals with
Like
them, that
one of
there's
them.
engage on all fronts will be extremely difficult for the rest of the game.
I'm not sure how space.
Every
Marines
single reserve from the White
works.
Scars is now on the field.
If you can
So-
Yeah, and
heal
I'm
twice.
curious to see what. And weirdly,
heal twice.
he's still playing around this like table quarter.
I can heal twice.
Like,
So,
we'll have to see
if
how
I
that
bite on
kind of goes
one,
for him, I guess. I guess we got Vanguard
Sorry,
vets like
on
over
one.
here now.
Okay.
So you do a thing and then die.
Was one wounded.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not sure what the play is with them.
3 melted bites.
I mean, is it worth him? Like, can he pop the truck and then they charge the Meganobs and kill them? They're only AP1, right?
Tell you
Like
what,
the Lightning
that's
Claw.
about it.
Like,
What I'll do.
I'm not sure. about that.
AP2 for Lightning Claws. AP3 if they're in the Assault Doctrine.
Got
They're
ya.
currently in
Okay.
Tactical Doctrine,
Pro-
everybody,
pro
but
save, yeah, might kill them for sure. Like, that's a thing that could happen. What firepower does he put into the truck to pop it though? Because there's no point them charging the
no,
truck.
they're not gonna be able to pop the truck. I don't think
Yeah.
there's a single way to do it. Even if it's only toughness, like they'll have to charge it to kill it,
Mhm.
which they could easily
I think
do.
it needs to get engaged, so I can understand why they're there. It's just a question of what do they now charge?
Yeah, and honestly, I'd be far more curious to charge the gun,
Invincible things.
the Smasher gun,
I have to be
tag the
ready for,
Booster Blaster potentially,
activating the-
and then also outnumber the objective,
I'm gonna say
which
that's
would
some
allow
very-
him to remove 2 objectives from Joko's primary, which would mean that Joko scores 0. That's a big deal.
Yeah, you should
That's some
not
very
do it
brave
in an
grots. They're actually outside of the deployment zone with their smashing
Right.
them. What's going on there? Like,
Yeah, right?
Why are they that far forward? Like,
Who knows, man?
Inception shit.
Who knows?
They're trying to earn their stripes. Like,
But that's a really big play out of the White Scars if they can manage to make that one work. And I'm excited to see if it does. Like that's an idea that I didn't necessarily see initially. I didn't realize the Vanguard Veterans could move that
One
fast.
more Untitled Vanguard.
But because wait, hold on.
So
Hold on. Death Skulls. What gets OBSEC with being Death Skulls?
Charging from the ground.
huh?
Yes, but I'm on
I don't think they get any additional like
Yeah,
offset.
Man, I need to look this up.
5 inches.
I need to look this up.
5
What's the
inches.
most
Death
Stoneboys are
Skulls.
troops. Stoneboys are troops, though.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure they're troops. Like, could
Stormboys
could be
troops, yeah. But in the southeast objective right now, there are no Stormboys on the objective. There's a Smasher Gun, there's a Custom Booster Blaster, and there's a Mega Track Scrapjet. That is all.
If that's
All infantry gets OBSEC. Okay, cool. So as a result, yeah, if the Vanguard Veterans come on here, remove the gun, and just like tag the other two
Yes.
buggies, like they are going to need to be dealt with. And on top of that, they'll be stealing an objective from Joko, turning around the primary. That's a big play, Looney Lion, coming back into this game in a way bigger way than I initially expected.
playing really smart. I like this. Like, I've already made some blunders during deployment, but he's, you know, bringing it back here. If he can get like these two objectives off the orcs, we're looking at 0 scoring turn 1 orcs primary.
We're getting a lot of calls for lists. Here you go, folks.
We will get a bot in here at some point. I'll speak to the bot team.
Death Skulls get 5 things from their culture. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. And they're all really good.
These guys. Okay, all these infiltrators. Go put that gun into.
So yeah, big plays coming out the White Scars in the charge phase. Let's see if he hits these charges, turns it back around.
Well, he
trying to get
is
the ball control back really. Like these two charges are going to be huge. Like all of a sudden gets the ball control back under the White Scars, and then he's just got to survive that pounding of a shooting phase again. I think Joko did get a bit lucky on a couple of things in the shooting phase, but we'll see if that. Well, he is playing lucky skit, so I suppose that makes sense. But we'll see if that luck continues.
Yeah, I can see him also charging the Custom Booster Blaster for a slightly easier charge. And ripping that one down shouldn't be too hard for 5 Vanguard Veterans to do on that one thing.
The infiltrators are shooting this Death Killer.
So the Infiltrator's now shooting the Death Killer Wartrike. I'm expecting like 1, maybe 2 wounds. This is the Tactical Doctrine, so they can do stuff in the auto wound on 6s. But it is like, what, 9 shots? At most? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think one of them is at least out of range because they got 24-inch rapid fire 12 guns.
I picked out the 2 ones and 1, 2, so you have 4 hits, but we can check it.
4 hits. Okay.
So you have 5 hits total.
Why are people bitching about AdMech? They're getting a new codex soon. Please.
Yeah,
chat.
no, AdMech well, the new codex seems to be crazy because they got a bunch of 3 plus D3 damage. Last
Yeah,
game
everyone's
left, the
getting
Cosmic
that,
last
so-
games, and
Kind
lost
of,
for something better.
depends on what synergies they get to go with that, though, right?
Yeah.
I'm
And
not- I'm not
watch
expecting-
them keep the Wrath of Mars strat though, where Mefrit didn't get to.
Just gonna roll a D3.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Like,
All
everyone's
right.
getting like 3 plus 3 damage.
Death Killer Wartrike is down 3 wounds.
What's he done?
Softened up. Infiltrator's doing a little bit of work. Rapid fire within 12 inches, yeah.
Scepter.
This is definitely 12 inches over here and over here. And then from here to here, it's a little bit more subjective. This guy definitely isn't
So
within 12.
I can't take a response on this. So if you kill my Warbass now, I can activate fight on that.
Yeah, so Warboss bleeding, Death Killer Wartrike bleeding.
What's your
Nothing killed yet, though. We haven't seen the big guns fire yet, though. He's just looking for chip damage with bolters, as Slow Wolf mentioned, Tactical Doctrines, everyone's getting like -1 AP that's rapid fire in the assault right now. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, it's a fair
Yeah.
number, but there's a lot of pistols in this list.
Didn't
a lot of pistols
didn't
and
bother
heavy.
for like a crack grenade with like either unit, which I thought he might go for just to get a bit more damage through.
I think it was just the Infiltrators that shot. What else is shot so far?
So I did for the 5 hits,
Well, we got
and attack.
yeah, you might be right actually. He took wounds in combat, didn't he?
And that's
Yep.
going to be 3 command points, right?
Wait, actually,
From the Vanguard Vets.
Yeah.
Not Vanguard
You
Vets.
took,
sorry, like,
the Bladeguard Vets, yeah. No, the Bladeguard Vets did all the damage to the Warboss. We expected they could have killed him. Like, 1 more wound going through would have. But, nope, he lived. The biggest boss still stands strong for a little bit longer.
yeah.
it's a shame because Joker probably wanted him to die, just so he could fight again and wipe the unit. Like,
Diamond Boots, I thought it was 12 shots. That's on me for not explaining things properly.
To be like a
Um,
gacha thing.
You know what's
it's okay.
funny?
Guns
This
get
might be the...
confusing. Like
this might-
the amount of like the fact that the Bladeguard vets have a
I'm
pistol
not
that's
in
like
engagement
18 inches
so I
range.
don't see how you
Range
could
is like
fire
ludicrous.
in
It's
if
pretty
you're not
great.
using
I
aim.
like it. It adds a little bit of punch to a unit at range that otherwise wouldn't get it. It makes me a happy boy. I also like that it's actually relatively powerful. Strength. Is it strength 4 or strength 5 AP minus 1 damage? It is strength 4. Yeah, that makes sense.
Just do other
So AP
stuff
one and then
before
AP two
that.
and assault
Okay,
doctrine.
no problem.
Yep.
Kind of nice.
Right,
Yep. It's
okay.
solid. I mean, it
So
gives
it
them
was gonna
something
be
to help,
fine.
like, kind of poke at a distance, you know?
Yeah, which they
That's
shouldn't have
good,
because they're coming in.
right,
But anyway.
This
Let's
might
not
be
go
the
there.
first game I've seen, though, on a stream where 2 objectives have just been abandoned. Like, there's literally no models here. Joko literally just has to put a model onto each objective and go, great, I'm holding 3 again.
I think when I went in and explained the missions to them, they were both like, "Oh." Neither of them actually bothered to look at the mission they were playing. By the way, again, to be fair, I thought it was Hull 1, Hull 2 for some strange reason. Like, you know,
This is-
sometimes
this
do
is the
that.
answer.
I feel like I'm in a land of the blind.
So the last time I played it, my opponent just went, "It's Hull 1, Hull 2," and I just went, "Okay, you know what you're talking about." It wasn't an Alpha League game, by the way. That was just a random pickup game.
Always assume if there's 6 objectives, it's domination. Yeah. You know what's funny, though? There is the one mission that we just are not using in Alpha League, which is the 5 objectives, where it's domination, hold 2, hold 3, hold more. The Scouring, that mission blows to play as if you're a certain army or not.
It's just a bad mission by design. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know,
I played
I don't
Tau
get that.
into Silvertide Necrons in that mission. Guess how badly I lost?
Yep.
Yeah, I can,
Sure, you can
like,
practice it for
I don't know what they were thinking with that one. It goes against like GW's like ethos for like missions completely. I was just a bit
So,
really perplexed
would
when I
that change
came
your
across that one.
Oh, I was really thinking that it would be like that actually makes sense for DW to be like everybody has to fight for the center. You know, rah! I've seen enough missions in Kill Team do it that sort of work, but it is brutal for 40k. So yeah, Crackety Jones. First off, sick name. Second, what program is this? This is Tabletop Simulator. A game you can find on Steam. It's about $20. It goes on sale every once in a while. Everything else here is all mods. And if you want to go ahead and actually check out how to get all these mods working on a computer and everything to make it work, it's really dead easy. It's not, like, seriously, it's not too difficult at all, and it takes very little time to set up. You can go ahead and get that all set up on our Discord.
Pachow.
Yeah, and if you want to, like, get all the top down and everything, boop, there's a lot of controls you can learn to, like, make it look
Come join our
different, right?
server. We'll help you get set up and get you playing 40k. We've got a great team over there. Great community. Over 40,000 people.
It's shockingly easy. Death Guard players can figure it out.
I can imagine the pain. Alright, so Orion is really salty about me playing Terminus Est, the new detachment for Death Guard, in that new book that came out recently.
Yeah, Warzone Caradon.
Caradon? Or whatever. We'll be talking about that tomorrow anyway, like on the podcast.
Yeah, I need to do my more homework on that one, honestly.
He's got all the guns as well.
So yeah, the Terminus S force is dumb. Like,
It's
dumb.
funny you say that, though, because I know that, like, Tabletop Titans looked at the 2 armies of renown in that book and went, doesn't really get up there.
Yeah, but okay, right. I'm gonna bite my lip there.
Yeah, please. We get to talk about this tomorrow. But yeah, it should
Yeah,
be
but
interesting.
okay, so I don't like the way that they kind of just looked at it for 5 minutes and went, it's bad. Like, they didn't like actually like sit down like properly and look at it at all. Like,
Okay, no problem.
you know, like players actually do that go, oh, this could be interesting, and then try to find ways to make it work.
Our pleasure, Crackety Jones. Enjoy the Discord. Check it out. See if there's any mentors that will want to help you out. But also make sure to read the welcome page, the download links, all that stuff. The Stormboys are on the ground floor, St. Michael. It is a 9-inch charge on this side.
Yeah, it's 9-inch charge. He'll probably use his 3d6 charge here.
Yeah.
That one makes sense.
Rule of thumb that most higher up players use is unless if you have to use the space just to play on the ground floor. Joko is very aware of this.
Does not work here.
But good question. Good question.
So we're seeing a few dice being rolled and nothing dying right now. Like, basically, is what is happening. Like,
Yeah, like we're just kind of sitting here going like,
Fine. It wouldn't have changed the way I shot him.
I think Lunar Line's thinking about what he wants to prioritize, like shooting wise.
yeah.
I believe he spent CP for fallback shoot somewhere.
No, maybe. But I know they
He
can.
was on 7 at the start of the turn, and now he's down to 5. So I'm guessing because it's 2 CP strat, right?
Yeah, I think so. They can
I'm
fall back and
guessing
charge
it's-
all they want, but
Yeah.
Okay, so
You're not a Harlequin.
no, he did decide to deploy the Vanguard Vets. I thought. No, he decided against it. You're right. He decided to abandon it, and he still has them in reserve. Shame
Yeah,
that.
the other unit was
Let's
on
go
the
ahead and
board.
just change the engage on all fronts tag again.
y'all would.
Stupid take backsies. That's actually a big deal, though. I thought deploying the Vanguard Vets there was actually not a terrible idea. Just to make sure that engage on all fronts is being, used. But
Ah, damn it.
He died.
He's dead.
all right, so there's the war boss. Big surprise.
Yay, hero.
I was hoping you could
Yeah, and he
come
doesn't
with
get to
that in combat.
fire or anything, So
No,
people
what-
are arguing, right? If I do my fight on death,
I know what that
then
guy
I can pile into you, and it's like that's not how manipulation works. Like if you're not engaged, you can't pile in.
Yeah.
He didn't advance, so he's going to shoot.
Cracker Jones, the
his,
Discord is huge.
pistol
It's a
into-
huge community. Very cool.
Or push me,
Yeah.
charge,
Okay,
or-
cracking.
Yeah, charged or being charged is the only difference there.
Hit you on something. It hits.
All right, we got some hits.
Doesn't. Alright.
Interesting, he
Vanguard-
like went for that when he could have
Sorry,
just
the
charged that
Blade
with the Blakewood
I'm
Vets.
going to shoot off
What, into the war boss?
into
Yeah.
I'm actually no. I think that Looney Lion made the right choice. If the war boss had been charged and then killed in melee,
Oh, okay, conceded
he
four,
could have fought
yeah,
back.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
So-
Yeah.
Now he's got 4 very happy Bladeguard vets that could potentially charge the scrapjet instead and start really mucking about with Joko's stuff. The assault intercessors are close enough to do the same. So there's definitely a lot of counterplay here. But Joko can
Interesting
play the
enough,
primary a lot better
neither
now.
player took banners, but this is a great map for banners, right? 'Cause
Well,
you got your
banners
three-
would not be good here, I don't think.
What, with three objectives in the back? Like,
Normally it would be, right? But both armies are going to be moving around the map very quickly and flipping objectives. Like, we can already tell right now these infiltrators are going to flip this objective in the southwest corner.
Okay, yeah.
Joko's going to
Yeah,
take
yeah.
the central and northeastern objectives this turn. The Vanguard Veterans down here likely going to go ahead and flip the southeastern objective. Right now, that would mean that there would be 2 banners up. One in the upper left and one in the middle bottom for Joko. And that's it. That would mean that banners would be very difficult to pull off. It's also extremely difficult for Joko because he only had
yeah, it's
one
really more for the white
infantry
scores.
unit on
Sorry,
the board. Yeah.
I should have added that as a caveat. Like, I think for the white scores, it might have actually been fine. Like, because okay, sure, Joko can go and move to points and remove stuff, but he's got not a huge amount of OPSEC. And the other thing as well is he kind of needs to focus in combat against the big white scars blob of death as opposed to just like moving to objectives to remove banners. And it gives him like a player choice as well, which is always great for you to do your opponent. Do you want to remove my banner or do you want to come fight me?
Alright, he's going to be dead again, that's fine. I see.
And if I were the White Scars player, yeah, that makes sense. But I think the Looney Lion made the right choice here.
And then
Since if he's like, come at me, bro,
into-
at that point he's actually spread out. If he's got banners on all 3 objectives and he's trying to keep them alive, he's not in a castle anymore, and suddenly Joko's like, this is fine. I have much more mobile shooting than you do. I will blast you off your objectives, rip down the banners late game, and win on secondaries easily. I mean, he's already done really well on primary by removing the Redemptor Dreadnought and forcing a redeploy,
I've got chapter
which not even guaranteed to necessarily work either, depending on how things work out. Like, a lot of these plays that we're talking about that are really big plays for Looney Lion might end up with those units being super dead or largely ignored for the rest of the game. So the Vanguard Veterans, for instance, are probably not going to be able to remove the Megatrack Scrapjet, which is a perfect profile for dealing with the Vanguard Veterans in return. There's also still a lot of shooting. The Mega Knobs in the truck are going to be able to deploy out, kill the Vanguard Veterans, and then the truck can sit on the objective. Like, this is going to be a really brutal turn out of Joko too. There's going to be a slobber knocker after another
Yeah,
slobber knocker.
I think it's gonna be a great game because we're gonna see play like all over the board. At this point, I was a bit worried that we're gonna be like boxing into this corner, but because of like Looney Lion's like deep strikes and where the Vanguard Vets ended up with advance and charge, getting really hot on that advance roll to get that far out, then we're definitely gonna see like play like in all 4 table quarters.
Absolutely.
3 table quarters, sorry, this
Like,
time.
it's going to be a series of really strong turns back and forth for at least the next turn and a half. And then after that, you're going to start seeing some patterns emerge. Mega Knobs are going to be very mean to these Vanguard Vets, 100%. But there's no way to get them out of there, so the Vanguard Vets are largely being traded to earn a short-term gain on primary points, which could mean a big difference.
It means the Mega Knobs don't go to that backup jet survive where the infiltrators are sat. So it means the Mega Knobs have to come back to deal with them.
There are no infiltrators in that corner.
Wait, what?
Nope.
I'm sure there was.
There are no infiltrators in that corner. They are now on the left side of the map.
Alright, okay. Fair enough, fair enough.
There are infiltrators in the northwest and in the southwest sides of the map now, but nothing in the northeast.
This one,
Which
This
means
isn't one where if you control an objective in your command phase, it remains under your control.
overrun? No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
No, there's
no.
only two:
Only
vital
you
intelligence
think
and sweep
that,
and clear.
like,
And this is neither of those.
Stay alive.
What this does mean is that those Mega Knobs will be able to go out, deal with the Vanguard Veterans, and then the truck, honestly, can move on to that objective, and it can hold the objective. And if he really wants to toss some Vanguard Veterans into that, he can go ahead and be the guest, honestly, at that point.
Save one.
He also left two objectives. I don't know if I like it. Drearian, I see your point, but again, to explain this idea, it does make good sense. These infiltrators aren't guaranteed, but are very likely to charge these Storm Boys in the southwest corner, taking the objective for the White Scars. Great. They'll also be able to do it while hiding behind this wall, which is hard for the Orcs to actually shift. Their main shifting unit are the knobs, which are on the wrong side of the battlefield to do that. Wow! So that Scrapjet's dead.
Yep.
X. No, that's not
Okay.
Anyhow, nice shot. Continuing onward. The other thing is that these Vanguard Vets are going to be able to outnumber everything on this objective down here, if they make the charge, and they should. Which means that he's going to be able to tear Joko off of two objectives, meaning that Joko scores 0 for primary. And a 5-0 is like still a win for the White Scars. Like 5 points is definitely better than 0. So this certainly works in towards the White Scars' favor. The only issue now is that the Orcs will be able to just jump onto one objective, jump onto the other objective, wipe off this objective, take the objective for themselves, and then put in some reasonable firepower to really thin out stuff like the multi-meltas and the other, like the assault intercessors and the inceptors. The Vanguard Veterans as well are a problem, and like they can start to thin out what the Orcs have in terms of buggies. Every single dead buggy is an Orc asset that is important. So if you can kill off a buggy, that's a big deal. He's already killed off a Scrapjet. He's going to be able to start working on the shotgun up Drax. That is like it's a problem, but you know, Joko's got counterplay in his turn as well. Is my point.
As the game lost some pace, not really, because we're looking at the charge phase like right now. But like the shooting, sure, he gets rid of like the two things that were in his lines. We knew that was going to happen. You know, any other incidental shooting goes elsewhere, picks up a Scrapjet. It's more about hitting these two charges is like a big deal, like right now for the White Scars over anything else, and then fight phase and just removing things off those battlefield. Yeah, I'm a bit sort of skeptical. Like I hadn't even noticed that he'd like just flat out abandoned this objective, like right here. Like okay. Sure. I guess. Okay, that's something you can do.
I assume you are rolling the surgeon.
I get it now. That was
Orcs can screen the whole planet zone with shock jumps and trap the Marines between the two deployments. Yeah, absolutely. They can certainly try. It's going to be difficult though, since the infiltrators are creating 12-inch bubbles for the next Vanguard Veterans to like pop up, and it's difficult for. You want your shock trap Drax to shooting stuff, so just putting them in a corner like what he had to do over here doesn't feel super good.
One wound so far? Just roll the rest.
No, it's damage.
The trick here is whether or not these White Scars will be able to charge in, kill a Megatrack Scrapjet, tag one of the shock jump Dragsters. It's possible. There's going to be a lot of charges this turn.
And there's an interrupts as well. That interrupt's going to be key, like somewhere.
Yeah. Like he's going to have to start with one of them. And depending on which one, on which combat Looney Line decides to start with, there is like a boss knob here with a power claw. Never mind, he has no power claw. Forget what I said. Yeah, it's gonna be really obvious for the White Scars. They're gonna charge and kill the Megatrap Scrapjet if they're gonna do anything first, and then after that, like go on your life, dude. There is, like, the thing is, this is such a close game, and we can tell because there's a lot of, but these guys can do this, but these guys can do this, but the Orcs can do this, but the White Scars can do this.
Yeah,
if you're in a game where you can do that for literal hours like we have,
it's almost like Eldar versus like Drakari, like back in 8th edition. There's so much both the armies can do, like movement wise. It's like it gets really fun, like really quick.
No, this is definitely a brutal game. It's gonna be somewhat low scoring. It's gonna come down to secondaries. And I think that's where Joko is currently earning a lot of play.
Yeah.
Boom.
I think Oaths was like, you know.
The shock jump Drax is down to 2. And that's the end of the shooting phase.
Yep. It's the big one. The charges. Let's see if he gets as good as the orcs did. Like,
Warhammer FRPGM. Have been fun watching and listening. Time to go finish a crusade setup between my son and myself. My White Scar Successor Chapter versus Drukhari. Well, congrats.
Good luck.
You know, on your son's good pickup. With the Drukhari, best of luck to both of you and have fun, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
Alright. So, I believe that's the end of the shooting. Maybe not as much as they would have liked, but that's not where White Scars are necessarily the best. And having blown up a scrapjet is solid. So now the trick is, can they land all of these charges? And, like, 2 charges are vital. The Infiltrators and the Vanguard Veterans. Past that, everything else is, like, bonus. And if they can land the charge on the Megatrap scrapjet with the, with these Vanguard Veterans and do enough damage to kill it, very possible. That is another big blow.
Hello.
It also gives a lot of movement to these Vanguard Veterans and puts them in the center, which means that Joko suddenly has to deal with not 1, but 2 extremely difficult to deal with units, and there's still a 3rd one in reserve in the form of these Vanguard Veterans.
Okay, doggo. Bye.
There's a lot here going on right now for the White Scars, and Joko is like looking down the barrel of a particularly difficult situation if Looney Lion gets off all these charges. Even if he only gets off the 2 charges, which again, likely. Very likely. This 6-inch charge is like or 5-inch to 6-inch charge over here is very doable. This 9-inch charge with 3d6 is on odds, easy to make.
Now is that 2d6 pick the 2 highest, or is it just 3d6? I can never remember.
If it's 3d6 pick the 2 highest, it's still as good odds.
Yeah, and then you've got a reroll, CP reroll for that as well. So yeah, I think it's fine. Here we go, 3d6. No, he's just teasing us. He's putting the 3d6 over the dice roll and then moving them back.
He's explaining to Joko why they've got 3d6. He says.
Okay. I think he's just teasing us.
He's being he's explaining to Joko like a good play person would.
Oh my
There's
god,
the
that's
9.
a 10.
Oh, sorry.
9, sorry. That looked like
If it's 2, even if it was 2d6 pick the highest, he still made it. Like
yeah, exactly.
3d6 pick the 2 highest. Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, they make it in. That's the first one. That one wasn't a guarantee, but it was definitely the single most important one. Because if he gets that, kills the orcs. Again, not hard. They only have 1 wound each. Then and these guys have a lot of attacks. Like, a lot of attacks. This squad of boys should be wiped out, and they'll be able to stand on this objective and hold it for pretty much the rest of the game. The Mega Knobs might be able to make their way to the center of the board, but they're never going to see this corner of the board in their life.
No.
Which means that next turn the Infiltrators will also be able to deploy Scramblers in the enemy deployment zone, which means that deploy Scramblers is practically a guarantee here for Looney Lion. Excellent news. The other big charge, again, these Vanguard Veterans over here, they need to make this charge onto the southeastern objective. If they do so, they will be able to hold it over these guys, since there will be 5 of them. And if they can wreck the Booster Blaster while they're at it to remove another Rivet Cannon from the equation, that is excellent news. That is a big deal here. The scrap, like this gun, honestly, if they can wrap and trap it, that'd be fantastic. That would be the best thing on the planet.
Yeah, that'd be the dream.
Yeah, and it's not even that hard to do. He just needs to get 2 models touching it on here, and because it's a vehicle, it can't phase through the wall. It's already practically 1/3 of the way tri-pointed.
And it's got such a big template, even like Desperate Breakout doesn't work too well.
Yeah, exactly, because they move so slowly. Remember the last season, actually, it ended up being really funny because they tried to move out of the way of the Swarm Lord, but then weren't able to move far enough away, so the Swarm Lord was able to just heroically intervene into them again.
Oh jeez.
Good times, good times. So that's definitely a thing for these Vanguard Veterans, and is a priority. There is
we gotta get Jimmy.
Some Overwatch coming in here. Daka. Another hit.
Oh, that's not
Wounding on 3s.
Rerolling 1 because Death Skulls.
So, wounds at AP2. So,
Which is the perfect amount here. Every single one of these that goes through on 4s. Easy saves! Looney Lion getting the better part of odds there.
43 shots.
43 shots, yeah. So they're charging into the Booster Blaster. If that had killed off a Vanguard Veteran or 2, which odds are that was based off of those hit rolls, possible, that would have actually significantly affected the math.
I have used my reroll. So 2 wounds, no AP.
2 wounds, no AP here. This is unlikely to kill. They have a 2-up save. It does hurt 1.
Joker's gone. This surprises me. He's gone for the Overwatch as opposed to the Interrupts here. Because this puts him down to 1 CP at this point.
I have Stick Bomb.
Yeah.
3 shots.
This really surprises me. Like, I'd prefer the Interrupts, even if, like, because maybe, like, Looney Lion doesn't like
Root Blaster. I have a rule that I can
base
fire
a unit
my
can use it
grenades
just
and,
like move block with a buggy as well.
at the same time as I fire.
So we'll see how that plays out. Like I'd prefer the 2 CP for interrupt because like Looney Line's looking at now and going, okay, I can just charge whatever I want. Like and I get to fight first at this point. Like
Yeah.
literally like opens up some charges he may have been like thinking about but maybe not too sure about for the interrupts. But like right now he can just go, where do I want to charge? And I'm gonna do it.
Yeah. But like at the same time, the boosted blast is not good in combat. The boys won't be able to do anything to these.
I was meaning more around
combat.
here, right? Like with this big like blob of death. Like there's this now opens up like charges. Like say for instance he went for this scrapjet here and didn't like base it with a charge. Like he could literally use the scrapjet to move block and base like between these 2 ruins, which would be like a pretty big deal.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, like I understand the Overwatch in this situation, and being able to remove one of the Vanguard Veterans would have been really, really clutch. And would have affected the math enough that the boosted blaster could have survived.
I think Overwatch is only worth it if 1, you've got a flamer, and 2, if you've got some sort of like CP synergy for Overwatch, such as like Imperial Guard, you know.
Yeah, that's true. I think though that with Daka being a thing,
yeah, maybe. I mean,
it's,
yeah, sure. Yeah.
It's a thing. Also, the Rivet Cannon did hit 3 times. Like the CP should have worked. It should have probably killed one of them by the time the hits and wounds were done. But no, like really good Storm Shield saves ended up keeping them all alive. So yeah, now this objective is being taken from Joko, as we predicted. This objective is being taken from Joko. Now it looks like they're going to charge the Assault Intercessors into the Scrapjet, or into the Shock Jump Dragsta. If they don't do enough damage to the Mega Trap Scrapjet, which is honestly unlikely. This thing's a little bit tankier than everything else. The Assault Intercessors, they don't have all the same rerolls and everything. So if the Scrapjet survives, it'll be able to fight back and actually do a really good number on these Assault Intercessors. So the trick now is once he's gotten in combat with them, can he get in combat with the Vanguard Veterans and then clinch this?
Come on.
And this is where having the CP to interrupt would have been huge.
Yeah. Exactly. Like,
Can you put up the center thing for me?
pretty sweet deal.
Assault Intercessors can honor the chapter if they have to. This is true, but that is a strong 2 CP to do that. And when you only have 5 CP left, it's not a great feeling to have to do that. I think the trick right now is can they get in the middle, get Oath of Moment, or at least tempt Oath of Moment, and then can the Blade Guard Veterans get the charge and actually kill the Scrapjet? If they do that, though, small problem, all the characters are wide out in the open. So honestly, I don't think the Blade Guard Veterans should charge here. Because otherwise he's giving up all 9 points for Assassinate in like 2 seconds.
He's got the attack bite still there.
There's only 2 models.
I'm glad you did it.
Oh yeah. And
So they can't screen. The Blade Guard Veterans are currently the only thing screening all of those characters. And even then, only 2 of them. And if 2 of those go down, suddenly all the Assassinate points start to come out. The Captain on Bike is available, the Apothecary is available, and the Lieutenant in Reaver Armor, which is again a neat tech piece, again available. So we'll have to see.
I think he's going for it anyway. But Blade Guard.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's a ballsy play, and I can see, like, it's worth it. If he can get the kills, it's fantastic.
It's movement. He can just string them back to the characters.
Okay.
It's just free movement for them right now.
Goodbye, characters.
Okay, alright. I'm talking the talk.
Thinking about it.
At the party. Okay, what do you have in reserve? Mechanos.
Stromboid's Commando.
Ork's voice is like a shooting face. Yeah, I agree. That's fair. Like going from 5s to 6s. Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing.
Yeah, that's a fair point. It's just we advanced with our. It's the exact same thing as advancing. Yeah, it might as well be another Orc shooting phase. When you put it that way, chat, actually, like, big ups on you. That makes perfect sense.
You shouldn't be. Don't worry about my shooting.
Don't worry about my shooting. Okay, yeah, those are wise words. It's not like their shooting can get any worse anyway.
Fine.
I mean, all of these characters no slouch in combat, so even if he does like kill the Blade Guard, I think the characters just come in and like can seriously smack face in combat next turn, especially in the Assault Doctrine as well.
Yeah, my worry is that
I think it makes more sense to just protect them, like right now, like for sure.
Yeah, that's fair. Now, my worry though is that there are still a lot of assets here for the Orcs to work with, And he does have reserves that are able to just drop in. So like the Storm Boys are going to be able to take on one objective. The Commandos are going to be able to take the other objective and screen out anything that's coming in. So like,
and then the White Scots are very much far forward to deal with it. So I think, oh no, he's going for it.
He's going for it, which means he's going to be leaving his characters out in the wind. Which at that point, if I'm playing as the Orcs, I'm like, I could get my mech guns to shoot them, and like one of them doesn't have an invuln save. If they can kill the apothecary first and then start going after like the lieutenant and then the captain and stuff, like there's some nice stuff.
Yep, you're right. Like this Inceptor is like out. Like I just had to check that like very quickly.
Yep.
So that's a free-man unit of Inceptor, so I was checking like that against the captain.
Yeah, and even then, if the captain's the closest visible thing,
well,
then,
there's
like,
all
it works.
there's all this stuff in the way at this point.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I think they also rolled a 5.
So like that's one thing that like really decent players like understand, like putting a character out in front but having like units like further forward.
Yeah.
And knowing that he's still like lookout third by like everything else in his army, and it's a great strategy slowing as Death Guard as well with Death Shroud. It's like you don't actually need your characters to be back behind anything because all your Death Shroud have Bodyguard, so you may as well just, if they got no like immediate melee threat, you can at least just have your characters like out at the front and just stood there and nothing can target them.
Yeah.
Great.
I do something similarly hilariously with like ghost skills and stealth suits for Tau, because they can sit out front behind a building or whatever, and then your commander pops out and starts blasting away, and then your opponent's like, I'll shoot him, and you're like, what? No, you won't.
Yeah.
I've got this unit of 5 guys behind him you can't see. So there's definitely options there for sure. And good play like that is one of the fundamentals, I guess, of like medium to advanced play for 40k that can really bring you into the upper leagues.
0.9.
Oh, for sure. Like it's just learning all these little sort of like non-Beyonces, like reading between the lines of the rules almost, and going, well, I can get away with this, so I'm going to do it.
Yeah, somehow by removing the hilarious nonsense of the previous edition, they've made it.
Demon Forge did that really well, right? Like with his like sorcerers, like the last game you guys played it, casted on here on Thursday, like with his sorcerers and like the Lord of the Rings and stuff. I think he played that really well with his characters.
Yeah, no, he did play that relatively well with his characters for sure.
And then one that he could afford to throw away, like his warp time guy, that was like, you didn't need him for like the rest of the game. He was just like, you can have this guy. Like, you know, he does nothing for your secondary, so I don't really care. Like, he's gonna go stand on the subjects and be annoying.
Because of the fact that he was so fragile and everything, he couldn't be this like ritual guy either. So.
Then he didn't die either. It's the weird.
No, he did.
Like,
he eventually got killed by the Command Master, but yeah, it took a while.
Yeah, it could fit in my deployment zone though.
No, because it's strategic reserves.
Okay, so the servitors are going to be out of range to deploy scramblers next turn as well.
Yeah.
So it is worth mentioning right now that Joko has an opportunity to, remove them, but it doesn't matter. Like the infiltrators are already behind enemy lines. If they can kill all the boys, then between now and like the end of the game, the deploy scramblers here aren't a problem. Interesting. Is that 2 inches between those two Blade Guard? Because holy crap, that's a really...
That's a big 2 inches.
That's a very big 2 inches, yeah. Like, well done. That sort of solves a problem, but there is only one Blade Guard veteran who's getting into combat, maybe 2, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't want to be the guy that just keeps changing things because it's used. Okay.
I mean, if they agree on it and say this is my intent, then fine,
You can do a lot with an extra 2 inches. You know what, St. Michael? I don't need to hear that right now. This is a family-friendly stream.
Right.
Hey, I thought he was on about like one of those like Tau like custom set things where you get plus 2 inches to range. Like...
No, and it's plus 4, which is even better. And plus 2 inches to movement.
I think it's the Dark Reaper one actually, like one of the Dark Reaper. Like
really?
That sounds like plus 2 inches to range or something like weird like that. Like.
That was 3 inches, he just moved it? Well, he decided that he was going to do it anyway. So now the Blade Guard veterans are going to be able to get in there, kill the Mega Scrapjet. I think, honestly, this is still the right play. Because those Blade Guard veterans are now a huge threat to a shooting army. Mostly a shooting army. And although the Mega Knobs might get there in a couple of turns, by the time that's done, these Blade Guard veterans will have been a huge, bullet sink. and they might even still live. At which point they're gonna really start wrecking like the Gretchen. They'll start tagging custom booster blasters. They'll start tagging these mech guns down here. Like this is not the kind of unit you want running around your lines.
16 attacks.
Yeah.
A lot.
Gonna be big old fight face. I'm expecting the Storm Boys to just melt.
Is that
I'm expecting.
Yeah, no, the Storm Boys have a 6-up t-shirt save, at best. They only have 1 wound each, they're only toughness 4. The Infiltrators have 3 attacks each, plus the Sergeant with 4, which means that they have 16 attacks, hitting on 3s, wounding on 4s. Like, you know, there's a good chance they kill everything.
I don't believe he put anything into all.
Nope, he doesn't need to either. Unless if this roll goes horribly math-wise, and it didn't. Math says they're dead.
No AP.
They're dead. Even the 2 wounds on the knob means that
This is Joker though. Never count him out. No, they are dead. Like I expect Joker to just roll like 5/6s there, like as sometimes he has done in the past.
Implying the BGV even kill the boosted blasters. Well, the BGV plus the assault intercessors kill the Megatrack Scrapjet and then start tagging the boosted blasters and stuff. That's a problem. That's a problem. Anyway, so the infiltrators have done what they said they wanted to do. They are now on the objective. They are now in the opponent's deployment zone. They are primed for deploy scramblers next turn. And if they somehow fail for some weird reason, the servitors will take 2 turns to get over there, but they will eventually get into the enemy deployment zone if they're still alive.
And the great thing about this, like play here, is he can literally start tagging smasher guns as
I forgot about the turn counter. Sorry, chat. This is top of turn 2.
Why have we got? Yeah, I was meaning to ask you about that. Why have we got Eldari symbols for turns? Like, do you just love Eldar that much? Like,
I love it, but it's also the best ASCII I could manage.
Okay, I think it looks great, and we should always support the Eldar. So the Eldar need it right now. Like, they need a book, so it's fine. Like,
yeah, they need a book. Orcs need a book. Town need a book. GSE need a book. Tyranids could use a book.
Because I got really confused when I was watching this stream on Thursday. I'm like, Eldar aren't playing. Like, what's this about? Like. I realized, like, oh, that's really clever.
The pants says, my question still stands. We're nearly 3 hours in. How come it's turn 2? An excellent question. They're taking a long time to play. Honestly, we should force them to use the chess clock.
We only started at 9 p.m., like 8 p.m. UTC. Like,
well, we started like almost 20 minutes post time. So remove 20 minutes from that, but even then, the question still stands. How come it's turn 2 and it's still 2.5 hours into the stream?
Because the White Scars had a lot of like big brain like moments like this turn. That
yeah, they used a lot of their time this turn
to do it. Yeah, I mean they are meant to be using the clock because they are on stream. But that got shoved to one side because one player was having a lot of problems like logging in.
Yeah. So at this point, I believe these are the Vanguard Veterans into the Booster Blaster. A lot of hits. Rerolling all those. That was a pretty poor roll to start off with. This isn't great either. I don't think the Booster Blaster dies unless if he's
2 damage each.
They are doing the 2 damage each. So yeah, the Booster Blaster is dead, easily enough.
There's no more turns. It's not going to be like a 2-turn game of I win. That's another thing to consider.
All right, now he's going to. Now I am not sure I'd tag the Scrapjet, but it looks like he wants to. Because the Scrapjet is actually okay in combat. Like, this sucker does hit on 4s. It has a strength 8, AP -2, D3 damage gun. Like, it'll do damage. And then next turn, it's not like it doesn't have guns.
Taking the smash gun's fine. Yeah, you're right. Like, there is no reason to. Like, it could kill, like, a Vanguard vet.
Well, not only that, but then the next turn, it's like, yeah, I've got a rocket cannon that's assault, twin big shooters, which are assault, wing missiles, which are assault. So none of them get the like. He'll be hitting on 5s, but that's just like a good orc shooting phase right there.
They fight twice as well. Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. Yeah, they do fight twice too. Yep. No, do not tag the Scrapjet. That's a bad plan. Tagging the mech gun, great plan. Do not tag the Scrapjet. The Scrapjet is going to be able to do everything I just said it was going to be able to do, but at least it doesn't get to have 2 turns of it. Because between effectively 4 fight phases and a good shooting phase, the Megatrax Scrapjet could probably wipe out the Vanguard Vets on its own.
Right, so that's good. I'll have enough movement to wrap this.
Yeah, great turn coming out of the White Scars though. It took a while.
Yeah, this
great turn. Like,
the 2 charges on the Jokos objectives were things that surprised me. I forgot about the
Phobos. Getting 0 primary as well. which is like a big deal.
That's huge. I mean, it's only a 5-point difference. It's not game-ending, but that is a big problem that will be rectified. There's no way that the White Scars are going to be able to hold more. Like, Joko just has to, like, sneeze, and suddenly he's got 2 extra objectives. He does have both of his commando squads and a Stormboy squad in reserves. So that solves that problem.
Going to be also reliant on these characters surviving and then just going and wrecking face on the subjects. So I think someone pointed out in chat earlier, the captain on bike can just go vroom like 16 inches and knock whatever is off an objective by itself. So that's a very good point.
14 inches plus stuff, but he gets to advance with the automatic 6. It's 20.
So like,
yeah.
So he's fine. He can like go where he wants and kill a thing.
He started off with 7 CP pants, but he spent 2 to extend a Megatrax, to extend the mech. Invuln save on the first turn. He did a bunch of other stuff too.
Yeah, he spent a load. Like he spent as you pointed out, he did the big mech thing, which wasn't really required. Like nothing went in that area.
Yeah.
I could see that area. People do that though sometimes. They're just like playing lots. Gotta be really careful with that strat. He spent CP on some other things. I think like a failed charge, like earlier. Like oh no, he wasn't failed on that because here we go. I can't remember. Like, I can't remember. Like Joko spends a lot of CP very quickly. Like,
he does.
I can't remember.
Look, as an orc myself, you've got saying that we spend CP to make big gubbins boom, man.
Like orcs should have CP fun. Like it would be hilarious.
It'd be great, but at the same time, like honestly, they're orcs. They're gonna go ahead and spend their CP to get the biggest boom. Whoa! What kind of a hit roll was that? And by the look of things, I'm guessing he spent the CP for them being Primaris and just 6's auto wound.
Yep.
What the hell did I do there? Oh, for God's sake.
And this was a fight twice.
No, this is a Bladeguard Veterans auto wounding on 6's due to Gene Rot Might.
You didn't roll a single 1 or 2.
1 CP, 6 to hit, automatically wound. That's a dead Scrapjet.
2 damage?
Yeah, knocking out these vehicles right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Doesn't even blow up. And who said that the BGVs can't take on Boosted Blast? They absolutely can. They absolutely can.
The scary thing is, we're not even in Assault Doctrine yet. Like...
Yeah. Imagine when they're doing 3 damage a pop. He ended up spending the 2 CP damage on over here. The Vanguard Veterans, by the way, did tag and surround this Smasher Gun here, which means that the Scrapjet is going to have to kill them in close combat, or the Mega Knobs are going to have to.
Hey, the Grot's going to do it, I believe. Like the Grot's going to bring down a Vanguard Vet in combat,
and he's going to be able to tag the other Booster Blasters. Not what you wanted to have happen. Joko in a spooky position, to say the least.
Yeah, even though like his turn 1 looked great,
his turn 1 was stellar.
He underestimated like the movement ability of the White Scars. Like they're one of like the fastest like Space Marine armies other than like Dark Angel's Raven Wing right now.
Yep.
And these aren't even like White Scars bikes. These are just like White Scars guys on foot who are just like running like all over the map, like tagging like everything right now. It's like, sure, my characters are open, but like I've got one of your Smasher Guns, like 2 of your buggies like tagged right now. Gonna be interesting to see what he does with the Mega Knobs on his next turn. Whether he just goes for this like home objective and says, if you deploy anything like near this objective, I'm just gonna kill it, or if he goes back to deal with the Vanguard Vets.
Yeah, my immediate and initial thought here is that these Vanguard Veterans are not going anywhere with just 1 fight phase out of a Megatrack Scrapjet. Not even 2. And you have to get rid of them in melee. So the Mega Knobs are probably best used for taking out the Vanguard Vets. The Megatrap Scrapjet and the Shock Jump Dragsters are what's going to be needed to kill the Bladeguard Veterans and to severely wound, if not kill, the Assault Intercessors. The Mech Guns could potentially snipe a character or 2, but right now that the characters are going to be targetable for the rest of the game. Like there's nowhere to hide for them.
I don't think I've actually seen Bladeguard Vets this far up the map. Like the top of turn 2 before. Normally, like Space Marine players like hang them back as a second wave. I love the fact that he's just ran forwards with them and he's virtually in his deployment zone at this stage.
Scrapjet can deal damage because of the mortal wounds. True, but there are 10 wounds here he has to get through, and You know, 4-up invuln saves are hard to get through.
Okay, yeah,
Turns out.
fine.
So as a result, I'm like, you know what? I know it's a better
Also
guarantee.
next up,
Toss 4 Mega Knobs at this thing, and then that should do the trick.
is going to be the
But then the Mega Knobs do
Smash Gun?
nothing for the rest of the game, pretty much.
Well, they'll be right near the center.
Ring of Flies.
If they aren't dealt with, and it'll be hard to deal with them,
Vanguard Veterans.
they just move towards the middle and just go, okay, whoever's getting it with the moment is now a very dead git.
Yeah, I mean, that's the play he could do. He could just move them to like the middle and deny oaths as well.
So
And
that
go,
should
sure, you got my backfield objective. I've got 2 units coming down to grab your 2 objectives in the deployment zone next turn, because there's no screen next.
Oh, it's this turn. It's this turn coming up. The commandos will just be able to pop up on
Yeah.
the both. Like he's got commandos to go on both objectives here.
See, I'm old school. I refer to battle round as battle round and turn as player turn. They'd actually like kind of like errated that in 9th edition. Like,
Yeah. So battle round 2, player turn 2 for Joko here makes a big difference.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go ahead and just immediately change the turn counter over, and we're gonna take a look at the score. It seems as if they've forgotten whose turn it is, but Joko scores 0 for his primary turn 1.
oh, that's rough. Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that they're out of this yet. Engage all fronts for 3 points is certainly within the realm of possibility, which will be 4 more points than what Looney Line will have had. Deploy Scramblers for 2 should be easily done. Assassinate is also very much on the board and is now a very real threat late game as well as early game. So despite the fact that the scores don't really change all that much, yeah, like things can easily like turn around for Joko. I think he needs to play more for a late game right now and just remove the teeth from the White Scars list. Once he's done that by removing the Assault Intercessors, the last of the Inceptors, and the Bladeguard Vets, or like the last of the Attack Bikes, because the Attack Bikes need to go too. Yeah, the characters, although they're very powerful, there's only 3 of them, and they are very squishy. Looks like Looney Line should have taken Linebreaker.
Sure, they're squishy, but the custom bikes last 4 pinball. You know, T5. So, you know, he's a problem.
Yeah.
Apothecary could go down. I mean, sure. Like,
Apothecary is 1 shock jump trackster away from being a fried pile of mush.
Gets him free on Assassinate, so probably will pick. I personally, I'd pick that up because it's a secondary point that's like staring right in the face. So I'd be like, yep, sure. And who else we're looking at? Lieutenant. Yeah, he could probably go away as well. Does he even have an invuln?
No invuln safe. No.
What does Reaver Armor give him? What is that?
Reaver Armor gives him a -1 leadership around in the area around him, and it gives him access to a stratagem that removes Obsec. He also is giving Obsec to everything near him.
I was meaning more, is it like, does anything defensive like help him, like, at all?
Heck no. And it's -2 leadership apparently. I'm
so,
wrong.
like, that could be like 6 points for Assassinate, like right there, and it doesn't even require that much for out of the shooting. So, like,
No, and like it can happen at a later turn if he gets rid of the attack bikes. If he decides to go after them right now, then like, yeah, like, or at least he removes 1 attack bike. Then yeah, like the characters will be totally targetable next turn anyway. It's not a big loss. So here, what we've seen here is that we've got one of the trucks with the truck like move up onto the objective to hold it. The Mega Knobs have gone down south to deal with the Vanguard Veterans, as we've expected. The Mega Track Scrapjet is in a position to be able to shoot the Bladeguard Veterans and the Assault Intercessors, whilst then also being able to bounce backwards to get rid of the Vanguard Veterans, to help get rid of them, which makes good sense. The Gretchen back here, on this southern objective, are being very brave, looking at this big teal wall here, and also presenting their rump to the Bladeguard Veteran as a insult. They are mooning the Bladeguard Veterans and their puny swords. We'll see whether or not that ends up being their downfall, because hubris does have a tendency to do that. We see the shock jump tracksters bouncing around to this top objective to take it. Unsurprising, getting some lines of sight on the Inceptors to remove them from existence, whilst also getting line of sight on the Captain to potentially remove him from existence, which would be sick. Or just removing the Captain in general, and the Assault Bikes.
The Captain's the big prize because he gives like chess master rerolls and has a few stacky like traits and stuff. So he's like the big prize to like get. He's also the most difficult character to bring down. T5, 4 pinball. You know, probably go for the. I probably just like shoot what I can kill for the secondary and just pick up like the 2 easy characters. Like,
yeah, this would be one of those situations where I still wish I would have had the War Boss and Warbike in the back, because effectively the War Boss took out 2 Bladeguard Veterans, and that was his entire game. He also melted. No, he didn't even do the melta shot onto the attack bike squad. He took out 2 Bladeguard Veterans, and that's it. One of them came back, And this would be the turn where it's like, look, if he was hiding back here to help countercharge, this would be the turn where he'd be kicking a lot of butt. There's no 6 of Feel No Pain on these Vanguard veterans. He'd be able to like really do a lot more work later on in the game. So I'm wondering if Joko maybe did a mistake by actually throwing him to the wolves that early.
What, the war boss or
The biggest boss on the war bike, yeah.
I think it's fine. Like it's what he does. Like I was saying, he doesn't give away. Like unless your opponent's somehow taken like Slay the Warlord or whatever. Like he doesn't give away much, and then you want him to die in combat just so you can get into fight again. So honestly, I think it's okay. Like that he did that. Like it forced like the shooting to go there as well to remove him, as opposed to like going anywhere else. It's how a lot of Orc players now use that like trinket in 9th edition, so to speak.
Alright, so the commandos have come up on this objective here. They are OBSEC, so this objective is now pretty much guaranteed to stay within Death Skull's hands without a dramatic shift. That's pretty sick. And St. Michael, yeah, we know about Rights of War on the Lieutenant, but currently he's applying that to attack bikes and Inceptor Sergeants and the Inceptors, and they are literally on no objectives that matter right now. That OBSEC is not contesting anything. It'd be a lot more interesting if he was down here with the Vanguard Veterans, because at that point, like even now with the Mega Knobs, it's like, ooh, we're not sure.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go for some long bomb charges, like with the characters, just to try and keep them like secure with the Blade Guard, like down here. That would have been like a lot more threatening. And all of a sudden, they are like lookout served by that unit as well.
That's one of the problems with going with an elite army like this, is that you don't have a whole lot of ways to screen these characters for Space Marines. We have a total of 15 troops. Everything else is an elite 3-man kind of squad situation, and none of the Vanguard veterans are on the table. So yeah, it's a weird time right now.
Smash a gun.
Yeah, so if it like even like so the captain didn't really move. I think he moved like 4 inches. Like if he knew he was going for that charge, right, he could have just swung the captain like around the flank and got him into combat as well, and then he'd have been lookout third. And just gone for like advance the apothecary, advance the lieutenant as well to get him into that room wall, and you've been looking like the 7-inch charge, which isn't really a long bomb at that point. And then they are protected by both the intercessors here and the Blade Guard vets, and they're right in the lines of the orcs at that point. And the orcs has to put a lot of gun.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what he was thinking.
Well, at this point, he's trying to keep them safe and keep them away, right? Because they are currently assassinate points. Okay,
yeah, but they're literally like sitting ducks. They're literally like targetable.
He's wounded the apothecary. D6 damage each. So the apothecary does a 6 of Feel No Pain. Joko could re-roll that 1.
He should be.
With Death. Oh no, they're not Death Skulls. Never mind. Forget what I said. They're Grot Mobs.
Yeah,
so he's got 6 wounds here.
Yeah.
The apothecary needs to save 2 of these on 6s. Oh! Primaris Apothecary, that extra wound kicks up another notch. Big play. Very lucky there, but it means that the Apothecary is still there, which means that he's going to have to put another gun into that. He doesn't have the gun to do that right now.
They're too good. They're too good. The true heroes, the 41st millennium, I hate them.
That should not mathematically happen. The Apothecary should be dead. That
always does. It happens every time.
It is well worth killing him, though.
I love how you were surprised, and I was just like, no, I'm not even surprised that he lived.
So this was the first one shooting. This is the next one shooting.
So he's putting in another scrapjet with 1 shot, hitting on a 4, it hits. Daka daka daka. 2 hits. First one wounds. Second one wounds. It's gonna be 2d6 damage. It's another 6 damage. He needs to pass 6 6-up saves on this apothecary, or it has been shot through the face by a gigantic piece of rebar. He's decided to remove it. The apothecary is gone. That is 3 points for assassinate for Joko.
3 shots, 1 shot, hitting on a 4.
Also, for reference, that is going to be 2 points for engage on all fronts this turn for Joko as well. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and up that score up from where it is to an 18, which is actually not bad looking, all things considered, that he's scored 0 primary.
Okay, let's go with this smash gun because you can only shoot the blade gun.
Smash gun into the Blade Guard veteran. D3 shots. It's the big 3. That's actually a big deal. They only have toughness 4. Hitting on 4s, rerolling the 1s because Grot Mobs. 2 hits. 2 Daka Dakas, though, so there's another 2 shots involved, which is just like, why? It's another shot, so 3 hits.
gonna roll 1 dice and then roll the net if I need it, because if I roll a 3 on one of them, I don't need to roll the second one. So
Oof!
I do need to roll the second one. So that for a 2 ones, I need 2s. So 2 wounds so far, and I need. Wait, no, sorry.
Sorry, what's going
He
on?
needs 3s for those. Yep. So that's 1 wound so far.
For the 1, and for the 2, I need a 2 as well again.
Okay, so that's 2 wounds onto the Blade Guard vets. Pretty poor rolling on the wounds there overall, but hey, it works.
Oh, right, okay.
Definitely need to get this up to running and play. Miss this game so much. I hear you, Scud.
Okay.
Alright, 2 4-up saves, and they pass! Because of course they do. Blade Guard Veterans, man. Incredible shields. Incredible shields. The Blade Guard Veterans are still here.
Everything into the Blade Guard vets. Hitting on, sorry, 2d3 shots. Hitting on 5s. Rerolling one of them. Okay. Wing missile. Which misses. And then I probably shouldn't have shot this into them, but it is hitting on 4s. Okay, 4 hits so far.
Alright. We're still doing some shots here.
This is hitting on 5s.
Okay.
Okay, and he gets a Daka. Another 3 hits on this. So these are just big shooters, though. These are not likely to get through the Blade Guard Veterans armor.
Wounding on 3s. 5 wounds.
So he needs 2s to... He needs 1s to fail these effectively. He does fail 2, though, which will wound a Blade Guard Veteran badly, but not enough to kill it. Scott, he used to play halfway between 4th and 5th edition, been playing since 3rd. Yeah, well, I played it in 3rd, stopped in 4th, came back in 8th, and, I mean, here we are, so I feel you.
Third edition was good times.
3rd edition was a very interesting time. It's when Tyranids and Cow were really picking up.
Imperial Guard getting their
Oh.
stupidness.
So 6 hits and wounding on 5s.
Wounding on 5s here.
Just fail 1.
No.
If he rolls a 1 here, that's another dead Blade Guard Veteran. Nope, the Blade Guard Veteran still lives. Those shields.
Okay, Big Mac.
Oh!
Slugger. Doesn't get
The Big Mac with the Slugger coming in here. It wounds.
Both hit this way.
It does not wound unless...
Roll that 1 wound. Maybe.
He does not get to reroll that. Isn't he the Grot
No AP, right?
Mob, or is he Death Skulls? I don't remember.
Right, so the Grots don't get clan culture, but everything else does.
Yeah, but I'm trying to wonder, because the Big Mac, if I remember correctly, where was...
No, it's because
he
he's
in
an
the
orc.
list?
Like he doesn't have the Grot keyword, so he still gets clan cultures.
Not gonna kill the Literans.
Yeah, but the Crown Culture for his detachment is Grot Mob, Specialist Mob.
Oh, okay, then that was news. Yep. Okay, so
Yeah, like he's not a Death Skull. So he does not get that reroll.
Okay, let's see. If
He didn't get any of those rerolls, actually, so it's a good thing he failed.
The one that just moved is going to
I'll mention that as a joke after the game. Unless it
Yep,
crops up.
you do it. I'm gonna call him out live on stream. How about them apples?
I'm just gonna read him on air.
Shoprat is
Like,
going into your captain. Rocket is going into
So the rockets are going to the Inceptor Sergeants. We're putting a Zappa gun into the captain.
trees.
2 hits with a Daka already. That's 3 hits. He needs 3s to wound here. Oh no, Joko! Oh no! Oh, that should have been a very dead captain. Instead, he rolled terribly.
To the thing.
The rocket hits twice. Wounds on 3s. Both wound. Okay, so 2 rockets. Each one of these that fails kills a Inceptor. These are AP -2. There's 2 dead Inceptors.
Flat 3 damage.
and no more apothecary. So
Yeah, the apothecary's too far away and dead, mostly. So, whoops.
Oof. I don't have an apothecary to res these guys.
So yeah, no, that's the end of it. Which means that these characters are now always targetable for the rest of the game, pretty much, unless they run backwards into the infiltrators.
Really wanna
And that was just the first shock jump tracks. Now there's a second one. It's possible. It's possible. He's scored some engage now, right?
Yep.
So he has, but if I'm doing my math right, he's only scored the 2.
So he's hitting on 4s.
So 5, 2, 7 plus oath of moment for 2 right now does put him at 19.
Soul Shields are very fair. Like, at least they're not a 3-up inbowl anymore. They're
Oh,
actually
God.
a 4-up,
That was
which is
brutal.
like the same that every other army has. You know,
Did I score?
I kind of disagree with
Oh, yeah,
you
I'm
doing
done.
full armor. Like, I think it should just be a 4-up inbowl, like flat out.
Yep.
And I got rid of it.
Especially when you put that on, like, say, like Deathwing Knight Terminators, and then you're a 1-up save or a 0-up save in effect in cover. I think it's pretty dumb. But
The captain has been removed. Just another 3 points for assassinate.
oh, he got him. Jeez, I didn't expect him to get the captain.
I was certainly not surprised. That brings him from an 18 to a 21-point score. He hasn't even scored any primary yet, folks. This is all secondaries.
So the last survivor is the guy that's having a movie made about him, the Primaris Lieutenant, like over here. Like that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
ready to go to the table, so it's up to you.
There you go, problem solved.
No, because
Keep in mind, I'm trying to update. I update all these scores manually right now, so I need
Well,
if someone can develop a program.
Aha. Jen, if you're in the chat, that means build the thing.
I need more firepower.
Like tournament has this like crazy like UI thing, but it doesn't work. Like, so I kind of gave up. Like, trying to get that into games.
Yeah, just so you folks know, at the moment, every single one of those numbers and words that changes on a regular basis is a notepad document that I'm updating. That's
great.
That's the technology I'm working with right now.
You are the technology. Like, it can never fail. It's like made by humans as opposed to robots. Like.
Here's one and puts one down to one.
No, Jen is currently doing some great work on building a new Alpha Lead UI that will have operational next week, I think, if not the week after, for sure.
So 5-up save on that.
5-up save. That's another dead intercessor. That's another dead intercessor. So that's 2 dead assault intercessors so far. That makes them a little bit worse. Reducing their output by 2/5. Yikes. And we're not even turn 3 yet. We really wanted those assault intercessors to live another turn. But if they die, that's Oath of Moment gone too, by the way. Like the 2 points for that. Which means only 1 point for Oath of Moment.
Which is why it was a bit of an interesting pick. Like,
yeah, exactly. Like it forces
we say that every game. There's like not enough deaths for middle though. It's like, is this like...
Every time that happens is a... What?
Nothing there.
I don't know.
What?
You one-shotted the captain.
That's true, that's true. Okay,
that cap would have dismantled the 2 shock jump tracks this? It still wasn't turn 3, so you would have only been dealing 2 damage to that Mastercrafted Lightning Claw? I'm not so sure.
Oh no, he would have done.
Silverhawk, how many points do you get from Deploy Scramblers? You get 10, and both players should be able to score it easily. I say this because these commandos over here have deployed scramblers up in the deployment zone, which means that Joko just needs to deploy in the middle of the battlefield. And he does have still a commando squad and a Stormboy squad to do so with.
And he just spent a CP on something. I think it might have been.
Only on trees because it's tank 5. So 10 wounds at 81 on the Vanguard.
10 wounds at 81 on the Vanguard Veterans. This should actually kill 1, maybe 2 of them. Saving on 3s. That kills 1 and wounds 1. Some very good rolling out of Looney Lion.
Yeah,
here.
it's what the White Scars needed though, right? Like they
100%.
into vulnerability. So it's good to see that he's like rolling above odds on saves right now.
Yeah,
the only thing he could have done slightly differently, I think, was maybe have a couple of guys touch cover, for, like +1 to save, because that's a big deal. But
yeah,
other than that, he's actually rolled above odds, so I guess it balances out.
Wounds. So we have our rivet gun shooting into them now. 1's on 2 wounds. So if fails, that kills the Blade Guard veteran.
Is there a triple on the flamer?
No problem.
Okay, I think that's how am I shooting.
So the Blade Guard veterans are very low.
Yeah, they're bleeding right now. Like there was 5, now there's 2, and there's gonna be charges for sure. Like,
but yeah, from what though? The custom booster blasters don't have like great melee at all.
Big Mac's actually not too bad in combat. Like,
no, he's terrible. He's got a slugger. That's it.
He's actually okay. Like,
he's got a slugger. Or sorry, a choppa. He's gonna be useless. He's just charging in there for fun and profit, as far as I know.
Next is going to be the custom booster blaster.
It's free movement as well. That's what the joke is.
Yeah, the main thing is if he can get extremely lucky with sheer numbers of attacks, he might be able to kill 1. But the other important thing is that he's blocking them off from getting to this home objective and killing off all the Gretchen. Which are in dire straits. They are very bolterable things from these attack bikes.
Any scars in reserves? Yeah,
oh, there's why! He was maneuvering them out of the way so the Megatrak Scrapjet can get into them. And he doesn't. Rerolling, because here we go.
There's 5 Vanguard Vets still in reserve. White Scars.
Yep.
Yep. 5 or 6.
Come on.
Yeah!
I know that the Pants plays White Scars.
It fails!
Okay,
is not this
Custom
season,
Booster
if I
Blaster
recall
does
correctly, or
mortal
is
wounds to you on
you
a
still playing
4-up.
White Scars?
The custom booster blaster does do a mortal wound.
It's going to do two mortal wounds. Your Vanguard Veterans.
So one more Blade Guard veteran dies due to mortal wounds being
This
applied.
happens when you finish the charge moves. So
Okay.
he can charge.
It's a shame the Megatrack Scrapjet failed. The charge there was an 8-inch rerollable charge. If that guy made it, it would have been easy.
Exactly what I'm
Yeah, it would have been death to those guys. 'Cause
Well, there's
those
one
things
from the
happen.
custom booster blaster, and then another 2 from, I think, the Big Mech or something like that. Ended up doing enough damage. The Grots are charging?
Yes!
No! He's got nothing on this objective if the Grots die.
The Grots are going to prove to the big orcs like why we're here right now.
And
can
there's
swing
the
them
ability to interrupt. What the heck?
You can string them back to the objective, it's fine. Like
Yeah, but like then the Blade Guard veterans, if they survive this, which is actually very likely, are just like, oh, okay, and then literally kill them.
then they have 4 attacks each, they can't wipe the squad.
Sure, but morale happens, and it's not like Grots have high morale or good
That's
attrition
true,
modifiers
yeah.
at that point. Like, it's a legitimate risk. So the Mega Knobs make it in. Okay, so the Mega Knobs here, each with a power, like 2 power claws. It's a lot of attacks with power claws.
Sometimes you just have to be Orky and you just have to charge everything and ABC it.
Trust me, I've charged Fire
So
Warriors.
let's do
in
it.
Black here. Still, it's extremely risky.
Plus it means that attacks aren't going as like so he has assassinate 2, right? Or did I miss that on
Yeah, he's assassinated 2 out of his 3 of his targets.
Normally, and I guess
No, I meant the White Scars. They don't have assassinate. Okay, fair. But it means that maybe he doesn't put attacks into the big mech. You know.
2 Vanguard veterans die.
So the first one kills the one on 1 wound, and this
In
one
fact-
is going to do.
Okay, yeah.
That's who rolls.
That's actually fine.
Yeah, so it's 2 dead Vanguard vets. Okay.
So the death score, is it on all? It's on hit, wounds, and damage, right?
I'm so frustrated that Joker did not CP for hit them harder, which is like the best Mega Knob strat in existence. You just do it anyway, like cause it's like the one of the coolest sounding stratagems in 40k. You just get an extra damage for like 1
Sorry, let me
CP.
take it. So there's
Not that you need it in this case, but it still would have been just been hilarious.
that guy. And
Oh, so okay, that explains it. So the one with the kill saws is just the boss. Everybody else had power claws, which explains the D3 damage. Okay, I thought everything had kill saws. My bad.
Everyone's chatting for the Grots in chat. Yeah. Let's see the
Okay,
Grot.
so the Vanguard vets are down to 1 model.
Yeah, that's what Mega Knobs do. Like,
Yes.
well, sometimes they do that, sometimes they do nothing. Like,
This means that the objective is back in Joko's hands. And the Vanguard vets are effectively not going to be able to do much back there. But hey, they'll still be annoying. He can get engaged on all fronts for another turn.
Yeah, they can still fly. They can still fly out of combat and charge something, like because White Scars. So that's
Yeah, like they could tag this other gun, but they'd rather probably stay in combat if possible while not getting in combat with the Mega Knobs, and then try to kill one of the mech guns. But we'll see.
No.
Fall back to the other objective.
You don't have
That's an option. It's quite a ways to get there though, and you have to charge a truck, which honestly could be worse.
So
these are not gonna kill you.
everyone's rooting for White Scars, like in the chat. I think. Like, I'm feeling
Yeah,
that
actually, I
right
gotta check here for a second.
I'm going to command point it.
Manage a poll. View results. When I asked who was favored, 37 of you said that it was the White Scars. 33 of you said that the Orcs were favored at this point. Silver Star Nix did contribute several channel points, however, to make that happen.
Okay.
So... yeah, okay, and then in they go.
Sorry.
So, yeah, now the Vanguard vets are outnumbered. They don't really have the ability to kill these Mega Knobs this turn.
No, I can't.
So CP spent for White Scars here. I think that was.
To reroll to save a Vanguard vet, I think.
No, it was what do we call it? That stratagem that the All Space Marines do.
4 attacks.
4 up to wound thing.
Transhuman would not be possible, except for on the Blade Guard veterans, yeah.
Rerolling. 4 wounds, no AP.
Hey, the Grots get a wound.
Not like this.
Yeah.
One goes down!
Grot kill him, turns down a Blade or vet even with transhuman on. What? Like, okay.
Alright, so that's the custom boost the Blastus attacks, or whatever attacks those are. Those were the Grots, are you kidding?
Yeah, that was the
Outstanding.
Grotz bring down a Blade Guard vet. Like, that's
What the
awesome.
heck? The Grotz
And
killed a Blade Guard veteran. This is what look. This is the reason why like goblins are actually frightening. Apparently, in numbers, they can still like jump on top of you, find the chinks in your armor, and then rip out your throat. That's the well done, Grotz. You're scary as hell. They get MVP, Drearian says.
Yeah, I agree. That's fair. Yeah.
The Gretchen.
Taking down a super genetically enhanced like space marine when you are just like literally
The genetically engineered mushroom thing, yeah. Genetically engineered mushroom goblin. That's a strange insult. If you get the chance to at some point in your lives, folks, try walking up to somebody you don't like and calling them a genetically engineered mushroom goblin. I'm sure they won't take it well.
See, as I play Death Guard, I'd take that fine. I'd just be like, sure. Like,
Oh, that wasn't Grotz. Okay, so that was something else. I have no idea what though.
the great thing is here, right?
Yeah, it
is
must have
fair
been the
enough.
big mech then, or
Been able to the Grotz have just done a super thing. They kill not only did they kill a Blade Guard vet, but they also have wrapped the other Blade Guard vet.
question: do the Boosted Blasters have the ability to fight twice? Because then that was the Boosted Blaster that got the kill.
Okay, so
I'm pretty sure it was the Grotz because they were winning on 6s and he got 2 6s to wound and he failed 1 save.
Excellent. Why would you transhuman versus Grotz? I don't think he transhuman versus Grotz.
No, he transhuman just at the start for all the attacks in general. I think. Like, I could be wrong. I'll ask him afterwards. Like, he's
I really think it was like there should be one Vanguard vet left on the spawn rider objective, and there's two.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it was in the safe. Like,
So that way that gives them a snowball chance in heck of killing this gun.
2, 4, 2 attacks. So basically, he has a power claw. That will be 3 attacks. So
my volumes are not set to the right level tonight because we were late, so I cannot hear the players quite as well as I wanted to.
Oh right, this Intercessor Sergeant has a power fist, by the way, folks. This could actually do some real damage to this shock jump track stuff.
You have not been charged. You don't get shock assault.
no, I know. So I've got.
I just assume the CPs get spent on transhuman. It's just like the best strategy
Actually,
in the
more
game.
attacks than that.
It's a really good
So
one.
They've got chainswords, so it's 2 attacks each, and they've got
So it's 6
chainswords, so it's 6 attacks.
So he's rolling the chainswords right now.
It takes a miracle to win.
These will be hitting on 3s, wounding on 5s.
Thank you.
Okay, exactly odds so far.
This was good, bro.
No wounds. Okay, so the chainswords do nothing. Now it's time for Power Fist.
Power fist.
Okay, yeah. Pulse.
Oh no, only 1 hit.
Wounding on a 3.
No, 3.
No wounds. Now, to be fair, those aren't the only troops. There was a group of 5 Storm Boys here. There's the 10 Gretchen. There's these commandos. There's 10 more. There's 5 more commandos in reserve, and another squad of 5 Storm Boys in reserve as well.
Power fist, fist of power. Yeah,
Power
they
Fist,
can be
the
good.
Fist of Power.
They can be good, but I have like no faith in them. Like I have a Lord of Relance that has like stinky power fist, and he like does nothing in combat. So
None of those are troops. They might as well be pants, considering that they're all OBSEC, with the exception of the one commando squad. There's the one commando squad which belongs to the Grot detachment. They aren't OBSEC, but every one of the other ones are.
You charge me, so that's going to be 4 attacks. And they still have
Excuse me.
I mean, Lieutenant Limmy's a pretty good deal, right? Because he's still handing out like rights of war to everything.
Yeah, no, the lieutenant being alive is great and all, but like the amount of things that care about rights of war currently model like numbers 1 model here with the Blade Guard veteran, the
That's
2
right.
attack bikes, the 2 Inceptors that are still left alive.
So what you're trying to say is basically the White Scars are playing kill team at this point.
The White Scars are playing kill team against the Wacky Racers minigame for the Orcs.
But we still got another unit, a full 5-man Vanguard Vet squad to come down from Detroit. I'm sure they can do some damage and punishment. Like
Yeah, depending on how much CP it is to get the 3d6 charge, though, it is not a guarantee they make it.
So you kill a Mega Knob.
That's why I'd prefer the Chaplain. Like, just saying. The Chaplain's like virtually like auto include in Space Marines.
Alright, so one of the Mega Knobs has gone down.
Oh, come on.
Not dying, not today.
I'm wondering how hard Joker is prepared to meme with this Mega Knobs unit if he's going to give them like the +1 armor as well at some stage during the game.
We shall see.
Okay.
We shall have to see.
The short-term dragster.
Now the Shock Drags is going to fight back against those Intercessors. Oh, it's a bunch of hits. He's gonna reroll one of them because Death Skulls.
Them.
They all hit.
He's rerolling one of them, and then
2 wounds.
Trees, rerolling one of them. 2 wounds at AP1.
Yeah, because saw blades are a thing. He does hurt one.
What's the damage?
Damage. 1.
So, the Shockjump Drax is actually still doing okay. I wonder if he remembered that he could shoot that thing into combat, because it's a vehicle, but... Oops.
Yeah, hitting on 6s, I don't think it did anything.
No, the custom shock rifle's hitting on 5s. So is the rocket launcher. It's all assault, dude. None of it's heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well. It probably didn't do anything. Probably doesn't matter. You can't change it fast.
Exactly. If he forgot it, he forgot. Like,
yeah. So the Big Mac is taking a couple of wounds here. He's got an invuln save though. He fails it. The Big Mac has been slaughtered!
I think that's it.
Yep, on to you.
You must remember that because there are 3 more assaults and intercessors before the fight phase. There was only 5 of them. The 2 of them died during the shooting. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, cool. You must have remembered. Alright.
And the Vanguard Vet is locked in here with Cross, which is hilarious. Like,
so Oath of Moment goes on for 3 points.
oh, he gets it, yeah, because the Intercessors, well played. Like, I expected those Intercessors to get removed. Like,
Yep.
the fact that they're still there is great. Did he just, like, not do his morale though? Like, there's a lot of morale stuff.
2 intercessors is not going to cost him morale.
The one Vanguard Vet though. Like,
yeah, that should be a morale issue.
I'll just,
fine.
Yeah, poke him about it.
Okay, so I hold.
don't forget to do morale
hold
phase,
2.
by the way, because a lot died that turn.
Morale. Yes.
There we go.
Vanguard Vets, they're fine. The assault intercessors can't fail because they only lost 2.
They're getting excited. They're like, stuff is dying all over the place. It's fine. We'll just go to the next turn.
That's fine.
Alright, and so Looney Lion's looking at another 5-point primary.
Top 5 for
So all told, all the points added up and everything, that puts them at 27 points.
5 for primary. Okay, let's move on.
Joko is, again, in a very strong position right now. But, as we saw last turn, White Scars can do a lot of work very quickly to quickly shift things on their head. These Vanguard Vets are probably not long for this world, as the Mega Knobs will be able to fight first in that situation unless they fall back and then charge, which is definitely what they're doing. They could also fall back and then try to charge the Mega Track Scrapjet, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, they don't want to play with the Mega Knobs anymore. Like, they at least like lost 3 to them. So
Yeah.
I'd actually fall back further than that and just be like, cool, you just go stand there. Like, that's fine.
So the
you know,
Interceptor Sergeant and the other Interceptor are both like individual models at this point. They're going to fly around, try to do something. These Commandos are currently really well obscured, so only one of the Interceptors can get to see them, but that's all he needs. It's not like he gets the max number of shots from Blast, but like, you know, 2 to 3 shots plus a charge might be enough to kill off the Commandos and contest to this point. The other Interceptor is going to get stuck on the building, apparently. What I think will happen is that these infiltrators will stay where they are to continue to hold this objective. The attack bikes need to move into a position to kill the Megatrack Scrapjet, which is one of these scarier buggies left on the board. The Shock Jump Draxes also need to die, but there are 2 of them left. 3 of them left, sorry. One of which is in melee and probably won't die unless if the Assault Intercessors fall back. So we'll have to see what happens with the attack bikes.
The great thing is we're in the White Scars turn now, right? We're in turn 3, Super Doctrine active, plus 1 damage on all melee weapons, and minus an extra AP on all melee weapons as well. So I think he just falls back everything and charges like what he wants to for like Shock Assault, and then pretty much tears up whatever he wants to do in melee. You know, that's where this army becomes alive, and this is one of the reasons why I do love it. Like over like some of the other Space Marine chapters is like, turn 3, we are on, boys. You know, this is it. You know. Yeah.
This turns on in a very big way.
Even like these 2 attack bikes are scary in melee right now. You know, like 2 damage, like minus 1 AP, even just like hitting you like.
Yeah, I mean they get 3 attacks apiece, hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s to wound. So as the near this Reaver. They are moving away from the objective, but that's fine. The infiltrators are probably in no danger of dying anytime soon. This objective here is safe in the hands of the infiltrators and will probably not get touched for the rest of the game.
Alright, sorry, Slow. I've got to start the meme. Like, the lieutenant is just stood here by himself at this point, being a true Primaris lieutenant. You know, he's just here. He's just hanging out. He doesn't even care about objectives. He's like,
the names on the lips of countless billions.
My bolt gun. Give rights of war to like these like free models over here.
And to himself. He is an OBSEC model as well.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, he gives the orders himself. That's fair. Yep.
The names of countless grateful on the lips of billions. And next to them,
what a boy.
This man.
Oh no, speaking of moving him, this is going to ruin it. Just leave him there.
He could go, actually, the interesting point, he could just go into reserve, but like where would he pop up? That would be really cool right now. And also, we're down to 2 CP. Like, you don't want to waste CP on something that's not going to have an immediate and drastic and dramatic effect on the game.
Yep, so White Scar's got 2 CP at this point, guys, and Orcs are on 0.
And they're not getting any more. The chapter master got blown up with a shock jump. Jackson going zap. It was a good time.
Yeah, I was surprised by that. I thought the chapter master might live. I thought Joker would go for like the lieutenant and the apothecary just because they were like easier to kill. But fair play, if he failed a bunch of invols, then that happens sometimes.
Alright, so the Assault Intercessors look like they're going to fall back. Makes sense. Get these shock jump Draxters out into the open so that way they can get blasted by multi-meltas. It's important. This Vanguard Veteran being stuck in combat, like literally cannot fall back, means that the Gretchen cannot be shot.
I mean, he could spend 2 CP for Desperate Breakout.
Why?
Because he can still fall back and charge. So why would I fight Grutz? Like, I can go fight something more relevant.
True. But 2 CP to do that seems unwise for one Vanguard Veteran Sergeant. Like, yeah, he's got 5 attacks on the charge.
He's a Vanguard Veteran Sergeant. He's just gonna... Desperate Breakout.
He might as well be a Primaris Lieutenant. And standing next to the Primaris Lieutenant is this man.
I mean, if he removes these Grutzes, actually it's a big deal because they're the only thing holding this objective. So if he does, I know it sounds daft, but if he does actually kill these Grutz, it does actually neuter the primary a bit.
Hugely, yeah.
Orcs.
But like you do the same thing by falling back and charging them with the intercessors.
So the Orcs are on 1, 2, 3, 4 objectives right now. So he needs to remove him off like 2 of them to keep the prime. So the enemy scores 5, which is actually like fine for him because he got 5 turn 1 and then 5 turn 2. So yeah, that would be a big deal. So
Reavers
I think that's the play. Like,
advanced towards the northern objective. The Gretchen cannot be shot except for by the BGV's pistol. It's true. And he still has 5 Vanguard vets, yeah, but then that's the end of his assets. Like, we're literally looking at sub-20 models on the field right now for the, well, actionable models right now for the White Scars. It's not impossible, though.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, Space Marines, like, even though...
The servitors are running to hide.
They're doing a movement right now. Like, yeah, even though you've got, like, few, like, Marine models, they're still very powerful models, and they're in their doctrine. This is their turn right now.
Well, from here to the end of the game is their doctrine, yeah. And what they have to do is effectively start scoring their secondaries. But again, like, the secondaries just aren't, like, thrilling right now for our White Scars friends. We're looking at 2 points on engageable fronts, going up to 4. Well, going up to hopefully 4, a little bit higher this turn. Maybe even a 5 if they're lucky. Oh, at the moment, I need to update, but, like, they're on, like, 5 points for at the moment right now. Let's just go ahead and update there. Right now. There we go. That should do the trick. And deploy scramblers should happen this turn. But, like, engage all fronts is higher for Joko. Assassinate's doing well.
I like
and deploy scramblers is going to go off this turn as well. And if go ahead.
Sorry, no, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, like, and if this keeps going the way that it's going, where Joko is holding on to enough of his booster blasters to run around and hold objectives and get primary points, then, like, late game, there could be some serious 15-point primary swings, and the secondaries are still, like, very much, like, on the table for both players, so we'll have to see. Where does Looney Line need to scramble? Right here with these infiltrators. That's a guarantee it's done.
Okay. So I initially like what I was doing with these Vanguard vets, putting them in the back corner and removing the truck from here. Because that's just an empty truck at this point. Like, pretty sure he can get that. Like, I'm not sure... I guess he wants to kill a Meganops, like, yeah. Okay. But, like, all the Orc firebase is, like, round here. And we saw what happened last time with the Orc shooting.
Right.
Like, at least if he, like, removed this truck,
Nothing else there.
he'd be relatively safe because he could put models against the wall for cover,
We're going to start
you know,
with the,
and
attack bite.
force Joko to, like, split his shooting up and get him off that primary point as well. Like,
Right, 4 melter shot.
I guess you can do the same thing here. It's quite dangerous. But I mean, he's got assets around here, so I guess it makes sense. Like, he's got the other 2 Vanguard vets, the remainder of that other squad, to come in. Shame about the apothecary. Like I said, I think he should have just advanced all the characters and had them in that melee. Like,
The melters
Thank goodness.
failed to wound.
Oh, no, not like this.
That's not what you wanted. That was all 4 melta shots that failed to wound
Right.
Ugh.
with rerolls.
Fine.
Grim.
Sit behind you.
Grim.
I was about to say, Arover, I would agree with you were it not for the fact that a lot of the orc firebase is about to vanish in a puff of melta smoke. Sadly, that's not what
But it
happened.
didn't.
I still expect one of these shock shot Draxus to go down. It's got 2 wounds left over. There's some overcharging plasma that's going into him. Like, he's gotta die.
Go
And that's
ahead.
a really good
Now
roll
these
on the
are-
hit. No one dies.
1 wound.
Yes. Who are you shooting, by the way?
Huh?
Who are you shooting, by the way?
Oh shit, in the mega scrap jet.
Ah, okay.
The fact that the scrapjet is the one that's living right now is a big
That's the
deal.
problem. Like, the rest of them aren't that great in melee, but
That's nice.
the scrapjet can punch, like, super hard.
Oh, yeah.
So this guy's on
It
2
fights
wounds.
twice with a strength D3
Like-
damage, like strength
Okay,
8,
we're
80
going
minus
to
2.
shoot,
Yeah, so if he removes the
1,000
scrapjet and the mega knobs right now, and then it's White Scar's turns with fighting, then
Right,
that's
well,
super
shoot
good
this,
for him.
Yeah.
Shoot this one here.
Yeah.
But
Like,
okay.
at this point, honestly, the
I'm
fact that
not
the
too bad.
scrapjet survived all that nonsense is insanity. Jeez, that's rough. It's not like it's alive necessarily yet. There are 2 Vanguard veterans that can charge him relatively safely. And like do a decent amount of damage, potentially even kill him if they're lucky.
Yeah, right. There's the one time I decide. Okay, we roll a 1. Okay, so
He's dead.
he's dead.
Does he explode? He doesn't explode.
Alright, the scrapjet is
There we go.
gone.
Not that one.
Next one.
The two in vehicle. Just trying to remove, like, as much stuff. And
Let's go to
been very
overtime.
back and forth on the objectives, hasn't it, Slow Wolf, like, throughout the game. Like,
Yeah.
there's been a lot of grades from the objectives of the game, which is, like, really great way to see this mission played, to
So
be quite
do
honest.
this
Like,
with me.
neither player is scoring hot on, like, the primary, like,
So I'm not
Yeah.
going to kill him.
in the first few turns, which I think's awesome
gonna
for this
die.
mission.
Oh,
Yeah, and like this is gonna flip again up here too. Like the Inceptor Sergeants are like the Inceptors and the Reaver Sergeant are all OBSEC. So that means that the OBSEC on here from the Commandos is cancelled out. They'll be able to charge now, kill the Commandos, and so like they're holding that objective. They're holding the north, northwest, southeast, southwest. There's a good chance they start holding the southeast objective as well, which puts Joko on 2 objectives for a 5-point primary, and has to answer for a lot of nonsense going on. Oh, and he blew himself up. Never mind. The Commandos might live. Oof. Not likely, but it's possible.
I'm going to shoot the guns. Right, I think one can.
Yeah, he blew himself up for no reason at all either, too. Actually, that's sad.
Just
Oops.
one, just this guy.
Wait, who blew himself up? The
Inceptor Sergeant. He exploded. Which means now there's 3 models to 1 over here. The Lieutenant in Reaver armor and the Inceptor are gonna have to do some work. They should be able to, but.
It's gonna be one of those games. I have no
And wow, the Commando survives. His T-shirt keeps him in one piece. What a time!
his luckiness keeps him in it. It's just 6 up involves at that point, you know.
It's 'cause I'm blue.
Exactly.
Blue's the luckiest color you get.
I honestly, if I start orcs, I'm like, see. So one of my friends plays orcs. Actually saw me as orc army, but then he wanted it back, so he bought it back off me.
Yep.
So I have to now start orcs from fresh. I played like 5 games of orcs in 8th edition. So, but I love I do love the death skulls with the blue. I think they look really cool. Like, so I think I was gonna do orcs.
On. It's not the charge you needed.
I want to command point.
Oh no, not like this.
Fine.
Didn't he do the 3d6 charge?
That might have taken up some TP.
Well, that's 2 and it's gone down to 1, so I'm assuming it's
Hey!
gone for... Okay. Oh no, he did the reroll. Okay, sure. Okay. I'd have just gone for the 3d6. Like, you need it.
Okay, so they're in.
better odds.
Yeah, so they're in. So they'll be able to take this objective, and this will probably be a mop-up operation for the rest of the game. As those guys will be hard to remove.
I'm not surprised Joker does that occasionally. Like, then again, you look at it on odds, like what 1 in 6, like invul, means that, you know, obviously like 1 in 6 shooting attacks or 1 in 6 like melee punches you're gonna save, so that's gonna come back around eventually.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, the odds are still not good, but like, you know, you can gamble that way.
Better than no invul save.
It's one of the reasons why I've been looking at like Nephrek Necrons actually, because then I don't have to bring a Chronomancer for some units. 6-up invulns are half as good as 5-ups, but you can still work with them. All right, the 2 Vanguard vets going into the Scrapjet. There was no chance for an Overwatch here, so.
Yep. I think
what are the 4 models on the left? These here are Servitors, Pants. They deployed Scramblers and are now hiding like babies.
Okay.
And we're getting the third Scramblers from these infiltrators back here on this objective. So that's secured for White Scars at turn 3, which is great.
Yeah, Assault Intercessors going back into the Shock Trap Dragsta here.
I really need more seed.
The Vanguard Vet's just surrounded by Grots, and he's going to kill like 4.
Okay. The Inceptor is going to charge these.
Commando's now being charged by the Inceptor and the Reaver. If they can kill enough of them, they can take the objective back.
I'd have put the Assault Intercessors into the Grots and remove them from this objective here.
I'd actually be sorely tempted to do the same. Tagging the Shock Trap Dragsta is a great way to avoid more shooting into the rest of your army, though.
But you could literally strong them. You could literally strong between these two, and the charge wouldn't make a difference.
That's true. Like having even 2 Assault Intercessors into those Gretchen would have worked, for sure. That would have been enough to remove them from the Blade Guard bet, or the objective.
Okay.
Okay, so the Inceptor's in there. The Lieutenant is super in there. Now we can see the Reaver Lieutenant really do some work.
Reaver Lieutenant's gonna... It's gonna becoming like the MVP of White Scars. Like, he just survived like last turn, and now he's gonna punch some things, give everything upsec, and be a happy chappy here on the back of the
This here is the main character for Primaris Lieutenant, the movie. Coming April 2022.
Yep, I'm looking forward to it. Like,
Yeah.
I've already like pre-booked to Odeon Cinema for that, which is a cinema company we have here in the UK. I found them up the other day and they got very confused. Like,
I hope not.
What do you mean? That's not a movie. Taps. You see Erever just tapping his nose knowingly.
yeah, I know what you're up to. Like, speaking of, like, just while we're going through charges and stuff, speaking of like 40K, have you guys like seen the new trailer that they did for this Death of Angels, or whatever it's called, the 40K?
Oh
like,
yeah.
I love the fact that GC cults are like the main enemy unit. It's gonna be
That's sick. Yeah.
Metcon, and then we're going to put everything else into the Meganop.
Let's see if they win. That'll be the ultimate point where I give GW Fiction like a good thumbs up, where the bad guys actually win for a change.
By the way, I like the idea that chat came up with. St. Michael pointing out that the servitors could run out to try to hold this upper left objective, the northwest objective, and let the infiltrators redeploy. Yeah, that would work. It's just a matter of figuring out where and how.
As far as
Oh no! That's not what you want your Vanguard veterans to do. Sorry, go ahead, Erever.
And as far as I'm aware, and Paz, correct me if I'm wrong here, but you can't redeploy after turn 3 because you technically go back into reserve.
No, you should be fine at that point because you didn't start the game that way. I know that they did FAQs and stuff like that for GSC, so you're okay.
Yeah, see, this is where you need to be careful because that's GSC Pacific.
I know, but like because they weren't deployed in reserves before the beginning of the game, they like did it mid game. You're fine.
Yes, but they still go into reserve as part of the strategy. Like,
sure, but they come back out again and they're fine. It's the same thing with planes. Just because a plane flies off the board turn 3 does not mean that it immediately dies.
okay.
It comes back out later, and it's the exact same deal. Because they were not deployed in reserves at the start of the game, that's where the clause of if they aren't deployed by turn 3, they're dead.
Okay.
Comes in, yeah. I think it's in the bullet points under deploying to reserves, actually. Which means it's specific to that form of deployment.
So we're just piling.
Pants agrees with me.
Alright, okay, cool.
Alright, so the Vanguard vets have mopped up the mech gun, but they have not killed all the Mega Knobs, actually. Which is interesting, because they'll be able to punch back this turn and potentially do some real work.
Into the 9 attacks.
9 attacks into the Megatrax Scrapjet. Like, mind you, the fact that the Mega Knobs are alive, I think, is a bit of a blessing, honestly. The Gork and Mork have blessed those 2 Mega Knobs in a big way. The number of ones that Looney Lion rolled was depressing. Alright, Those Vanguard Veterans rolling like Tau are and they're shooting. Okay, fine. 5's to wound here. Re-rolling though. Hey, that's all right. That's looking at already 4 damage. He has to re-roll those though, and he gets another one. That's potentially 6 damage to the Megatrack Scrapjet. It is 4 damage. 6 up invuln save does work. So down a half HP, but those 2 Vanguard Vets are probably dead. Def Beaky, do these games get saved as videos for us to watch later? I missed a bunch of this game. The good answer is yes, absolutely.
Yep, I'll link you to our YouTube where we put up like everything.
So can you just
For
make
sure,
sure I'm in
I'll
the
scrap that
center
link for
for
you
me
now.
whilst I count
So
up?
everything goes on there, and if not, like you can always just check the VODs on the Twitch if you're following it
Each attack
as well, because they go live later.
right into this pipe.
But everything goes up on the YouTube as well, and we've got like a lot of matches from like season 6 and this season. If you want to sort of like go through those and watch them as well. There you go. There's your YouTube link.
They're also available as VODs on Twitch for a decent amount of time as well, if that's your preferred place.
6. No, 6.
So the Shockdown Dress that takes 2 damage from the Assault Intercessors.
And then
Now it's time for the Power Fist, the Fist of Power. Hitting on 4s, wounded on 3s. Oof!
Trademarked by Hasbro in 1999.
Oh no!
okay, and then over here, we start with the Inceptor.
That's not what you wanted. Okay, so the Shockdown Dragster gets to live another day. That could have killed him, actually, if that had done math properly. Yeah, but no dice. His fist has not been impressive this game. Agreed. The Fist of Power has not been powerful. Inceptor is trying to punch commandos.
Pause.
1 wound. Rerolling ones because of the Lieutenant. So that's 1 wound. 6 up invuln save. Nope, that's 1 dead commando.
Let's get this one.
And now there's the Lieutenant in Reaver armor. Math says the Lieutenant does not kill all of them. Math, however, does not care too much.
You have to move a bit.
Now we know who needs to go to the gym award.
Oh yeah, I will.
Yep, good point, Pence. I'd agree this Power Fist has been a bit of a sag.
So it's 6 attacks.
6 attacks. Okay, so he's got 4 attacks base, plus 1 because he's charging, plus another 1 because of his combat knife. That's the one. These are hitting on 2s, no rerolls, and then these are wounding on 4s, no rerolls. But, you know, AP -1, so you're relying on your 6 up invuln save for these commandos, which is certainly better than what they normally get. 1 wound! The commandos still outnumber the objective, even if the one guy dies. Joko holds the objective.
Oh, that's big.
Unless if they fail morale, but like, even then, math says they can test.
That's your charging units. Okay, so let's with Meganubs. I'm gonna start with the Killsaw guy.
Alright, Killsaws from the Meganobs going first. Oof!
Oh no, not like this.
2s to wound, all 4 wounds. That means 2 of those Vanguard Vets should be dead.
4.
Nope, just
pretty
1.
good.
One Vanguard Vet.
Yep.
Yes, it's a Killsaw.
Alright, okay, cool.
So one of Vanguard Vet's dead. Next is the Power
Now the
guy.
Power Fist.
Or use my roll. It's 1 hit. And
It's a
1
wound. It could kill another Vanguard Vet. It does not. No, the Vanguard Vets stand tall. They hold this objective. Joko loses it.
Hits on 4. Rolling 1 of them. 3 hits.
Scrapjet's got 3 hits, wounding on 2s. That's all wounds on those Vanguard Vets.
AP2.
The Storm Shields hold really well.
Kill 1.
It kills 1. And it can fight again.
Right?
No, it's 3 damage.
He can.
Oh, roll,
I rolled a 3 on the damage, so he's dead.
Oh, okay, cool. Cool.
Okay, next is gonna be... Oh, yeah.
Me.
You can roll the
It's going to be-
Blade Bats in the meantime.
Yeah. So that's
Okay, the Blade Guard Veteran, 4 attacks. These are hitting on 3s.
Right. Did I see 3?
Yeah, he's not charged.
No, 4.
He's-
It's 4 attacks. He's a surgeon. Okay, 3s.
Okay, 3 hits. This ought to be killing on 2s. So he just needs to kill a few of them here to cause a leadership issue. Great, he's killed 2.
Action, they have a 6 up in roll.
But no, they don't. Oh wait, yeah, they do. Got specialists.
Let's kill this one and let's kill this one. I don't need him to be anymore.
All right. Well, the Gretchen have done their job.
Shock jump Dragster.
The Shotgun Dragster could kill off another Assault Intercessor.
Troops. Rolling 3 hits. 3s, rerolling.
Okay, so that's 2. This should kill an Assault Intercessor.
1 at AP1, right?
2 at AP1.
I'm lagging.
One dies, and the other one is wounded.
And 1 more. So I kill a whole guy, and you steal 1-on-1.
So there's 1.5 Intercessors here left in the middle, which means that Oath of Moment might be denied for those 2 points.
Custom boost on force.
Yeah, charging the
Because of all the
first-
falling back and everything, Oath of Moment's only going to go for 1 point.
And wounding on. That's no AP.
No AP. It's fine.
2 saves. The Boosted Blast doesn't do anything.
Okay, commandos, they have 3 attacks each.
Commandos now get to fight back.
Cross gonna bring down the Vanguard vet.
Everything into lieutenant.
Is going into the Lieutenant. 3 misses. Now these guys are strength 4?
3 wounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. 3 wounds. He could have rerolled 1, but he decided not to. Such is his confidence.
He's
Lieutenant's fine.
And these were in the other
End of
detachment.
turn.
Like, I know that the
Morale
Stone Boys were
Gretchen.
split.
Okay,
We're on the Gretchen.
Running.
Fail.
Yep, they're running. I have 2, 4, 6, 8 of them left.
That would be 7 left after the guy leaves, but that's fine. And they're all fine anyway. Wow.
Yeah, the Grots are definitely MVPs of this game.
The Grots.
Right.
Wow. Only one of them ran from this Vanguard Veteran. This Vanguard Veteran did not do the job he needed to do.
No.
So I'm
I don't think
calling
he
that-
would. Like,
that
he's only got 4
one,
attacks,
one,
so-
one, nothing, so I'm getting 50
Correct diamond boots.
Rolling 2. Okay.
That objective is clear. They're really coming into big
Yeah.
dividends now.
I think I have
Yeah, and actually, I'm a liar. These Mega Knobs are OBSEC because they're infantry, and they're Death Skull's infantry. So they've actually held this objective just fine,
So
which means that
also
Joko's actually sitting on 3 objectives.
3?
4 objectives,
Wait,
which is more. He gets a full 15-point primary based off of that.
End of the turn, yeah.
Yeesh.
and
So the score is looking really good. A 5 to 15-point primary turn is not what you want to see here for our White Scars friend.
Smash against are getting
But there's some
line of
really
sight
good play
of
there.
that.
Deploy Scramblers is going to boost that score up as well, quite high.
Able to get at the other side.
Mind you, I don't think Looney Lion has done his Deploy Scramblers yet, and he's going to do his Oath of Moment in a minute.
I don't think he did it his own deployments then, right? Like,
He had to have first turn with those infiltrators. Like, must have.
The Inception.
If he didn't, I'd be super surprised.
They are gonna fall back over to here, stay outside of.
Ollie.
if I can.
I just noticed Joker got like nice
If I
primary
can,
that turn
why
as
not?
well. Like,
Mhm.
big swing. Like, that's a big deal.
Here.
So yeah, like I was saying, the White Scars should have just like played around the objectives that they could have like easily got. Instead, he kind of decided to, I don't know, it was a bit
just
weird. Like, sure, he went for like the backfield, which was fine. Odds didn't like carry in his favor there. Still got the Storm Boys, probably deserved like a couple more there. But I think removing the Grots would have been like with these sort of intercessors, which are pretty much designed to do it, would have been like a big deal. And then with Consolidate as well, would have been able to like get onto that like objective there. So that would have been like 10 primary, and then well, it would have been 5, right, if like he'd have killed like the Storm Boys on
Yeah.
on his turn back. Really, I'm really surprised. Like he needs to. I know it sounds weird, but like we noticed a couple of things. Like he needs to literally be ABCing with everything, like the White Scars. So it was like that turn 2 where he could have put the characters in, so keep them protected, and he didn't. And then there was these 2 attack bikes here where he moved them like 8 inches, and he could have just moved them like quite happily, like what 12, 14, sorry. Let's get him to the edge of the ruin, and he could have just charged those in as well. Like they're doing nothing else, so you know,
Okay.
more attacks basically.
And this one.
Maybe. The attack backs are a little bit weirder though, just
okay.
because they can't fall back and shoot and charge.
Yeah, sure, but I think between them and everything else on this objective, they'd have cleared the commandos off, you know? And then all of a sudden Joko's like 5 points primary as opposed to like 15.
Commandos are going to just show up here.
You can spend 1 CP to fall back and shoot with them. Yeah, but like
That's
CP's a little bit clutch right now with the Chapter Master being dead.
And,
So the idea for the White Scars by trying to like effectively remove the Mega Knobs. I actually like that idea. If he had been able to remove the Mega Knobs, then those Vanguard Veterans would not have died easily at all. They would have
I
just
get
sat
it,
there and
but
had
at
a
the
good
same
time.
time don't, because like they only move like 5 inches, so you can literally just go, cool, they're there, and I'm much faster than you, than that unit, and I can play around them. Like,
Oh,
yeah.
we got Storm Boys.
Hey.
Storm Boys coming down. One of them's got a kill saw. That's actually a problem for this Inceptor and this Lieutenant.
It's not, because I think they're deploying scramblers. I'm pretty certain that
He still has another commando squad, and there's the commando squad in the middle deploying the final scramblers. That will be the full 10 points. I'm just going to go ahead and update that on the secondary now. So that's going to put Joko's score from a 38 to a 48, pretty much. And I know that the infiltrators did the final deploy scramblers. They had that.
I played Death Guard, right? And so long as you play around these, like, my Terminators only move like 5, and so long as you play around that, and know that, then there's, and you're a fast-moving army, there's a lot of stuff you can do to kind of just avoid them the whole game, pretty much, and you get really frustrated as the player, because all of a sudden you've got this beast unit that you want to be hitting combat like every turn, and your opponent's just saying, no, you can't do that. Like, you know, so he definitely, Looney Line could have done that and just gone, ha, these Mega Knobs only move like 5 inches, and I'm much faster than you. No, sorry, forgive me, they move 4 inches, that's even worse. Like, they literally move 4 inches. I just noticed that, I just clicked on the data sheet.
No, he had
1 wound.
He was wounded.
Yeah, he was wounded, yeah.
Right, so the shock jump drax is currently shooting into combat. The Mega Knob's been stuck on the bottom right point for the rest of the game, basically. Yeah, I'd agree with you there. The second Vanguard Veteran Squad could have been used to put some more pressure on this truck, which is what we thought would happen. Or to go closer towards the middle. And I think that, honestly, that second option would have been better if they had been deployed on the board. Having them being off the board for so long meant that your strongest units weren't very useful till a turn that was maybe too late.
I get them being off the board, but at the same time don't, if that makes sense. Like, you want to wait till turn 3, because that's when all your doctrines kick in, for sure.
Well, they could have been in the middle.
I agree with you, they could have just been hid behind a ruin, because Joker has no out of LOS shooting, and then they could have just, like, advanced and charged something. And not had to rely on, like, a 9-inch charger to spend a CP for, like, 3d6 charge.
Alright, chat, come on. You're all going to horny jail. This is too much. Stop that.
But still, he's out of it. So I can
Joko's rolling up some dice here.
So I still hit reroll, but I don't have my wound reroll. Using my hit reroll and getting a daka, only 2 hits, wounding on 3s.
Yes, by denying them the ability to fight. Yeah,
Okay.
orcs always want to be fine. Like, that's the thing that orcs do. Like, always want to fight.
There are 2 custom boosted blasters that are capable of shooting right now.
Is going to
One, I think, just shot, though.
a wing missile and the 2 big shooters into the Vanguard that's next to him, and the rocket is going into the Vanguard.
But
Okay,
granted,
so
like,
split and fire here. If he kills the Vanguard Veteran with his shooting, then he'll be able to shoot the Vanguard Veteran as well.
Between big shooters, the first one hits on 4.
this orcs list is like a nightmare to like fight. Like, don't get me wrong. Like,
Yeah, that's
saying the White Scars like made a couple of errors. It's just looking at it from a third-person perspective. If I come across this in a match at like a GT or even like in Alpha League or whatever, I'm like, how the fuck do I deal with this? Like, you know, it's just like all these buggies that just like go wherever they want and hit you really hard in melee and shooting.
Oh, wow. Yep, okay, so that's a decent number of wounds. This Vanguard Veteran's going to have to make a lot of 2-up saves here. 2 1s isn't unsubstantial, but it's not been done. No damage. The Vanguard Veteran does what he needs to do.
The wing missile, he declared it against the Vanguard thing.
No, I
Not Vanguard, the Blade Guard. Oh, I
Yeah, he's got wing missiles and a rocket. Okay, cool. So the Scrapjet doesn't do anything this turn. These attack bikes looking still very alive for now. Mind you, there are 2 mech guns that are ready to, you know, wrap it up here, but we'll see. It's a strange situation because you need to kill the Blade Guard Veteran. You really wish that you would kill this Assault Intercessor, but it should happen in combat. Not guaranteed though. He could Power Fist the Fist of Power and kill the Shock Jump Dragster by himself and become the newest hero of the Imperium.
Kill that Vanguard Vet. somehow. So let's put one smasher gun into him. Okay, let's put a smasher gun into the garbage. 3 shots. On force, 3 hits. So I'm just gonna roll 1 dice.
Right. So the reason I'm like so concerned about this like reserves thing is because I've got one of our Alpha League players from Australia who is going to a GT this weekend.
Okay.
Was asking me about that Holocron strat, and if the pants are saying it's fine, I'm just going to agree with him because he knows better than I do. So I'm just explaining that to him now on Discord.
Yes. Okay. 2d6 damage. 3 damage. He just dies.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow, terrible rolling, but he just manages to die. That's fine. So one of the mech guns has managed to do some good work. Now he's shooting the other mech gun into the attack bikes.
3 shots.
2 shots. That's just what he needs. 2 hits. Daka daka daka. No, okay. So that's 2 hits. Now he needs to roll above a 5 on these 2 dice. Ooh, he's gonna have to roll both.
He's gonna wound 84. I don't think you have an info on the bikes.
Nope.
So 2 damage. I already used my CP on the flavor.
Oof.
Yeah.
The attack bike lives. Lucky, lucky.
Roll for the under. Okay. Next.
That's a no out of you, dog. This mech gun here really doesn't have any shot other than, I guess, across the entire battlefield. He could just snipe the Lieutenant Reaver armor.
Okay.
Yeah, probably going to go for that. Like,
This smasher gun could shoot the attack bikes and probably should.
Dinking, 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 dinking.
We'll have to see what happens right now.
Other stuff first.
yeah,
Shock
like the smash guns has just been money all game.
Shotgun
like, other than,
tracks
like,
jump.
tagging a couple of them, they've just been pumping shots into everything.
Both hits. Average.
Yeah, the mech gun's been fine. They haven't really done too much to super discernible, but they've done enough to be like, this matters.
Annoying, yeah, for sure.
That's 2 hits from the shock rifle.
Both wounds.
What's AP? AP2, and this is on the...
AP3. 3.
And
On
he
the
needs 6s to survive this with the Lieutenant.
Oh, okay.
No, both go through.
Fails both. D6. So 4, and the second one kills him. Doesn't matter what.
Yeah, so that's 1 Lieutenant Reaver dead, which brings our Assassinate up to its maximum of 9 points.
And Rice of War gone.
Fire.
Yeah, which means that now this Inceptor has no obsec, which means this objective is the Commandos. Go them.
Inceptor 5's.
Like, Joko's shooting has not been a joke this game. Like, it's been working. It's just,
Or shooting is scary.
yeah, if it weren't for the fact that all these Marines are so fast, they'd be winning the primary much harder than they already are, too.
But like Death Skull's because of the reroll as well, and then 6 is Daka Daka.
Yeah.
Is, like, you know, it's no joke, as you said. Like, if you want to play orcs and you want to play shooting, like, this is probably the list for you. Like, you know, right now, everyone goes, "Oh, Bad Moons gets, you know, reroll 1s." Like, Death Skull's like mathematically is better.
With
Just
elite
reroll.
guns, yeah. If you have lots and lots of guns, like say Ludas or something, yeah, I can see reroll ones being better. But for like vehicles like this, or just like individual units like this, the amount of rerolls you can get is so good, especially with all the D6 damage.
Yeah, exactly. So like, I can understand like Bad Moons if you're running like Ludas or anything like that, but if you're using like the buggies, like the Death Skull's like rerolls are insane.
Okay.
D6 plus mortal wound.
And then the rocket into the bikes hits, and Daka Daka Daka, 2 hits. Okay. 3 to wound, 1 wound, maybe 2.
Alright, he needs to
Well,
save this or he loses a bike.
I have the best question for Lunar Line when we go to post game.
Mhm.
I want to know why with his name he's not playing Landing Lines.
It was fine. So 3 damage, so here's the bike.
So I did there.
So the bike there is toast. There's 1 bike left on the field. No Inceptors will be left by the time that this phase is done. If this turn is done, if Joko has his way.
On force, 2 hits.
We've got enough Dark Angels players.
I think we can now count the number of non-infiltrator units on the board for the Space Marines on one hand. Just about.
Okay.
And there goes the last of the attack bikes, which means that the vehicles of the orcs will survive till the end of the game.
Yeah, it's rough. Like, great shooting phase coming out of the orcs here.
Uh-huh.
Like,
Nope. And then, okay, so that's all them fired. Custom.
Homie just rolls 1s, 2s, 5s, and 6s. Yeah, dude plays good orcs. Dude does do good orcs. Joko no orco. Joko good orco.
I think this is Joker's army. Like, I'm gonna say that to him as well. Like, he's played Eldar, he's played Harlequins in the past, but I think this is his army. He understands it really well, and the army fits the player as well. Like, for sure. You know.
All right, so we've lost another Vanguard veteran. There's only 3 on the objective left.
Going to shoot his big shooter in Vanguard Veterans as well.
Got some big shooters going out. Like, at this point, we can kind of see where things are going. No more Oath of Moment is going to be able to happen here. Unlikely to kill any more vehicles for the rest of the game, as there aren't any anti-vehicle things on the board really left. Other than these 3 Vanguard veterans, they might kill 1 more. But this stupid... Oh, no. The Storm Boys made it. The reason why this is a problem is because the Storm Boy here has a Power Claw, and this Incentor here does not like being hit by Power Claw. That could be a problem. Loaded dice, shaking my head. It's also a lot of choppas, and even though he's wounding on 5s, like, yeah, it's just a lot of attacks.
I mean, Space Marine player still has assets for next turn, right? He's still got 3 Vanguard veterans.
That's 3 attacks with the Power Claw that just wounded. Oof.
Oh no!
He almost lived!
And 2 damage each.
Against the Inceptor, right?
Got AP.
Ah, right, gotcha.
You don't get to save.
Oh, it's a kill saw. It's not even a Power Claw, so yeah, that's just straight up killed him. So yeah, no, that objective is now perfectly safe, and is within Joko's hands for the rest of the game. Okay. Problem.
Protected, you get to fight first with the Vanguard.
Yeah, Orcs dominating. Like, Space Marines can at this point play for primary, secondary. Still got 3 Vanguard vets. They can still smash face.
Like, no, the White Scars here are still able to do a decent amount of damage, but it's not going to be enough to get past literally all these vehicles. They had a really good turn 2, and their turn 2 was really well played. But this is definitely looking rough for them now.
I think there was like a few mistakes with charges, like last turn.
And well, there's mistakes for sure, but we can. I would agree with you there. Where would you see the what would you say are the big mistakes for you? I think characters was the one that you mentioned for sure.
Yeah, like the characters and not putting allowing him to have that max primary. Sure, he got unlucky on this like back objective, like mid top, for sure, with the attacks. But I think like the unit that was in mid board getting him off, like going into the grots and tagging the shock jump dragster afterwards, just to remove the grots, to remove like him from this point would have been like a big deal. And the placement of the Vanguard vets, trying to deal with the Mega Knobs that only move 4 inches, where he could have just cleared his back like right objective like pretty easily, would have been fine as well, you know. But honestly, I think it came down to deployment. He tried to play like on like one corner of the board, which really didn't work for him. Like, sure, he wants his character auras to be like everywhere, and it's the problem with Space Marines, like that we said in the past about things. But they kind of can't, especially with Drukhari coming out. You can't play that style like as Space Marines. You have to like adapt and overcome. Like, because Drukhari, if you do that against Drukhari, they're even faster. They're just gonna run all over the board, and you're gonna score no primary like the entire game. You try to play that style against them.
Oh. Let's see. The stream is where you come to make content. Conceding isn't content. I mean, it's true.
5-hour stream for the win! Yay!
Oh man, well, at least it's not a 9-hour stream. If I ever have to do that without being paid, I'm gonna be upset. So like.
The one person that ever did that is like not playing an alpha, so it's fine. Like, we got a 9-hour VOD if anyone wants to check it out on the YouTube. Like,
Glarg.
Really bored. So it's actually a really good game. That's the way I remember I sat through that one day.
I might actually have to go back and watch that.
Person playing it did take a very, very long time.
You can check it out on our YouTube channel, Creeper. Wow! Do you happen to remember who was playing and with what?
Kaiser's a great person, like from Australia. I play like me and Kaiser used to like theorycraft like Eldari suit like all day. It's just he used to take very long playing the game. It's one of the reasons why we have chess blocks now. Like.
Oh, I mean, chess clocks are important, so plug the link. And Glarg, Jesus Christ, I went for a shower, and suddenly the White Scars have nothing left. Yeah! It was a really kind of a sad turn 3 for the White Scars. It didn't go quite as planned, and then they shot back. Like, it's not like the White Scars are out of answers for things yet. Like, this Vanguard Veteran could kill the Maker Scrapjet, but then there's like 3 Vanguard Veterans and 2 Mega Knobs. They might kill all of them. But then there's still all these other objectives all over the place, and it's just bad. It's bad news.
Yes. So I'm going to spend a command point.
Drag and drop large unit movement on TTS plus bulk dice counting and rolling makes TTS the best way to play this. In some ways I'd agree. I think that TTS has a lot going for it, but
I mean, you play a lot more from intent, like in a tournament in real life. So, you know, you go, my intent is like this unit of 10 is all within 2 of each other and move them forward. And if one goes slightly off, then you know that's your intent declared, and you do a lot more of that sort of style of play, and that's a great sort of communication for like you and your opponent. Same with like checking like line of sight. We have this great thing where we can just use rulers in TTS, but you can just go, I'm looking at this rune, and from my point of view, unless you move, you know, my intent is these guys cannot be seen. Like, if you move out, then fine, but right now, you know, and playing that sort of style, like in real life, and having that sort of level of communication with your opponent is great. The other thing I do, and I still do it in TTS, is even though all like the terrain's labeled, I still go through terrain, like with my opponent on TTS, because that's something I'm used to doing in real life, like so much. Like, go through like every bit of terrain, make sure you're clear on it. Make sure, like, we have like great sort of like primers, FAQs, and all the rest of it, and a lot of like tournaments don't have that kind of stuff. So just make sure like you're counting within as like touching like a terrain piece as well, and both your opponent are happy with it before the game starts. You know, if you need to get a judge over or whatever to like clarify, then fine. You know, they're not gonna have any problem with that. Just stick your hand in the air. You know, like pre-game. But generally, like real life games move. Actually, in some regards, pretty faster than TTS. Like, because everyone's not like measuring out like absolutely everything and using like bubbles for like everything. Everyone's just saying like intent, like constantly.
Buddy.
Yeah. Error question. These infiltrators. I know that they're on their deployment zone, but if they're coming in from reserves, which is what the stratagem says, I think, in order to deploy within 9 inches of things, they have to be within an inch of their battlefield edge, which is this back edge here, correct?
I think it's 6, right? Like
6 of any battlefield edge, unless if they're and outside of 9 of their opponent. Unless it's from your battlefield edge, in which case it has to be like you have to deploy from within an inch of your battlefield edge if you're within 9 inches of an opponent. That's what I remember the rule being on my end. Let me actually read that
pretty sure it's 6. Like,
This is the they can be at.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, you're right. Thank you.
but that's not a
like
6
that
anyway.
matters because he can steal an objective with this if this works, which I'm normally fine with. But
I'm pretty sure it's 6. Like, I'm like 90% sure it's 6.
okay,
But
cannot
the
be set up
past
within 9
is
inches.
so-
Is it holding within an inch?
One model has to be within an inch. No, just has to be within an
In
inch.
any case, strategic reserves units cannot be set up with 9 inches of enemy models. The only exception to this is that they are being set up within 1 inch of their own battlefield edge and wholly within their own deployment zone. That is the only way to dodge the 9 inches.
Yeah, but they still have to be. I'm pretty sure it's 6 inches out, right?
No, I'll reread that part again because it's answered in there. In any case, it's normally wholly within 6 inches. You're correct. But you cannot be placed within 9 inches of enemy models. The only exception to this is if they are being set up within 1 inch of their own battlefield edge. There's the
Oh, I
bit.
see. I got you.
Yeah.
You. So they have to be set up with.
So they have to be back here on the north east part of their battlefield edge in order to get those infiltrators up where they are currently.
Wait, hang on. So
In which case, it's still an easy charge, but they do have to deploy differently, and they could be suffering Overwatch if there was CP for it, which there isn't. So I don't think it makes a big difference either way, but that is something worth remembering for your game.
Wait, hang on. So these guys here, like this unit here,
yeah,
has to be 1 inch.
Oh, the Vanguard Veterans are fine, but the infiltrators up here in the northwest, on the northeast corner.
Got you.
Yeah, because they redeployed from back here in the southwest corner.
These guys here.
Yeah.
Yep.
They have to be within 1 inch. They can't be within 9 inches of any enemies, unless if they are within an inch of their battlefield edge.
Got you. So they have to literally deploy this pipeline here.
Yeah. Let me just check to see if it says every single model.
Okay. That's it, really. Actually, I'm being stupid.
No, actually, that works out. It doesn't say models within. Like, so as a result, they do have a unit within 1 inch of their battlefield edge. So that works.
Yeah. So they're fine.
Cool.
I thought so.
That's cool. I actually have never had to deal with that situation myself.
I'm just gonna go in and say what he was doing was fine because he just moved him because he saw me like pinging like a madman. So
no, it's good, but like I'm really kind of happy we got the chance to go over that for Chad. So Chad, that's the thing that doesn't happen very often, at least in my games. But when you're deploying from reserves, it's worth remembering that you can deploy reserves on your side of the table from your battlefield edge just fine, so long as your unit's within 1 inch of the battlefield edge. I have never had to deal with that before. One of the benefits of watching other people's games is that you end up with situations like this where you can watch other people do this stuff.
Back here, where you had them originally, that's absolutely fine.
And it is just within Orion, and it's the unit that has to be within. So right now, this unit here has a model that's within an inch, ergo the unit is within an inch.
Only within 6 of the edge, and one model has to be within 6 of the edge.
And you still have to be wholly within 6 inches, yes. But in this case,
so long as you are within 6 here,
9 minutes.
and outside of an inch of this guy, because this was your battlefield edge, then that is fine.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
oh, and he can actually deploy right in combat there, but I think he doesn't want to,
Don't
to
you
be
need
honest.
one model within 1 inch of an edge? I thought you need one of the models to be within 1 inch.
Like, see, even the players are like, how does this even work?
One to be in charge, in engagement range. I might be mixing up tools.
It's really confusing, like how that
Yeah,
works.
I think, like, the basics is this. You cannot deploy within 9 inches of an opponent, unless the unit that you're deploying is within an inch of your battlefield edge.
Doesn't that only work for
No,
like units coming in from deep strike?
No, this is strategic reserves specifically.
Okay.
Deep strike has no such stipulation.
They're not coming in for strategic reserves, right? They're coming in. From,
Isn't that what the? I thought that's what we said the infiltrators did, though.
Everything from these guys into 2 squads.
Because they're essentially just deep strike.
I'm gonna grab my marine book.
So we're gonna shoot everything.
Commander
Actually, I'm
shoot
just-
in cover.
Can you guys just hang fire on this for like 5 seconds? We're just discussing right now.
Okay, I'm just gonna have a quick fire. I'll be right back. Take 30 seconds.
Ooh. Redeploy is super good. Yeah, tell me about it. It's like Veil of Darkness that costs 1 CP that can be used on these things. It's really, really good.
Let me double check that thingy.
I'm actually having a hard time finding it in the book. Like, I know it exists, but... Hammer Warfare, Hammer of Wrath,
Okay,
Soul
no,
Riders...
sorry. So, any change in the word?
Guerrilla Tactics.
Joko?
Yeah,
The mission you're playing uses the Strategic Reserves rule. Place that unit into Strategic Reserves. Yeah, so it goes into Strategic Reserves. It specifically says so.
So if it goes into strategic reserves, it counts as a deep strike, right? So therefore,
No, it counts as Strategic Reserves, as in for the mission.
okay.
Yeah, so like proper Strategic Reserves. Like you spent CP to put them into Strategic Reserves in the beginning. This is the it puts them into the exact same space. So it uses all the exact same rules. Which means they have to be within a board edge, but they have to be wholly within 6 inches of board edge and more than 9 inches away from an enemy, unless they are deploying within their battlefield edge, wholly within their deployment zone. In which case, they can be deployed within an inch of that battlefield edge and still be within 9 inches of an enemy. If they do this and end up in engagement range, that's actually fine. They just count as charging as well. Crazy.
Yeah, you're. By the way, we had a look, and you're fine to put them here if you want to. It's up to yourself.
He wants to put that there so we can shoot.
That's absolutely fine too.
So yeah, Strategic Reserves. Important to remember these kinds of janky tricks, because one thing they could actually do is,
1 inch of the edge and the rest.
I'm not going to say he's going to do it. He's obviously going after this objective over here with Safer. But one thing he could have done is deploy them right in the middle of combat with all these Storm Boys and count as charging, which would have been hilarious. So like, Yeah. Anyway, look,
And then 6.
strategic reserves. It's a thing. Read that part of the book. If you're looking at your chapter approved books, if you have that with you, that's going to be page 80.
Thank you.
And the paragraph I was reading on was the third paragraph of setting up strategic reserves units on the right side of the page. So there's your source, folks.
I have none of them in cover, so.
3K nids versus 2K of something. Like I don't know what crazy games Malice ran in the past. Like, I remember
Malice,
through, like,
I have a feeling, is a very interesting man. Just a thought there.
there may be a few errors like in the past like couple of games when he was running them. Like can't comment. Like
Okay, I'm going to throw a crack grenade. Right.
I am out of situation right now, however, and I really don't know what to think here. But like, I'm at a point now with this game where it's like, okay, I see where the match is. I see what's happening right now. Luna Lion is looking for a situation to score as many points as possible, right? So
yeah, he's still playing the game. Yeah.
yeah, he's still playing the game. So
Still playing
where
the
do
game.
you think he needs to go to score as many points as possible?
I think what he's done was fine, but he needs to do it a turn earlier. Like, to be honest, like, there's just too many orc bodies on the board right now. He just wants to. He's like red-eyed these meganobs over here, right? He's like, these must die. Like, this is constantly his game plan, and it's like, why? Like, you could have just literally like moved away from them, and they'd have to move like 4 inches a turn. But he's literally going like, these need to die for some reason, which I don't quite understand.
Well, he's,
you know, but that's what his game plan has relied on. Like these past 2 turns, these meganobs dying, and I'm a bit very confused by it. But
me too. They're like, in hindsight, sending the second Vanguard Vet squad down there might have been a mistake, to say the least, because they might have done a lot more like threatening on this, like on the central objective to the north, and just being like, hey, if you come onto this objective, I will murder you. Or like chat said, you could have put them in the upper right corner and charged the truck, wrapped the truck, and then been immune to shooting whilst holding the objective from the truck for the rest of the game, pretty much. That would have been a gross play.
so we just saw a 3-inch charge, and this like one guy like just made it in.
Wow.
Denied. You're not allowed to wish that. Okay, and this guy into this shop.
It is worth mentioning they could have just deployed them into engagement range with the shock jump drags to begin with, and just removed everything else. But obviously, the reason why I thought it was a good idea he didn't do that, and why this move makes sense, is so that way he could get that extra distance with the charge to get onto the objective. Now the objective belongs to the White Scars, and if the charge move is appropriate, they'll actually be able to tag and trap the shock jump dragsta against the wall to avoid it being able to fall back.
Yeah, which is fine. Like,
No, that guarantees the objective for the rest of the game. The Meganoms, and like, there's nothing that can move over there fast enough to kill them off the objective.
it was that 15-point primary that was like a big thing to come back from right now in Century, for sure.
Yeah, but if you're looking for points at this point, which Looney Lion needs to, it's about scoring that, tagging and wrapping the shock jump dragster and sticking him stuck. And then I don't know, man. Like, removing whatever objectives he can. But at this point, he's given up the bottom left objective, right? So Joko just needs to send one of his shock jump dragsters over there, and he's got the objective back. Right? So it's like, okay, big loss. And he's going second too, so.
Yeah. And then
The Meganobs die, and it
The
doesn't
Meganobs
matter.
are gone. Wow.
It has 0 effects on the game. Like,
Well, it means that Joko's only scoring 5 points for primary instead of 10.
I guess, but
It's something. It's something. It's just that for turn 5, this is gonna be rough because like Joko gets to go second, so the Vanguard Veterans, like, you know, they're gonna die. The Infiltrators, if they pile and consolidate properly, they'll be alive for the rest of the game.
Come on, don't mess around
Oh no.
But you know, we'll
Get a
see.
wound.
Moral victory. Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, no.
The Storm Boys could charge in and actually
I-
free
I
the
really
Shotgun
thought that
Dragster for
was-
turn 5. That's a fair point.
Oh,
Stop it.
Wow, for a second there, Looney Lion sounded like Sans from Undertale.
There's a lot of laughter.
Then the
from-
scrap jet is gone.
They're both enjoying it. Like we're like, you guys were meant to play on chest block. Like they're having a good time. So I guess that's all that matters, right?
Is he gonna pile into the scrap? Is he gonna pile into the mech gun?
Come on.
Is he gonna do it?
You gotta pile into this thing.
There we go. Yeah, I thought he might. Now it's a consolidate move. I don't think that when they fly, they get to ignore the vertical terrain for a consolidate move, but
Next.
no. So into the door, that makes more sense.
I assume.
So yeah, that's interesting. That's all good. So these Vanguard vets need to die. This gun won't be the one to be able to kill the Vanguard vet. However, there's more than enough other stuff to shoot him off the objective here that it should be a kill.
17.
Moral victory? Yeah, Diamond Boots, I'm with you there. The AVCs of White Scars always be charging? Yeah.
Any
What is he doing?
No, it's just two attacks each, 3, 15, 16.
Oh,
I have no idea.
Looney Lion, don't do it! Oh, he did it! He went
I don't think
more
it
onto the
actually flies
objective.
combat anyway, because it moves here and it's still in combat, so I think it's fine. But
Ugh,
I'm not sure. Like,
okay,
Well, there's a good chance they just kill the Shock Jump Dragster anyway, so it's not a big deal.
okay. 5,
5 to
Never mind, there's no way he does it.
there you go.
he doesn't reroll for some reason.
6 wounds.
Oh, they're infiltrators.
There's no lieutenant.
And
There's no rerolls for these infiltrators.
So,
I'm gonna hit you back with him.
Now the blades are doing their thing. Okay, so he's trying to rapid trap this thing,
2 wounds.
and he's now successfully done so. Okay, cool.
focus on.
How many CP does he have? No CP. Okay, so one of the things that would have been really funny is to have the Shock Jump Drax to like fall back, spend the 2 CP, blow himself up. That would have been funny.
Do damage. One damage.
So yeah, Slow Wolf. Let's
Uh,
make sure
with
the next week players are using chest blocks.
100%, dude. I'm losing my mind. I've got energy, but this game's a long one.
6 is
Yeah, because they are meant to be. Like I know that things got started behind today and everything, so that might have been why. But
Are you
okay, and then to the one guy. 1 hit. I destroyed.
And the mech guns are trying to attack back and failed miserably because it's like a strength of 2.
okay?
How long is the game's meant to last at the clock? 2.5 hours.
On one.
no, 2 hours per player.
No,
And that
Never
includes
mind,
point-
up to 4 hours.
Fail on a 6 for the strong boys. They don't fail.
And Creeper's just like, I'm loving this. Like, I don't care how long the game is. Like, I mean, I'm just here. Like, I'm just gonna chat away. And I can understand some people are getting a bit like,
Yes.
you know.
We're 30 minutes off track. That means both players are on average 15 minutes overtime, which is
Yep.
a lot.
Falling back as
Considering
well.
how Joko was actually able to play super quick in the games that we cast last season, like he was way overtime compared to his opponent. This is a very
Yeah,
interesting
I
change of
already
phase.
gave them points for that.
So it's 2 hours like during like regular like league stage,
I'm
and then it's 1 hour 45 for playoffs. And playoffs
No
w-
problem.
obviously have a music clock.
Turd burglars. I have a job that is incredibly slow so that they can take their time. I'm on the clock. Fair enough. Also, Turd Burglars is a great name. Alright.
If you're getting paid for watching 40K, then more power to you. I wish I could be.
Alright, so the idea here for Joker right now to maximize as many points as possible is to get into all 4 corners for engage all fronts for 3. Should be an easy thing to do with these shock jump tracks that's going where they need to go and hiding and everything and getting onto objectives. I've been disconnected from the server because I'm very, very cool that way. Let's go back.
It's alright, I'm here. Oh no, we're all gone. I think. Yep,
Yeah.
There we go. Game over. Well played. Like,
Yeah, pretty much.
I think always win. Yeah.
Alright, let's go ahead and take stock of everything right now. Alright, it'll be the bottom of turn 4. Just gonna go ahead and update that now. With the bottom of turn 4 coming in, we're gonna be looking at engaging all fronts for 2 points at the end of that turn for the White Scars, which puts them up to 48, if I remember correctly. Meanwhile, Joko's going to score another 10 points, like 10 points, I think, for his primary. No, he's going to score 5 points for his primary, so that puts him up to 56. His main deal this turn is going to be to engage on all fronts and to just do that effectively and kill everything else. He should be able to get 3 for that. Easy.
Yeah, we'll see if they want to continue. I mean, it's pretty much a foregone conclusion. Like at this point, like
He's
honestly,
remade it.
It's been going on long enough. Like, you know, but stick around and we'll see what the final parts of the game are going to be. Can White Scars claw back as many points as they can? We'll be having like post-game chats with the players. I've got a notepad full of questions for both of them. So
Well, you're going to be able to hold that one off.
I'm prepared for it. I'm ready. Like,
All right. Well, I am back in.
Yeah, they didn't even like message me with like the name and password.
Oh well, it's all the
It's
same.
alright.
It's all good. Let's get back to it.
Yeah. So Strong Boys are commandos are hiding. Just
Joker's from Hungary, I believe.
Yes.
But Joker actually only exists in your nightmares. Joker is actually the Nightbringer.
Oh wow, it's perfect. I knew that was the case. Okay, so right now, the custom boosted blast is going to try to get line of sight on these infiltrators and see if he can't shoot a couple of them off of the objective. It'd be kind of funny if he did. And to get on an objective at the same time should be doable. There's also the other custom boosted blaster and the shock jump dragster that can move around. These Vanguard veterans are probably a priority to make sure that he's got the the ability to do stuff next turn. So he's bringing up the boosted blasters elsewhere then. I can see what the main idea is. He's playing for a safer late game by removing these Vanguard veterans and making sure that they can't remove anything else off of an objective where they don't need to. Between all the different mech guns that are there, the two boosted blasters and the shock jump dragster, that should be enough.
Yeah, should delete the Vanguard vets. They should be gone this turn. I mean, smart play here, like on the home objective, locking up this other dragster in the northeast corner. That's fine, you know. Still holding on with these infiltrators onto this objective. I don't know what the services are doing. Like, are they just malfunctioned or what? Like, where are they going? Like,
no idea, my dude. All I know is that I'm back in the game and looking at this, and everybody else can watch.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's all the questions I need to ask. You know, it's like the Adeptus Mechanicus and their technology. At a certain point, if applying oils and singing at the machines works, don't ask the questions, man.
Is Joko Maggie? Well, it depends what his Nightbringer fueled brain wants to employ into your dreams at that stage. If you have nightmares about Nightmagears, then sure.
I have more nightmares about Demacrons than I do Nightmagears, but that's because they break the stream on a routine basis.
I have more nightmares about Holoquins as Death Guard.
The machine spirits have been kind of moody today. Yeah, they have been. A melancholic machine spirit is not a useful one.
It's either the machine spirit or Zinch. It's one of the two. Like, or Magnus maybe.
Oh my god, he rolls nothing but 1s or 6s, this kid.
One wound on you.
I think Magnus might be upset because he's not been on stream this season. Like,
yeah, that's true.
Mortarian's been kind of like stealing the spotlight from him. So that might be why we've had like issues tonight.
He didn't steal the spotlight. Chaos was just like, look, Magnus, we're benching you. We're making an executive decision that the spotlight is Morty's.
Your fellow Primarch is better right now. Like, go away.
Like, I know that you're the one that does all the magic and stuff, but like, this guy makes magic. You know what I'm saying?
Here's the thing. I'm pretty sure Mortarian's spells that you can get are like very comparable to Magnus' spells right now.
It's just the lack of a 2d6 damage smite and.
I mean, who cares about that when you roll 7d6 and like do mortal wounds on like 3+, right?
Oh god. Well, yeah, 3+ or 4+, depending on which army you're up against and how you've built your army. But yeah,
okay,
for sure.
But guys, I'm pretty sure that I spoke about this like on my personal Twitch like the other day because people were asking. I'm pretty sure Mortarian's in for a nerf. Like, thinking they will just make him like you can only include this model if the rest of your army's Death Guard will be the nerf. So no more Warp Time Mortarian. Like
4-up invuln save into the Vanguard Vets on the objective. Apparently, Looney Lion and Joker are having a hard time communicating at the moment. Little 357 MS pings.
Okay.
One wounded.
This is where back in my day we would have complained about gerbils on hamster wheels, but whatever.
You'd rank up your ISP at this point.
Yeah,
Waited
get your
2
donkey to
hours
move
to
faster.
answer to anyone. Like, whenever my internet goes down, I don't even bother like phoning anyone. I'm like, I'll be back up in like 5 minutes. And
Yep.
It is.
It's a good idea to reset your routers once in a while. And we've been disconnected.
It's because we were talking about Magnus being inferior.
Yeah, it is. And you know what? And despite the fact how the board looks, like this has been a low enough scoring game that the game's actually quite close.
It is. It does look very close on paper. The thing is the white scorers do not have a huge amount of assets left, but he's got limited assets, and we'll see how he plays them out, like turn 4 or 5, right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, we will enforce, guys. Next week we will enforce chest locks again. Like, I don't know what happened there. Like, during startup and everything got rushed and we were late and everything else. So for once it wasn't on us. Like, the casting team was actually on the players being late. So don't blame us for that. But
for once.
Yeah.
I feel hurt.
Like, normally we're late. Like, it's like we got a game stream this time. It's like, okay, cool. Like, we're eating dinner, you know, spend time with like friends and family, and it's like, oh shit, we got to stream it this time.
Yeah, Turp Burglar states that the fact that the Orcs list doesn't have almost any obsec makes it difficult to control objectives that they should be able to, and yeah, that's absolutely true. But their speed and firepower does mean that late game, they're able to really like run onto objectives and cause issues, because usually, especially against elite armies, which are currently the meta, you end up with a situation where like you can't, you know, like you can't you contest all the objectives because you're on all of them and there's nothing left. Your elite army has been shredded because of all the anti-elite firepower that this thing has. So
I mean, this one of the reasons why Terminus Est is so powerful with Poxwalkers, because they're all obsec. And if you've not brought like enough obsec or firepower to deal with it that's anti-horde, then you just lose. Like, because there's no way that you can deal with like 80 plus like obsec Poxwalkers that just come back, and there's 3 ways for them to come back. So, you know, they just outscore you on primary like every turn. And then there's nothing you can do about it if you not brought in like enough horde like firepower. It's why like God, I forget his name, but the guy that played like 120 boys in an Orcs list like got to play last season, because there was no way you could out obsec him. Like, you know, it was just like you just lose on primary like from like turn 2 onwards.
Yeah, it wasn't even about like the jumping boys onto onto units to charge them. It was the jumping boys onto objectives to hold them.
Exactly. Yeah, and he played. To be fair, he played the list like, all credit to him. He played the list like really well. You know, played the army super well. He's a very experienced Orc player. He's taking time out from Alpha. I spoke to him. He just wanted a break. But yeah, super good Orc player. That just went, I'll just play the mission. You know. I'll fight you when I have to, I'll shoot you when I have to, but other than that, my boys are just going to set on the objectives, and you're not going to be able to do anything about it. Because you spec into killing tanks and deleting elite infantry, and I've got none of those.
Huh. 120 boys is hard to get through, largely because of the fact that the meta was Space Marines for so long. That's beginning to shift, though. And especially with the advent of, well, like you said, you know, Terminus Est showing up and all that. And Drukhari are going to be a big issue as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure. And honestly, I think that's where, like, from a Death Guard's perspective, your Death Shroud really shine, because they've got 2 profiles to the weapon. And one is like anti-horde, and one is like elite.
Yeah.
You know,
that flexibility is huge.
Units like that have like 2 profiles in melee or 2 profiles shooting will definitely get to excel. Blast will certainly excel, and like the missile launcher, for example. Like, you know, blast like D6 on the frag, or just like crack missile, will certainly start to show up more when more horde armies start to show up, because it's got a dual purpose at that point. And I can see a lot of like the new profiles for weapons kind of going that way too in like future codices. So you can pick one unit that's like good at doing both. Not like amazing, but good at doing both.
Yeah, Plasma Scepters are a huge win for that. Tau actually have a pretty neat one in that with the access to the hazard suits. They have a D3 blast profile fusion gun. That's 12 inches. We can boost that up to a 16-inch thing. Like, I've been looking at that and thinking that looks nice. Those kinds of things are really, really potent when they are able to show up. It's the reason why certain other units, like, say, Locust Heavy Destroyers, are a bit of a sad, because you have one of two different kinds of profiles, and they are inflexible. They are only good at one kind of thing, really. Are you on some side of some sort of Tau affiliate sales thing? No, I'm just only really good at playing Tau, and even then, barely.
So he's gonna up the Fishmen, as best he can.
Yeah. I'm just
which is fine. Tau had a great run in 8th edition. A lot of people didn't like their playstyle that played against them. The players that played it loved it. I'm just gonna have 3 Riptides. I'm gonna sit behind 40 shield drones. Have fun. That was their competitive build. And then PA opened up Farsight Enclaves with Crisis suits. Was it Crisis suits?
It was mostly Crisis Bodyguard suits.
Yeah.
Which
was great. There's a new way to play the army. Gave it a new breath of life, and that worked for a while. And now, sadly, in 9th edition, they don't really cut it. So,
they have a hard time holding objectives. They only work in one phase, and the phase that they work in doesn't flip objectives. We got nothing really durable enough to do it, so. It's very fun firing Overwatch with Crisis suits. It can be, especially now with the new go-to build for them, which is all airburst fragmentation projectors. So effectively, a D6 damage, a D6 shot blast weapon that's just frag grenades that you can shoot from outside of line of sight. It's a good time, especially when you're dealing with hordes, because the blast means that anything that's 11 or more models suddenly just vanishes. They wipe a squad of 20 Necron warriors easily without even needing to blink.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, they just need a new book right now.
Yeah, they need help. Anyway, it's not about Tau. This game is about orcs and about White Scars. And currently, look, we're in a situation where the game does not seem to exist anymore that I can find.
Yeah, I just mentioned both of them, asking what's going on.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're happy to call it and do post game, we know that orcs are they can play out the rest in their own time, but for now, I honestly think the orcs do take this one.
Well, yeah, because look at it this way: engage on all fronts is now no longer going to be possible for the White Scars. By the time that this turn is done, I fully expect that they will only be able to be in 2 quarters at a time, so they will sit at their 7 and enjoy it. Oath of Moment is now practically impossible for the rest of the game as well, though they will get the 1 point for killing a vehicle, and they will get another point for not falling back. No, they won't. They did fall back this turn. So they will get the 1 point for Oath of Moment there, which puts them on a 7 as far as I can turn for that. So that's going to be
7.
24 plus 15. Look, 24 plus 15 ends up being math. 39 plus 10. It's going to be a 49 point kind of situation, I think, for the White Scars. That's what makes sense to me. Whereas, engage on all fronts for 13 points total for Joko does not seem impossible, but that's not what he deployed for. He'll have 9 points on this turn, and he'll have he'll get the 2 points for this turn, putting him up to 9, and then an additional 3 on the last turn. That puts him up to 12. Deploy Scramblers and Assassinate are already maxed. So the other big thing that's going to happen is that he's got his current number of points for primary. He's going to get another 15. So he goes up from a 59 to plus 69 plus 4, 74 points total, if my math isn't horribly wrong. Alright, so, based off of my memory and what I remember seeing, that's kind of what we're looking at. And if I had to go ahead and put a victory label anywhere, it's on Joko's side of the map.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't disagree. I'm just messaging the players now, finding out what is happening for you, everyone. And they're trying to restart a lobby. That was all I really got told in that regard. And we will see out the final turns if we can within the next 15 minutes. If not, then we will talk post game with the players. I think that's fair. Just give them like 15 minutes to fix technical issues. Because I love how you just brought up victory jokers. It's like, push enter. like,
without me to be horribly rude, for the math I've done in my head over the next couple of Thorians, that's what we're looking at. But I will go ahead and remove that and change up the scores to be more effectively what they are actually. But like, we can't get into this game, and I am hungry as hell.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's been a long one. Thanks for sticking by and watching, guys. By the way, really appreciate it. But I'm gonna give them like 15 minutes to fix out technical.
I am now in a lobby and I can choose a color, sort of.
Hey.
Although I have to wonder whether or not Steam is assigned to do something silly, or whether or not everybody in this lobby that isn't us ever. I've been kicked. Okay, great news.
Good news.
Good news, everybody. I've been kicked. Game was fun. Diamond Boots, I agree. I'm really curious to see what everyone was thinking, though. Like, although the game's interesting, if people really want to improve their gameplay in 40K, the trick is actually listening to them talk and think through and understand what ideas they had, and then write down in your notebook, did those ideas work and why? Like, the most learning you're going to get out of these games, and as entertaining as the games are, is going to happen in the end with the interviews, the post-game interviews, for sure.
Yeah, Dan, I'd say if you are in Alpha League and you're watching, definitely book a stream slot, because the amount of people that book stream slots like this season and watch their games and go, I learned so much from just watching myself play, hearing whoever was commentating on what I was doing, and it's been a great learning experience. And that is something you will never get if you were to go to a GT, you'll never get that. So definitely book up the stream slots in playoffs and the last week as well. Grant, I'm gonna be super humble here and say the first game that I was in, I learned a few things. I listened to what people were saying, behind all the moves I was making. Disagree with some of them because of various reasons, and agree with others. Mostly Faith I disagree with, but by the by. But some of the stuff EDT and Slope was saying that I was doing made sense in hindsight, and then looking at it in hindsight, I was like, oh, maybe I could have done this, maybe I could have done that, and that's a big thing. It's about learning to improve.
And we all want to improve. This is a game where you do want to play well, and it's difficult to improve when you're kind of in the middle of a game yourself. There was actually a really good podcast episode by In the Finest Hour. So that's a podcast that's run by Sean Morgan, also known as Abuse Puppy, and Shaylin Allen West, and I forget who their new evil podcast host is. But either way, the three of them had an episode about how to improve, and it is actually a decent amount of work. You take notes, you take pictures on your phone, that can really help and stuff. But being cast by casters that sort of know what they're talking about, or at least that are poking ideas when you're asking, really helps. And then afterwards, the game interviews are helpful. They can help poke your brain, hopefully, if we've done things correctly. And if you're watching a game, take notes of what the players are doing. One of the only reasons I've improved at all at this game is because of all the casting that I've been doing. So, watching all these games and everything helps a bunch. St. Michael says, maybe I'll hop into Alpha League next season or whatever. I would encourage it. It gives you an opportunity to play a lot more games all of a sudden, and that's, how you improve too.
And we're going to have more tournaments as well, coming up in the year on the server. So that's something else we're looking to do. Because I understand that the Alpha League format is not for everyone. So there's going to be more fast-paced tournaments going on, that sort of thing. My involvement in that is going to be minuscule, because I kind of want to focus just on Alpha League and make that better. But there'll be other great people that will be running those events, and they'll be asking me for advice and that sort of thing on sort of the pitfalls I felt fallen into head first, so to speak, when I took this over, and what I've done to improve it. So that they'll be learning, and we'll be helping each other. just because we've got other tournaments going on the server, we're not going to be against each other in any regards. We're all here to help each other and ensure that everything gets run to the best of the ability that we can do. I've actually told the players at this point, like, look guys, it's been 6 hours at this point, so we're probably just gonna like call the stream like in like 15 minutes time, to be quite honest.
Yeah, seems good.
It has been long, and thank you everyone for like sticking it out with us. But if they can't connect, and like we pretty much know that the Orcs have won here, and they've been playing pretty slow as well, which I'm not too happy about, but I'll talk to the players about that afterwards. So we'll look into rectifying that next time. Yeah, let's get them in. Let's get them
in the
into
stream.
Alpha 5 right now, and then we'll go from there. Right?
Yeah, I would like to talk to them. That would make sense. So in that case, then let's go ahead and add a little stream marker. End of game, start of interview. Wow, what a time to be alive. All right, let's get them in here.